Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation given by Bishop Brian Sage, who is the Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of Mississippi. Invocation be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Chazanall. Bishop Sage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and thank you to the Senate for all the work you do and for this invitation to pray with you this morning. The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
Let us pray. O God, our Creator, the fountain of wisdom, whose will is good and gracious and whose law is truth, we beseech thee so to guide and bless our senators in our state, that they may enact such laws as shall please thee to the glory of your name and the welfare of your people, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Take a picture over here next to that young lady.
Okay, that young lady, I love that. Thank you, sir. You want to look really good.
Yes, sir.
This will end up in the green paper. I need to see, so I'll have to.
I sure appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bishop Sage. Thank you, Senator Chazanall. It's good to have you here. The reading of the journal, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petition, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senate moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. Senator Polk, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now in introductions. Introduction of guests. Senator England. For what purpose? Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce our junior pages this morning, if I can be recognized to do so.
You're recognized to do so.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll let them come in here. As they make their way in, I just want to say that this is probably the best group of pages that the capital of the state of Mississippi has ever had. I know that's saying a lot, but they'll live up to it. I visited with several of them, very smart group. Some of them are even taking their time off of their spring break to be here with us at the Capitol instead of being at the beach, which I would much rather be here than be at the beach as well. So I'm glad they're here. Break that a little bit, okay. Junior pages, thank you all for being here. When I introduce you and call your name, if you'll please wave for us, okay, so we know and we can welcome you to our Senate. Paging for Senator DeBar this week, we have John Clay of Waynesboro. We have Robert Ishii of Ridgeland, who is our very own Christy Ishii's son. We have Addison Pulliam from Leakesville. Paging for me, Senator England, we have Alani Brave of Ocean Springs, and we have Eleazar Richards from D'Iberville. Paging for the Lieutenant Governor this week, we have Mary Everett Robinson of Brandon, Callie Burks of Batesville, Caroline Embry of Brandon, Trinity Fortenberry of Pearl, Yush Malhotra from Greenwood, James Pacelli from Brandon, Treasure Prince of Clinton, Stone Rigney of Brandon, who is Terry Hammett's son, and Kaylin Simmons of Brandon, and we have Tristan Vance Jackson, who is Jeanette Lewis's grandson. They're paging for the Lieutenant Governor. We also have Natalie Harvell of Corinth for Senator Parks, and Cameron Simpson from Jackson, which is Jasmine Lewis's son and Jeanette Lewis's grandson, also paging for Senator Parks. And last but not least, we have Ari Hickman, Senator Hickman's daughter, up here paging for us. I think she voted president on a bill for us yesterday. So I want to thank you all for being here this week. Mr. President, I also have another announcement, or another introduction, if I may.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
And
Ladies
thank
and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, we have the family of our very own senior page, Rhett Bergen Smith. I know they're all very proud to have him here serving with us here. We have his mother, Rachel Smith, father, Jeff Smith, brother, Ryan Smith, and grandparents, Ray and Kitty Bergen, as well as grandmother, Ruth Burkett. I know y'all are very proud, and thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you for lending us Rhett. We appreciate it. Congratulations on law school. All right. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, I'd ask everyone to turn their attention to the South Gallery. I would ask Beth Collada of Lee County, Mississippi, and Isabella Collada of Lee County to stand. I would ask the Senate to make them welcome.
Senator Barr, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, if you'll stand, we have Keith Clay. If you go ahead and stand up. Keith is the president of the Wayne County Board of Supervisors and the father of one of our own pages this week, John Clay. If the Senate will make him welcome.
Good to see you again. Senator Fraser.
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
I would like the Senate to make welcome the doctor of the day, Dr. Anthony Cloyd. He's in family medicine. He's the medical director of the Mississippi Physician Health Programs at UMMC Family Medicine. So please make our doctor of the day welcome.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you very much for being here. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I inadvertently left off two of our very important pages that were obviously off running errands and working hard for us this morning, those being Derek Simmons, Jr. and Carter Simmons. Please make them feel welcome.
There they are. Glad to have you back. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Go to Senator Hobson. Pass. Number 1, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 2, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 3, Senate Bill 2568, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, item 2 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2568, native wineries authorized to make sales at one satellite location in same county.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the bill.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is building on the success that we passed in this chamber 5 years ago for our native wineries and meadery. And it's been such a success. One of the meaderies needs an opportunity to grow, so they're going to have to move their production to an industrial area, but they just want to keep their tasting room down in a retail area. That's all the bill does. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
Do you yield for a question, Senator McMahon?
I do.
Senator England is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator McMahon, this is a bill that would allow these winemakers and other makers of product here in Mississippi to be able to store their product before they can ship it out of state and within the state. Is that correct?
I know your point, but that does not deal with this particularly.
But would allow them to do so if they chose to. This would just
They
give
are
them...
able to sell their products in state, and they are able to sell their products out of state. We voted and changed the law in this chamber, in this body several years ago, to allow wineries to sell directly to retailers, and they collect the tax and send it to DOR.
Okay, thank you, Senator McMahon. And I think that's a great thing that we allow for our entities here within the state to directly ship to consumers out of the state. And I bet that's great for consumers in other states. I sure wish that our consumers here in Mississippi had the opportunity to repay that favor to other makers of wine and other products out of state as well. But I support your bill. Thank you, Senator McMahon.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Senator Simmons, D. For what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, introduction out of order at the appropriate time.
Okay, 1 second. We'll finish this bill. We'll come back to you, Senator Simmons. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir? One moment. We'll finish the bill. Any questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Blackwell, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Yield for question, Senator McMahon.
I do.
Senator Blackwell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do they currently pay a fee or have a license to store or do what they're currently doing?
Yes, sir.
So they would have to have an additional license.
We're giving these wineries the opportunity to have one satellite location in the same county where they manufacture.
Without having an additional license?
That's correct.
So why are we exempting them from having a
Well, they would already have their manufacturer's license. That's what there's only 5 of these facilities in the state of Mississippi.
Yeah, they would have that license at manufacturers. You're asking for a second location.
Well, they have a retailer's license as well.
And are they going to be retailing out of this new location?
They're going to leave their tasting room in a high retail area, commercial area, and they're going to move their manufacturing to an industrial area to support the amount of orders they're receiving.
It just seems to me we're letting them get by without having to obtain the correct licenses.
They'll still have a license and they still pay their sales tax, and they'll actually increase the amount of revenue to the general fund, Senator Blackwell.
Senator Chasnoff, for what purpose?
Friendly question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Chasnoff is recognized.
Thank you. Senator McMahon, these are Mississippi people using Mississippi products to create a new Mississippi product that enhances tourism in your area and also will make awareness for this meadery throughout the state and perhaps in other parts of the country. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, this is a pro-industry. The orders have become so large it's exceeded the owner's wildest expectations. As a matter of fact, the particular meadery in Tupelo had 38,000 people visit there last year, which was more visitors than a brewery on Beale Street in Memphis, Tennessee. So it's really incredible, and it has become another piece of the tourism component in Mississippi. And there's other wineries that are going to be affected as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chasnoff. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion, sir.
I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Chisholm, no. Branning, no. Parker, no. Blackwell, no. Frazier, no. Tate, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Use of the morning roll call bill passes. Noted. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author.
Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Simmons. For an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members of the Senate, populated throughout the gallery are men in red coats, and I can assure you they are not the Republican men of Mississippi. if these are members of my fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi, if all the members, if you all could stand, all the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi, today is Kappa Alpha Psi Day at the Capitol, and we did a resolution honoring the political action chair of the Southwestern province of Kappa Alpha Psi. We are divided into 12 regions, and Southwestern province is the region that the state of Mississippi is in, and the political action chair of the Southwestern province is former Senator Kenny Wayne Jones in the West Gallery, Senator Kenny Wayne Jones. And also on behalf of myself, I know Senator Chris Johnson and Senator Warren Barnett, the provincial poll mark, which is the president of the Southwestern province, Jerome Brown, he is also in the South Gallery, Provincial poll mark Brown. If I can have the Senate to make all these brothers welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to your Senate. Senator Blunt, for an introduction.
Yes, sir. On behalf of the Jackson delegation, it's my privilege to introduce a group of students from Foundation First in South Jackson. They are here in the West and South Galleries. I'd like to ask them to stand. They're enjoying a trip to their capital today to learn more about state government. Please make Foundation First welcome to the Capitol today. Thank you for coming.
All right, Senator Simmons, you got your light on?
One more introduction, Mr. President.
All right, please proceed.
Here with former Senator Kenny Wayne Jones is his wife, Bobby Jones, and is also his mother, who is also named Bobby Jones. I ask the Senator to make them feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Item 4, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 4, 5, and 6, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 7, Senate Bill 2567 on the motion reconsider calendar, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2567, on-premises tobacco permit, authorized Department of Revenue to issue.
My motion is we reconsider the vote by which the bill failed.
Reconsider the vote by which the bill failed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. I think the ayes have it there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the bill.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first begin by apologizing to each of you as my colleagues. I was not fully informed the other day when I came to present this bill, so for that I apologize to each of you. We motion to reconsider this. This is the tobacco permit bill. What this is a permit for a specialty premium tobacco facility. It differs from a permit for a food facility. Many times you have to sell food to have an alcohol requirement. This requirement is governed by the fact that a premium tobacco facility has to sell 75% premium tobacco, and they can sell liquor, alcohol by the drink. If they have but they still have to have 75% sales in tobacco. If they start selling more alcohol than tobacco, their permit would be revoked. That's the governing authority on it. This has nothing to do with resort level status. It has nothing to do with permits that restaurants hold for the ability to serve alcohol. This is for premium tobacco facilities. And I would yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Blackburn. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Blackwell is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. How many licenses are currently out there for premium tobacco places?
It doesn't exist. We would be creating a permit if you owned a premium tobacco facility, which is only cigars or
basically a cigar bar is what you're talking about.
That's correct. It's a premium tobacco permit. Yes, sir.
So this bill is going to set them aside from restaurants that have to have a food requirement. So,
that's correct.
So what's the requirement for these guys? 75% of their sales have to be cigars?
Yes, and one was just opened in DeSoto County. But a premium tobacco store like this just opened, a cigar bar, as you called it. But they also sell pipes and pipe tobacco as well. But yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Other questions on the bill? Other questions? Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clear up one thing, Senator.
Yes, sir.
If you will take my question.
You take his question, Senator?
Yeah, absolutely.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
So this would be subject to any other prohibitions in the county. So if it was a dry county, you still could not have a cigar bar or whatever this is setting up. Is that right?
I'm glad you asked that question. This is an important feature of this. I'm not trying to give resort level status to any of these bars, and the reason is I want the local governing boards to still have authority over these premium tobacco. So whether that's in the county or in a city, your local officials will still have control over their hours of operation, whether or not they can operate at all. So this is really friendly to a local community, and that's why I'm trying to do it this way.
And that's what I want to clear up is that this is not going to open up the door for, say, I've got most municipalities in my district are not wet for alcohol. So this would not open that door without the referendum or going through the legislature's resort status process.
That's correct.
Thank you.
In Senator McCon, many times, like Starkville, Mississippi, just got a premium tobacco store. They had to get special permission from their local board to even open because Starkville is a smokeless, indoor smokeless city. But because it's just premium tobacco, they allowed them to open, and now they would like to be able to sell alcohol by the drink if this body chooses to create this segment within the law, this permit. Thank you, Senator McCon.
Senators, any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator
I
McMahon? Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Is the new language on 509, is that all of the new, it's a 31-page bill, is that, I realize that a lot of it's the other permits, is that the actual new language?
That is, and that language came from DOR from their attorney.
Okay, and
the control, the governing control of this is that they have to have 75% revenue in premium tobacco.
But
that's on line 517. So it does not allow for a premium tobacco facility to just become what some people call a honky tonk. That's the governing mechanism. If their alcohol sales exceed their premium tobacco, the permit would be revoked.
Right, I understand the percentage issue. The question I think I have is that the permittee has to maintain a tobacco permit. Is that this permit, or is that a separate and unique permit that they have to sell tobacco? In other words, this cigar smoking and selling location today, are they permitted for that purpose?
Yes. So that's a great question. So in the city of Boonville, there is a premium tobacco facility there. They had to receive a permit from the state. They also had to receive a local permit from their county, from their board, the city board, to even allow it because, in Boonville, the facilities are smokeless. So they gave them an exception because they are just selling premium tobacco. That's their only product. So this would allow that cigar bar, as Senator Blackwell called it, to sell an alcoholic beverage with the cigar as well.
Right, I'm curious how many permits they have to have. You're telling me today, and I'm not talking about a local municipality, do you get a tobacco permit to have a tobacco store today from the state? And if so, is that also DOR?
Yes, that would be regulated by DOR.
And then second to that, as long as you maintain that tobacco permit, now you could, under this legislation, go receive an on-premise tobacco permit to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages.
That's correct.
All right. And then I realize that the lines 521 talks about removing any obligation a permittee may have to follow local ordinances or actions prohibiting the use of tobacco products. But where does this say that you can't have one in a dry county?
It doesn't say you couldn't have one in a dry county, but you would have to even have the permit. It would still be governed by the local ordinance. If you look on 522, it says a permittee may have to follow local ordinances or actions prohibiting the use of tobacco products. So if they weren't even, if they couldn't even get a tobacco, if they weren't a tobacco bar or a premium tobacco, they wouldn't even qualify to get this. And it would not override a local ordinance if it was a dry county or a dry city.
Okay, I understand that. But my question is, line 522 talks about the use of tobacco products. So assuming I have the tobacco permit currently, and I'm in a dry county and I apply for this alcohol permit, I don't see anything in the new language that says unless someone has come out from under local option.
Thank you. Yeah, DOR wouldn't issue the permit for alcohol if it was in a dry city or a dry county.
Well, there's nothing. I'm just going by what's
They
underlined.
wouldn't
That's my
do that
problem.
now. They wouldn't do that now. That's already current. So if
Okay.
you're in a dry county or a dry city now, like a convenience store now in a dry county or a dry city could not get an alcohol, or a restaurant could not get a permit because DOR won't issue it.
Okay. Is DOR also going to maintain the distance requirements that are required currently on-premise permits to sell alcohol for this group as well?
Yes, I asked that question. Yes,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Just to follow up on Senator Sparks'
Will you yield for a
question.
question, Senator McMahon?
I do.
Senator Hill's recognized.
Because we do have such a hodgepodge of ways that we can permit and sell alcohol, my concern would be the same as Senator Sparks's. So I guess my question would be, because this is by the glass liquor, would these folks be able to open in a resort status?
So I called DOR. There's two types of resort status. Were you aware of that? I was not aware of that. There is a local resort status that is issued by a city or a county. And then there is a DOR resort status. A local governing body like a city or a county, if they award resort status, they have governing controls over that resort status. But if DOR issues the resort status, then DOR has control over it. But DOR always considers the local ordinances when they make their final ruling. But this has nothing to do with resort level status. I know you asked that the other day. And what I'm trying to do, Senator, I'm attempting to let the local boards have governing authority over this. And I don't want to award these facilities resort level status because they may or may not have to follow local ordinance. And I want to respect the local ordinance. If it's a dry city or a dry county, or if they want to put other restrictions on the hours of operation, I want the local boards to have that control. And that's why I'm presenting it this way, as a permit and not as a resort level status.
My question is, could they open in a resort status? You stated that they couldn't open in a dry county, but I'm asking.
DOR would not issue this permit in a dry county, even in a resort status, if the local board had a dry policy.
But the local board does not have a dry policy in a resort status.
It does if it's controlled by the city or the county, but if DOR is issued it, DOR is still going to be, I went over this with DOR, they're going to be very respectful of the local ordinances before they issue anything like this.
So most of the people in resort status vote on the resort status. The citizens of the county or city, mainly municipalities, vote on the resort status. My city voted on the resort status to have a certain percentage of food sold with alcohol by the glass. So my question is, could a city board grant this permit without food sales, without going back to their citizens for a vote?
If they've already had resort level status, then they would already have resort level status, but they would have to have a premium cigar bar within that resort. I suppose that could happen, but DOR would still take into account the local ordinances.
So they could, if the city or county decided to change their ordinance, but they would not necessarily go back to the citizens for a vote.
Well, the local board might not even allow them to have the.
Well, they might not, but they might. So they could do this without going.
That would give the local boards the ability.
But the people in these resort statuses voted for food and alcohol. They didn't vote for tobacco and alcohol. So my concern is that a city and county would approve this permit or a resort status, and that is not what the people voted on. That's my main concern.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Jordan? Okay, Senator Jordan's fine. All right, other questions? Other questions on the bill? All right, Senator McMahon, we're ready for you, sir.
I want to be clear with this body. This will not allow alcohol to be sold anywhere that it's not already sold except in a premium tobacco bar or facility. And that's if you go to Oxford has put in one recently, Mississippi State, Tupelo, Boonville, Corinth, DeSoto, and there are others. There's actually a businessman here in Jackson who would like to open another premium tobacco facility and be able to serve a beverage with the cigars. So that's not going to happen anywhere that it's not already happening. This would just allow a mechanism for that to take place. If there aren't any other questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to that procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Secretary, if you'd help me with that. Chisholm, no. Branning, no. Parker, no. Blackwell, no. Chesnault, no. Hill, no. Tate, no. Seymour, no. Frazier, no. Sparks, no. Parks, Senator, I didn't see you back there. Parks, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? One moment, please. With 11 noes, the vote, the bill is passed. The use of the morning roll call is noted. Item 8. Whaley. We're on the motion to reconsider list, send it back on calendar 8, 9. I'm going to go through all the motion to reconsiders through 16. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 11, Senate Bill 2226, and have the title read.
8, 9, and 10 retain their place upon the calendar. Go to number 11. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2226, Israel Support Act of 2019, extend repeal or on.
My motion is to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
Motion to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go back to this bill. The Treasurer's Office contacted us, and they had an amendment to this bill they would like to add, and What currently in statute allows the funds to be invested, the excess cash funds that are in the Treasurer's office to be invested in investments, and right now it is capped at $20 million of Israeli bonds that they can purchase. And my amendment that I have at the table, it's up, okay. The amendment would just increase that to $50 million. They are paying a higher premium than the investments they are made in U.S. Treasuries or other U.S. agencies, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. And it also allows state banks can invest with those monies first. They have first right of refusal on excess funds. So if any of our banks in the state wanted to use the money, they would have the option first, but this just allows them to go up to $50 million. That is an explanation of my amendment. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment, Senator Blunt. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator Harkins?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, the amendment would allow PERS to invest $50 instead of $20 million in bonds. Is that correct?
The Treasurer's Office.
The State Treasurer's Office.
The State Treasurer's Office with excess funds. Right now, the excess funds, I think, are about $11 billion, and these would be last dollars. So right now, they invest in U.S. Treasuries, bonds, and other agencies, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. And so it also allows for any state bank that wants to invest the money to do so, and they pay back at the same rate the U.S. Treasuries do. The Israeli bonds pay a little bit higher rate, about 40 basis points is what I was told this morning. It just allows them the opportunity to invest in those funds if there are any excess funds that state banks don't need or want to use.
It's not a requirement, it's an option.
No, it's not a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Hill? Passes. Any other questions? Any other questions?
Seeing none, I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If there are no further questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Fraser present. Simmons, S. Present. Blackman present. Blunt present. Norwood present. Simmons present. Turner Ford present. Brumfield, I see back there. Yeah. Brumfield present. Jordan present. Jackson present. Barnett present. Anyone else? Bill passes. Okay. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on Senate Bill 2226.
Senator Williams, same. Seeing no objection, granted. Any other motions to reconsider? That's numbers 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Senator Wiggins? No. Senator Wiggins, is this number 13, sir? Okay, passes. 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 retain their place upon the calendar. We go to Senator Fillingane, number 17, Senate. Senator, if you grab us for just a minute, we're right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 17, call the bill up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2022, Juvenile Offenders Provide Alternative Sentencing and Parole Options.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. Does anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Chairman Wiggins to present the committee substitute, please.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, and this is what we've known as the Miller Bill. The Judiciary B Committee had our first hearing on that. We heard from a number of folks, and just introductory, you have on your desk a letter from the Mississippi Prosecutors Association, and you will see that this bill is their number one legislative item for this session. Also, this bill has in it a reverse repealer, and there is a companion House bill. So what I thought, I will acknowledge that this issue is very confusing, or it's certainly confusing, and so I wanted to spend just a minute kind of maybe hopefully clarify some things. Okay, so what is significant about Miller is Miller only applies to juvenile offenders. And the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in the Miller case that the death penalty and life without parole is unconstitutional when applied to juveniles. Now, if you look at what's on your screen, I'm just going to give you a little bit of background because there's a number of statutes that are involved when you're dealing with the criminal nature. So the crime statute sets the penalty, the probation statute sets who is eligible for parole, and the day-for-day statutes says which crimes are prohibited from receiving parole. Now, your prosecutors and your public defenders and your defenders, they all interwork these statutes when they are representing and prosecuting the cases. There's three types of murder convictions. You have first-degree murder, which is the sentence is life in prison. And if you'll notice there, life is defined as 65 years or 10 years in prison, whichever is longer, which is a little bit different. Most people don't understand that that's what life is. Second-degree murder is the sentence is 20 to 40 years, and 90 to 95% of those cases result in a plea and thus are set by the judge. And it's important to note that the law, the rules, and the system encourages plea bargaining. Our system would not be able to work if we did not have plea bargaining. We have thousands of cases, and if you tried 1,000 cases, you'd never get anywhere, and the system and the ethics require an encouragement of plea bargaining. Okay, so then you have capital, which includes murder, but you also have some other, and that's where you have the sentence is death or life without parole. Now, what has happened with Miller is, okay, and let me back up. What you see right there before I get down to the last paragraph, that's how it applies to adults, and none of that is being changed or has not been changed. What's happened with juveniles is with the Miller case that the Supreme Court ruled that death is unconstitutional and also life without parole is unconstitutional. Okay, I'm sorry, life without parole is constitutional, but only after you have what's called a Miller hearing, which is based on the U.S. Supreme Court. And in a Miller hearing, you have to have a list of factors that is looked into. The problem is the U.S. Supreme Court didn't say what all those factors are. In our current death penalty statute that's been on the books for basically ever, and there has decades and decades of law, in our statutes there are what's called aggravating factors and mitigating factors that has to be looked at when you're doing a death penalty case. Okay, you don't have that for Miller, and because of that, there's been a lot of confusion within our prosecutors and the defense bar. Okay, so right now, so what happened is when we had juveniles who'd been sentenced to death, they were waiting that would automatically became unconstitutional. They had to come back before the judge for a Miller hearing. Okay, and then that had to take place. Now, at the Miller hearing, the judge can decide if without parole is appropriate, but you have to apply all these factors. But those factors aren't delineated. They can be anything. The judge can also find that he should be sentenced to life, okay? That being the juvenile. And here comes the rub. Under our current parole statutes, Violent offenses are paroled after serving 50%. That's across the board, 50%, or 20 years, whichever is less. Okay, so what's happened is if a judge or a jury, but in this case it's been the judge, if they find that that life without is not appropriate, you have life. And the only sentence that the only probation time that they are entitled to is 20 years. And you will see in your letter from the Prosecutors Association, if you look at in the paragraph, if you look at the last paragraph on the first page, examples of the issue of this issue are the James William and Frederick Bell cases. Many of us legislators rightfully reached out when they were paroled after 20 years because everybody felt like they should be in there. The problem was that this parole statute that we've been talking about, and the parole board and MDOC, because of the unconstitutionality that has been determined by the Supreme Court, said there's nothing we can do. They have to be let out after 20 years. So what is this bill doing? This bill is actually creating, if you look at lines 27 to 53, what that is what I call a stair-step approach to these sentences. Now, what has happened with Miller, if you read the last paragraph of what's on the screen there's a quirk that what's created is an issue where a juvenile can actually get more time for second-degree murder than they can for a capital conviction. And across the board, prosecutor, defense, everybody agrees that is not right or not fair, to say the least. And so what lines 27 to 52 do is provides the framework to put into statute for these Miller hearings to give the judge and the prosecutors and the defense bar the guidance that they have. This is very, very similar to what you do in a death penalty case where you have aggravating and mitigating factors. And so, and when I say aggravating and mitigating factors, those factors would still be looked at. But what you have here is, if you look at lines 30, you talk about it's a stair-step approach if it's capital murder, second-degree murder, or what we call simple murder, life. And what we have now is a gap, which means 20 years. Somebody under this framework who actually was convicted and or is the case was such that it was a capital murder case are now being let out after 20 years. And so that you have a gap between 20 years and and life without parole or something like that. By the way, that's what we had before the legislature passed the second-degree murder statute. You had death, and then you had manslaughter at 20 years. And plea bargains drive it, and people would not take, if you're offered a plea bargain of death, you're not going to plead. You might as well go to trial. And so the options were death or 20 years. Second-degree murder created 20 to 40. So now what happens is your prosecutors, all of our DAs, get to make an offer, if they so choose, after consultation with the victims, and say, I'm offering you 40 years and not death. You plead for second-degree murder, and we know that you're going to be in prison for second-degree murder. If you go to trial on the death case, there's the possibility that the jury could acquit them, and it only takes one person to acquit. So it provides our prosecutors a framework by which they can handle their cases, and it provides our victims some closure. If you notice in the letter from the prosecutors that they talk about, and I'll quote the last the last sentence. Senate Bill 2022 codifies the holdings of Miller and Parker and creates certainty in sentencing for both the families of murder victims and the juvenile defendants. If we don't pass this, then there's going to continue to be chaos, and they're asking for this bill so we can get this done. So with that, Mr. President, I'll open it up to questions.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Jordan for a question.
Yes.
Senator Jordan.
Senator Wiggins, does this mean that a juvenile could walk into a classroom and kill 20 innocent children, that he or she could not be sentenced to death? Is that what this bill does, Sam?
So, Senator Jordan, I will answer it this way. If an adult, in the way the Supreme Court defines an adult, is 17 years old. So if anybody over the age of 17 walks into a classroom and murders children, they can be put to death upon the trial. If the shooter is a 13-year-old and does that, correct, he cannot be sentenced to death under the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling. However, he can be sentenced to life without parole, but only after what is called a Miller hearing, which is why we're here. And if the judge finds that that 13-year-old is deserving, based on the factors laid out by the U.S. Supreme Court, then the judge can sentence him to life without parole. So if he's 13, that means he will never get out of prison. But also, unfortunately, with the way our statutes are, if the judge, for whatever reason, finds that life without parole is not appropriate, which in your scenario I would say it most definitely is, then you get into all the stuff I've talked about. So the difference is between an adult and a juvenile.
Even fentanyl and all these other bad drugs are out there that he may be on it, or she, and kill innocent people. If he's 13, even though he have killed 13 or 14, let's pray that that doesn't happen. He lived and they have died simply because he was on fentanyl or some other demented drug that is out there.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
What I'm saying, a 13-year-old may be able to get a drug like fentanyl, which will make you crazy as a sack of food. And if he killed innocent children, he's or she is 13. Those 14 or 15 children, let's pray that it doesn't happen, are dead, and he lives.
Correct.
What kind of justice is that?
Well, let's understand, and Senator Jordan, your speeches are eloquent about what the Constitution means and what it does. And the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that under our U.S. Constitution, that death for a juvenile is unconstitutional. It's cruel and inhuman treatment. So now, while I may agree with you that the scenario you're talking about is horrible, the fact of the matter is that our Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, has ruled it's unconstitutional. And understand that in the Bill of Rights, we are prohibited from having cruel and inhuman treatment. And that's what the Supreme Court has ruled. So, yes.
Repeat that last one. I haven't had any training in law. What do you say about? Repeat just what you have just said.
Cruel and inhuman treatment is not allowed by our Constitution. And now what that is defined by is the U.S. Supreme Court, and they have said that when you're a minor and the death penalty is imposed, that is cruel and inhuman treatment, and therefore the states cannot do that. So we can...
But that 13-year-old could go out and kill 20 or 30 innocent children, 8 and 9, 10, 11.
I agree with you. but that's what our U.S. Supreme Court has ruled. And I'm with you. I think they ought to get the death penalty. However, that's where we are, and that's why our prosecutors have asked for this bill.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes.
Did you yield Senator Hill?
Yes, I do.
Senator
Thank
Hill.
you for all the work on this bill. I just wanted to clarify one thing that you said when you first started up there. You talked about James Williams and Frederick Bell being paroled after 20 years, and I think you made the statement that they had to be paroled after 20 years. I just want you to clarify that they could be paroled after 20 years, correct?
I'm going to read what the letter says right here, which is both cases made headlines when the parole board announced these convicted murderers would be released on parole, despite the fact that both of them were serving life sentences. In both cases, the victim's family, legislators were not happy with that. And and on that issue, speaking with the president of the Prosecutors Association, that problem comes in that the 20 years is capped. And that's how MDOC, according to him, has said they read that. So according to MDOC / the parole board, they had to parole them. I'm not defending it. I'm just telling you what was said.
Are you aware that the parole board reversed their decision on Frederick Bell?
No, I'm not.
And he is still incarcerated today?
I'm not.
Well, I'm familiar with it. So they reversed their decision. He's still incarcerated. Are you aware that on James Williams, he got arrested for a DUI and they revoked him for a year, and he's incarcerated right now?
I'm not, which is all of the reason why we need this bill to get confidence in the system and to give our prosecutors the tools that they need to make sure such stuff doesn't happen.
I just wanted to clarify that the parole board let them out because they could, not because they had to, because if they had to let them out, then maybe they couldn't have revoked their parole for various and sundry reasons. So I understand the prosecutors want this bill, and I'm going to support it. I just hope that I don't regret it in 5 years, because it's going to take a while to see how it works, but I will support it, and hopefully it will clear up some of these things that we've had to deal with the parole board. I don't know that it will, because I think this has to do with sentencing, not parole, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Simmons?
I do.
Senator Simmons recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, what are we doing in this bill as it relates to second-degree murder?
If you look at lines 30 to 36, a juvenile defender who's convicted of first-degree or second-degree murder or capital murder may be sentenced to life imprisonment or life without parole in NDOC if it's fixed by the judge after a separate sentencing proceeding held without a jury. That's what the bill says.
And under our current law, what is the penalty for second-degree murder?
20 to 40.
And so are we increasing that for juveniles?
No. First of all, it has to be the judge that makes that decision, and understand this, that the judge, with the factors that have been laid out in the Miller case, can decide that, well, first of all, it can do 20 years. Okay, so that's why there's a range here.
And so the range from 20 to 40 years for anyone in the state of Mississippi that's charged with second-degree murder, we are not changing that. It's still 20 to 40 in Mississippi, or are we doing something different in this bill for juveniles? That's my question.
For adults, second-degree murder is 20 to 40.
Okay.
Right. And for juveniles, but what you have to remember is this is to address the situations. Well, I won't necessarily go that far. What we're dealing with is, why we're here is because it's capital murder, okay? And and part of this is to allow for pleading, okay? And you know that plea bargaining is a tool that is encouraged and used. And 95% of these cases are plea bargained. So you go from what effectively would be a death sentence down to, in the best case scenario, 20 years for a juvenile.
Okay. So we are
on the plea.
So on the plea, 20 to 40 years for second-degree murder, we are not changing that in the committee sub that's before us. It's still 20 to 40 years for juveniles, or are we doing something different for juveniles for second-degree murder?
Okay, I'm going to go back to the language. A juvenile who's convicted, which means by a jury, of first or second degree murder, if the punishment is so fixed by the judge after the separate Miller hearing.
So will you have a Miller hearing if a person is convicted of second-degree murder? That's the question.
Okay, let me say this. If you and I should have answered your question is, if the court, if you look at lines 37, if the court sitting without a jury says life is appropriate, okay, meaning life, not life without, double negative, then if you turn over to line 44, for second degree murder, not less than 15 nor more than 30 years in the custody. So to answer your question, it is actually less for a juvenile. You could get 15 and not 20.
Right. So from lines 44 to 46, if you are a juvenile for second-degree murder, the range is 15 to 30 years in the committee sub, correct?
Yes, and sitting without a jury finds the imposition of life. And see, yes, that's right.
Okay. And currently, anyone else in the state of Mississippi, the current law, the penalty is 20 to 40 years, correct? Correct?
Yes.
So we're reducing what is current law, 20 to 40 years, to 15 to 30 years for juveniles, correct?
But I want it to be clear, we're not, this is a stair step, okay? And in the eyes of the law, which is why the Supreme Court did what it did, juveniles have a different level than an adult.
I understand.
Okay. So in the same circumstances, the adult maybe has the 20-year sentence, but the juvenile 15, but that's up to the judge. And if I may, in the letter that the prosecutors have submitted to us, they state that interpreting and applying Miller is best left to the judges who have specific background experience and training to analyze case law and apply it in court. So we, rightfully so, empower the judges under the guise of the law to make those decisions.
Under current law, if a juvenile was facing second-degree murder without this bill or committee sub being adopted, could a juvenile in Mississippi get 15 years under our current law? Today.
Okay. Well,
with the prosecutors giving us this
I'm not understanding your question.
With the prosecutors providing this letter saying that decisions are better made by judges as opposed to jury, my question is, right now, in the state of Mississippi, could a juvenile receive a 15-year day-for-day sentence for second-degree murder today without this bill? Yes or no?
Well, the penalty for second degree, as we said, it is 20 to 40. Okay, so, and then it becomes down, it's what I was saying about the parole, okay? What I call simple life, okay, means that they are eligible for parole after serving half the time of their sentence, okay? And that's the issue that we're dealing with. And so what's happened is, because of Miller, because of the way the law is written, the parole related to our violent offenses, 20 years is the cap, okay? So if he gets a 15-year sentence, then he's eligible for parole in 7.5.
And there's nothing in what we are proposing that would change that.
Correct.
But currently, under our current law, even though the current statute for second-degree murder is 20 to 40 years as a range, a circuit court judge in the state of Mississippi still could give someone a 25-year sentence and they serve 15 and they have 10 years suspended. Is that correct?
You lost me.
Okay. Could a juvenile get 15 years today for second-degree murder? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
The penalty's 20 years.
So it has to be a minimum of 20.
Huh?
It has to be a minimum of 20. For
No,
second-degree-
as it's written here, it says 15.
Because we're reducing it.
Well, I don't see that as reducing it. I see that as stair-stepping.
Okay.
Okay? Because they're a juvenile and the penalty's 20 to 40, and this was all thrown into chaos by the Supreme Court.
Okay.
So I don't see that as, quote, reducing. I see it as bringing the law in line with what, one, is right, number two, what the Supreme Court has said for us, and number three, when you look at adults versus juveniles.
All right, one or two more questions. So I support the prosecutors in their treatment of juveniles under the current
Can
law.
I quote you on that?
Please quote me. Because under our current law for second-degree murder, the minimum is 20, the max is 40. In the committee sub before us, the proposal is for juveniles for the same crime. We want the minimum to be 15 and the max to be 30. That's what the prosecutors of Mississippi want, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Because we want to treat juveniles differently than adults.
Well, the U.S. Supreme Court has ordered us to do that, yes.
That's right, that's right. And we want to follow the U.S. Supreme Court.
Generally, that's, yes.
Okay, here's my question. Under our current law, for armed robbery for an adult to receive a life sentence, who makes that decision? A jury or a judge?
Okay, so I'm going off of memory, but armed robbery, the penalty is, if it's convicted, is a life without parole. Okay, and there's option. My recollection is that it's life without parole, but if you say otherwise, then I'll go with that. But it's life without. Okay, there is an instances where the jury can make a decision in death penalties.
That's right.
Okay, but the issue, it's not a but. The issue is 95% of our cases are handled by plea. Okay, that includes the juvenile cases that were ruled unconstitutional and had to come back for a Miller hearing. Okay, so as the prosecutors say in their letter, and I'll notice that in the same paragraph, the trial judge sits in a better position than a jury in making sentencing decisions regarding juveniles. Death penalty cases are the only cases in which Mississippi requires a jury to consider and weigh enumerated factors. Miller cases, unlike death penalty cases, do not have a specific list of factors which are to be considered. Death penalty cases have decades worth of accepted instructions. And you know that when a jury gets their instructions, it's based on the law, and the law is like, here's the law, and your oath is to apply the law based on the facts. And so the judge is in the best position to make the decision as it pertains to juveniles.
My question, Senator Wiggins, still is, this is a lesser crime. This is not capital murder. It's not first degree. It's not second degree. In the state of Mississippi, if a person commits the crime of armed robbery, who is in the position to give a life sentence, the jury or the judge?
My recollection is the statute says
the jury.
If
All
the
right.
jury, no, but if the jury cannot find that, then the judge does it.
The judge does not give life for armed robbery.
No, not life. They're not going to give life. The judge isn't in that situation.
Right.
Right. They're
And
going to
so-
give something less, basically.
All right. For forcible rape, which is also a capital offense in the state of Mississippi, if you are an adult, in order for you to get life anywhere in the 82 counties in the state of Mississippi, who has to give you life, a jury or a judge? That's my question.
You're a good lawyer. The question is going to be jury.
Okay.
The point that's being made is we're dealing, those things have decades of case law to inform the jury. And right now,
understand it.
there is
One more question.
hold on. There's chaos in our court system when it comes to the juveniles.
Okay.
And if you and without, the reason the jury is allowed to make the decision on death is because, first of all, it is the most severe punishment that we give in the criminal justice system. Second of all, because of that, there are decades and decades and decades of law interpreted by the Supreme Court, including Mississippi and U.S., to guide the jurors. We are not, and here's the thing, there's going to be a point where what I call the Miller defendants cycle through the system, okay? So, and I don't know the number, but when Miller came down, there was a number, but it was a finite number of juveniles who had to have their sentences redone. Okay, that finite is going to go away because we will have cycled through them all. And so we're dealing with, and I don't know when it is, but let's say in 3 years we're in this situation, then we're not dealing with the Miller case.
Yes, sir. We actually took up a bill last year or a year before last for armed carjacking, and we made mandatory minimums because armed carjacking was a very serious offense, like it's always been, but it's also a capital offense. And some of our colleagues they were really concerned about the armed carjackings that were happening in the capital city, and that bill passed overwhelmingly. In the state of Mississippi, here's my question: if you are an adult, armed carjacking carries a life sentence. Who gives a life sentence if one is sentenced to armed carjacking in the state of Mississippi, a judge or a jury?
I don't know. I don't have the statute in front of me.
It's a jury. And so here's my question as it relates to this bill. For lesser offenses in the state of Mississippi, where an adult will receive a life sentence, a jury gives a life sentence, not one person, a judge. Why would we, if we want to treat juveniles or we recognize the U.S. Supreme Court opinion in Miller, why would we actually make the decision in the proposal before us that a judge, a single person, as opposed to 12 people, a jury, make the decision as it relates to life, as it relates to juveniles? Why would we do that?
Well, the first answer that comes to mind is because we're having to make that decision because of Miller. Thanks to the U.S. Supreme Court, the 9 justices that sit in the grand halls, they made that decision. So in terms of, which now has put us in this situation. Number 2 is we, as a body, make those decisions. I mean, the reality is there's other states that that the jury doesn't impose. I'll just put it, even in death penalty cases, the jury recommends death, but they don't impose it, okay? So I think, to use Senator Jordan's analogy, where let's just say a 13-year-old goes in and shoots up a school and kills 15 children, I think we would all agree they deserve to be put to death. However, the U.S. Supreme Court is preventing us from doing that. And the judges are in the best position to make the decision. And that's a decision for us to make. And there is chaos. And as you know, in the criminal justice system, a conviction, let me back up, a conviction has to be unanimous. One person can acquit a person of that. There are some, like Louisiana, who've decided to change the law where you have a 9-3 decision. So I would submit to you that there's already a high burden, which is a unanimous decision before you even get to the sentencing. In Louisiana, they've decided that it only takes 9 to convict on a criminal case like that. Now, we are not changing that. We're unanimous.
And Chairman Wiggins, I follow you. I want to do what our prosecutors want us to do, but for the same premise or reason that they are reducing the penalties for second-degree murder and treating juveniles differently than adults, that's the same concern that I have as it relates to, let's make sure we allow a jury, not a judge, to determine what the life sentence should be as it relates to juveniles, because if not, There are other crimes in the state of Mississippi for adults, lesser crimes, where it's required that a jury determines life. And for this, we are basically saying we want a judge and not a jury. So,
Well, that's why we have a reverse repealer in it.
would you
And
would you consider a friendly amendment?
No.
If I only change where we have judge sitting without a jury, and actually amend that language to just say jury, to make it consistent with what we do already in our law? Would you be opposed to that?
I respect your position, but no, I would not consider a friendly amendment. And in part, that's why we have a reverse repealer in the bill.
Yes, sir.
That we get it to the Senate. And, you know, if that's a decision that Chairman Filligan and the others and the conferees want to make, then it's certainly right to be discussed.
Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Mr. President, I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay, Senator Sparks, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Sparks.
I do.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This deals with the taking of a life. You've been asked a lot of questions about other crimes, but Miller specifically deals with the taking of another human life. Is that correct?
Yes.
In addition to that, the Supreme Court has ruled and it would not be carried out if a death penalty sentence was imposed on a juvenile. That's established law, correct? No matter how heinous of an example you bring up, we simply cannot do that. So now we're back to juveniles who've taken a life, who are being sentenced within the boundaries of what the law allows. Is that fair?
That is definitely fair. Yes.
Okay. My concern as it relates to Miller is that if you look on line 39, and I'm looking at the strike through, I hope that's right, it's paragraph C. This is if the court, and I understand Senator Simmons' concern about sitting without a jury, and I share that concern, but I understand you got a reverse repealer, I'm not going to go down that road. Finds that the imposition of a sentence to life imprisonment or life without eligibility is unjustified, that is only when the sentencing matrix kicks in. Is that correct?
Yes, and I assume you're talking about the Miller sentencing matrix.
Yes, that's what I'm looking to do.
Right, that's right.
So we have no sentencing guidelines currently for juveniles who've taken a life that meet the standard established by the Supreme Court in Miller.
Yes, as it's been explained to me, that the Supreme Court did not give guidance on that. They just said, here's what you look at amongst, you know, whatever. So there is no sentencing guidelines from that standpoint.
Well,
I'm
talking about first-degree murder, second-degree murder. These terms of years that y'all were discussing, that is only after you've had the Miller hearing. Because it says if the court, sitting without a jury, finds the imposition of sentence to life imprisonment or life without the eligibility of parole to be unjustified, then the court shall sentence according to these factors, or not these factors, but to these guidelines. For first-degree murder, 20 to 40, second-degree murder, 15 to 30. My question is, if a client pleads, because that appears to read after a jury's rendered a verdict, after you've been found guilty, then the court says, after conducting a Miller hearing, that we're not going to give you life without, and we're not going to give you life with. Now the judge must sentence according to these provisions. Is that correct?
Let me put it this way, and maybe we're saying the same thing. The jury has to convict.
Yes.
Okay, and then you go to the sentencing part of that.
You got a Miller hearing first.
You have let's say it's, like you said, you take a life. And then you have a Miller hearing, correct. Okay, and then, as it says, what you call the sentencing matrix, and then the judge makes that decision, correct.
Within that range. My question is, can a juvenile represented by a defense attorney plead to 15 years for second-degree murder? And that may be Senator Simmons' concern, is 15 is less than 20. So I got to go to trial to hope that I have a judge who rules I'm not life without, and will give me the minimum in the matrix. Whereas if I pled, and we all talking about judicial economy, I can't plead but to 20 is a minimum. So I think that is what the concern is. This lowered matrix that we're recognizing for juveniles appears only to apply after you've been found guilty and a judge has ruled. So I know it's got reverse repeater in it, but that's a concern, is that if the district attorneys are trying to resolve cases through pleas, this appears to be in reverse, because I could pursue to trial, be found guilty, hope the judge doesn't sentence me to life, and hope I get 15 years. So I'm just saying, I don't know that was thought out, and if I'm misunderstanding that, as this works through the system, I want to make sure we handle that. The second thing is, we don't get to the matrix if the judge, after conducting the Miller hearing, says, I find life without parole is proper. And that may be the school shooting situation. That may be where you just say, not happening. Well, as long as the judge has a hearing, looks at those factors, they can do that.
Right.
But he can also say life with the possibility.
Correct.
We have no provision in the parole statute to give parole on life with the possibility of.
Well, that's where, okay, I will disagree on that point to this degree. It, for lack of a better term, it defaults to our normal parole statute, which for violent offenses is 20 years. 20. What did I say? Is 50% or 20 years, whichever is less. So it defaults to so as an analogy, let's just say it's an aggravated assault, and you get sentenced to 20 years on an aggravated assault. Based on the parole statute, you literally have to serve half of that before you're even eligible for parole. And so that's what kicks in on that. And under the life, I'm trying not to get too complicated, even though we're probably there already, but under life, the what I call simple life, okay, I think you know, parole, you're eligible for parole when you hit 65 or 10 years, whichever is longer.
The court has ruled that that's not parole, that's early release. Therefore, we don't have a fix for someone who, after the Miller hearing, the judge says, I'm not going to give you life without. I'm going to give you life with the possibility of, and then when you go to the parole statute, there is no mechanism. So as we work through the process.
Well, yeah, I haven't read that statute, but that's how the statutes, I mean, I haven't read that case, but that's how the statutes read, is 65 or 10 years, whichever is longer.
Okay, I want to make sure that when we get done with this, we've actually fixed Miller. But if we don't have a mechanism in the parole statute for life without parole for juveniles, then we've defeated the entire purpose of this for someone who is sentenced to that. If I realize if they go to the matrix, all that's fine because none of that's life. But there is,
I understand, and there's a reverse repealer. We've worked together on stuff.
Thank you.
I'm willing to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes.
You yield, Senator Hill. Senator Hill, you recognize?
Yes.
Thank you. I would just ask, as this goes to conference, Section 2A references a juvenile offender, but I think B and C also need some clarifying language where it talks about the sentencing, to make sure that those two items also have some reference to a juvenile. I know that the beginning of the bill, it says notwithstanding, except as otherwise provided for a juvenile in subsection 2 of this section, but then the only time it references juvenile is in letter A. So I think as you go on into conference, maybe just add some clarifying language on B and C, that this is not the general public, this is only referencing a juvenile, especially for that reduction in sentencing on second-degree murder. Because I think somebody might try to interpret that it's the general population, without those clarifications in those two items.
I'm certainly all for more clarification. I read that as juvenile offender applies to all of them, but I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Senator Wiggins, I see no further questions. We need to adopt the committee.
Move adoption of the committee substitute, Mr. President.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins?
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Oh, we have an amendment, Senator. Senator Simmons, you recognize for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, the only thing this amendment does, I support our prosecutors and what they are trying to do with the complicated issue that we are dealing with in our courts with juveniles and also the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Miller. But I want to make sure we don't get in any trouble down the future as a state by treating juveniles differently than adults in the opposite direction. So in the committee sub, we made a provision where we are, for second-degree murder, reducing the penalties for juveniles. The current law is 20 to 40 years, but for juveniles, we recognize that they are different than adults, and we have reduced that penalty from 15 to 30 for second-degree murder. An issue is how do we treat juveniles as it relates to capital murder, which you can get death no longer after the Miller decision, first-degree murder where you can get life, and also second-degree murder if you don't get a term of years, 20 to 40 under current law or 15 to 30 for juveniles under the committee substitute, you still can get a life sentence for second-degree murder in Mississippi. The question is, who decides that? Who makes that decision? And I submit to you, no matter where you are in the state of Mississippi, juveniles are in a better position, and our prosecutors and we are, as just good Mississippians, when it's decided by a jury of your peers and not just by one person. And that's all the amendment does. It actually changes where we have a judge sitting without a jury, and we're changing that to just jury. So that in these very complex, complicated decisions where a person's life hangs in the balance, you want 12 people in that particular county to listen to the facts and make the decision on whether or not that person should get life, and not just one single person. That's all the committee amendment does. I'll yield to any questions.
I see no questions, Senator.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
Well, first, Senator Wiggins, and then I'll let you close.
I would ask you to vote down the amendment. First of all, there's a reverse repealer. Second of all, the jury is sacrosanct. Yes, it makes the jury makes the decision already when they look at the facts. But throughout our criminal justice system, the judge imposes the sentence. And this amendment is watering it down. And I certainly would hate to be considered in the situations we're talking about soft on crime. And I think that argument could be made. So I would ask you to vote it down.
Senator Simmons, would you like to close on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Very respectfully, the judge in all of our districts, in all of our counties, the judge pronounces the sentence, meaning the judge tells the defendant where he or she is going to receive. But what the committee sub does, it takes the jury completely out of the process. And the judge, even after the guilt phase, meaning the person has been found guilty, again, by a jury, anywhere in Mississippi, anywhere in the United States, you have a jury that determines whether or not you are guilty or not guilty. We don't let one person make that decision. There's a reason for that. All I'm asking for, after that decision has been made, at sentencing, a jury should also play a part for capital murder, first-degree murder, because we are talking about juveniles receiving a life sentence. And I'd rather for it to be a jury in Madison County, Senator Michelle, as opposed to one judge, or a jury, Senator Turner Ford, in Clay County, as opposed to just one judge. That's all the amendment does, and I ask for adoption of the amendment by roll call vote.
Senator suggested a roll call vote. 6 or more to stand, please. Sufficient number. Call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Boyd. Horn. Delano. Horn. McMahon. Suber. Voting yes or yay. Barnett. Blackman. Blunt. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Frazier. Hickman. Jackson. Jordan. Norwood. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Suber and Thomas. Voting no or nay. Barrett. Berry. Blackwell. Branning. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. England. Fillingane. Harkins. Hill. Hobson. Johnson. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Spark. Tate. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams, and Younger. Turner Ford. Who voted no? Okay. Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Turner Ford, would you like to be recognized?
I would, to the vote. I'd like to be recorded as voting aye.
Please record Senator Turner Ford as voting aye. Sir, where are you? Yeah, we didn't get very far. We got on that bill. We're going to what?
1634.
With a vote of 16 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment has failed. Senator Wiggins.
Move adoption on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests
Passage
use
on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone objects to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Here we go. Senator Blunt is no. Senator Jackson is no. Senator Norwood is no. Senator Simmons, no. Senator Blackman, no. Turner Ford, no. Senator Jordan, no. Senator Sarita Simmons, no. Senator Thomas, no. Senator Frazier, no. Senator Hill is present. And Senator Butler as no, and Senator Hickman as no, and Senator Brumfield as no. Any others? Any others to vote present? With a vote of 13 noes, the bill has passed. We'll go to the next item. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Mr. President, introduction of a resolution out of order.
Please proceed. Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Request the governor to declare a state of emergency in areas impacted by the ongoing drought and pine beetle outbreak.
Senator Parker. We're on 18, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it's not time to break for lunch, I move we pass on items 18 and 19. Go to item 20, Senate Bill 2628. Call it up, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 18 and 19 retain their place on the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2628, Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain strike all.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike all makes some changes, and I will go into those. I think it'll be easier to do that than add numerous amendments. But as you'll recall, last year we spent a good bit of time talking about the Jackson water crisis. The bill I introduced last year ultimately died, which I've come to a conclusion was a good thing. As the governor said last year, the legislature was either acting too late or acting too early regarding the crisis. And so to this date, some things have not changed. One good news is the receiver is still hard at work and making many improvements. However, there's still years of work ahead to get to the desired ideal scene. It's been reported, it's been mentioned numerous times that I am someone who lives 185 miles away from the Capitol. And so what business do I have talking about Jackson water? I want to reiterate that I have held a permanent residence here for many years. My daughter holds a permanent residence here. And every single time we have had a water shortage or lack of water, I have personally gone down to the swimming pool, filled up an igloo cooler with water, taken it up and filled up the toilets with water. And so to be continually hearing and seeing in the newspapers that I have no business as a customer of the Jackson Water Authority to be addressing this situation is at very least concerning to me. I do feel that since last year that I've learned a lot. I'm able to see many more perspectives than I was last year, and I've spoken to many more people than I did last year. I've taken every bit of that feedback from last session, and I've sought that feedback as we moved into this session. I apologize to Senator Blunt in committee. He was not aware I was going to bring the bill up. I did speak with him after and let him know that any questions he might have going forward would be welcome. But since we brought the bill up in the committee, I have spoken to the receiver, Ted Hennepin, numerous times. I have worked with him to We should have a copy of the strike all. Bob should have it. So we should have multiple copies of that. And again, I'm going to go through the changes of the bill versus the strike all, as we move along here. So, like I was saying, I've met with Jackson senators. I've met with Ted Hennepin numerous times. I've met with and seen the concerns of the Jackson Council. And so with that in mind, I'm going to kind of walk you through the bill along with the changes that we've made in the strike all that the desk is getting in front of you for those of you who need. I think my explanation will be very simple in helping you understand the bill as reported out of the committee versus the strike all. So in section 1 of the bill, like last year, we just named the utility authority the Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act, which I'm going to refer to as MCRUA. The intent of the bill is to provide that the ratepayers have access to safe, clean, and reliable water and wastewater services. This is to allow the health schools and economic development to thrive. The bill is also to address the concerns of the third-party receiver who is appointed to oversee and is running the system as we speak. The court brought wastewater under receiver's control in July of 2023. Did so to provide stable, sustainable inheritance plan for the system before the receiver's and there's also a provision from the receiver that he desires to provide stable, sustainable inheritance plans for the system before he leaves after his service. This new version provides the option to purchase the water and wastewater assets at fair market value as determined by the court. So to explain this more, when we get to the end of the receiver's term, there will be a decided amount by the receiver and the court, Judge Wingate, as to the value of the system. My understanding of how the system will be valued will be valued on the ability of the system to pay and meet its obligations and debts. Another provision of this bill is that this option to buy will only be provided if the existing system debt is paid off. As we speak, there's about $250 million or so in bond indebtedness that the system has. The intent of this would be that the receiver pays that bond indebtedness off, and then this water authority would have the ability to pledge towards a new bond issuance, and I'll discuss in a moment, to move towards solving the situation and giving the city of Jackson a dollar amount for the basic purchase of the system. It goes on to provide that DEQ will provide and work towards an interest rate of 0% with a 40-year term. In the strike all that you'll be reviewing, line 78 adjusts that language a little bit after my discussions with DEQ on this issue. They wanted to make sure they were in compliance with state and federal law to get this right. Section 3 is definition. Section 4 is the establishment clause. Establish the authority and boundaries. It establishes that the authority will be a corporate nonprofit and shall come into existence when a majority of the board members are appointed. Provides the utility authority will assume ownership, management, and control on the date of the federal court's termination of the receiver or at an earlier date as determined by the court. I did have some good talks with Senator Blackman. He suggested some concerns about the jurisdiction that we had in the bill. So in the strike all, I've made an adjustment there. The original language was that all jurisdictional issues were determined by the Chief Justice. This new language, as amended in the strike all, essentially says that the establishment, creation, and responsibilities initially will be determined by the Chief Justice. Any other incidents beyond that point shall be determined by the court of competent jurisdiction as it does in other situations. So we're trying to find a common ground there. The bill also includes that the federal funds have to be used within the service territory, which we all know is the case. After meeting with Senator Horn and the council, they had concerns about the board makeup. So the strike all in front of you changes the board initially as the bill passed the committee. We had 5 appointees coming from the governor and 4 coming from the lieutenant governor. The new strike all in front of you has a 3-3-3 system. This 9-member board We'll have one appointment from the mayor of Jackson, who will be a member of the clergy. We'll have 2 appointments from the city council. Member 2 will be an employee of a local nonprofit. Member 3 will be a local restaurant owner. 3 appointments will come from the governor. Of those 3, member 4 will be an employee of a large non-healthcare business with 200 plus employees. Member 5 will be a small business owner. Member 6 will be an at-large appointment by the governor as a ratepayer within the service area. There will be 3 appointments by the lieutenant governor, including member 7, who will be an employee of a large healthcare facility, member 8, which will be an employee of a post-secondary institution, and member 9, another at-large appointee who will be a ratepayer within the district. Initially, the members, per a recommendation from Ted Hennepin, the term limits initially, if desired, can be set by the receiver up until time that the utility authority is actually removed or moved away from the receivership. After that, the staggered appointment terms are listed in the bill. They're the typical 4-3-2-1 types of stagger that we do in many of these different boards. Each and every member of the board must be a diverse ratepayer and shall have to come before the Senate for advice and consent. A request from the council was that the board is to hold monthly meetings, and in discussion with one council member, we settled upon the fact that 4 meetings during the year should allow for public comment, and they would be held throughout the water district as the council requested in one of the resolutions they passed regarding this matter. Section 6 says the board shall consult with the court in appointing a president by January 1 of 2025, and that the state will pay those expenses initially. The president shall cooperate with the receiver until the utility district assumes ownership, management, and control. And per Ted Hennepin's request, the president will serve as the receiver's deputy in capacity, so that receiver can come alongside, so that the president can come alongside the receiver and know the process and how we can actually make this work better after receivership ends. The board will set the salary of the president. Section 7 deals with the authorities of the authority to adopt rules and regulations. There's that provision in there that I worked with last year on Senator Michelle to address the city of Ridgeland's concerns. We have that same exact language in there that limits the authority's oversight related to Ridgeland to wastewater and maintains the current agreement structure related to rates. We worked on that last year again. Section 8 is the general powers of the authority, which are making contracts, maintaining space, paying debt, and such and such. On line 603 through 612 of the strike-all, it provides that the new authority can use the words Jackson Water in the future. It also allows that they can write off and pay debt that was prior to December 22, which was when the receivership came online. Again, that was from Ted Hennepin. They must submit annual reports, submit water condition reports. The authority of the president is in Section 9. The president shall supervise, employee, attend meetings, submit budget, and employees serve at will and pleasure. Skipping ahead, most of these others are just typical situations here. Sections 17 through 29 mirror the Mississippi Gulf Coast Utility Act, and the effective date will be July 1 of 2024. And I just want to share one email. As you can imagine, or maybe not imagine, I've gotten a large number of emails, got some today. Spoke with a minister today in the Capitol who came to me and told me how important this was to him and his area that he lives in. But I want to read an email to you. And I spoke with this gentleman this morning. He's in Utah. If he wasn't in Utah for spring break, he was going to be here. But this email comes to me. I'm not going to read it in its entirety, but I'm just going to hit some highlights here. It comes from Breck Himes. It says, Senator Parker, my name is Breck Himes. I'm the developer and owner of the $125 million mixed-use development known as the District at Eastover. This is the largest single private investment of dollars in the city of Jackson in the last decade. In addition, I'm the president of the Country Club of Jackson's Homeowners Association. We are located in the city of Jackson. I wanted to tell you and thank you for your efforts at finding a long-term solution to the city's water woes. I appreciate the fact, even though you do not live in Jackson, you realize the importance of clean water and working sewer to the capital city of our state. The lack of visibility into the future of the water system in Jackson continues to be an issue in attracting businesses to locate here. I hear all the time, but what does the next 5 or 10 years look like, quote unquote? What happens when Jackson's water federal assignment ends? Thus, the lack of confidence and visibility into the future is holding us back from real progress. Please continue to work towards a long-term viable solution that businesses and residents can be confident in and invest once again in the city of Jackson with the hope that in 10 years the city will be better and stronger than today. Sincerely, Breck Himes. I just close with this to say that there have been people who have come to me and said, well, let's just wait. Let's just do this another time. And my position is that we should not wait. This is a problem we need to address now. This is something the receiver has fortunately come alongside the legislature on and has expressed an interest in getting a resolution and getting a deputy in place to fix this needed situation going forward. So that is, as always, a very long explanation, and I yield for any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Parker? Senator Hill, you recognize.
Certainly.
My question would be on the purchase of this water and wastewater system by this nonprofit utility board. Where would they, basically how much do you think that the state of Mississippi would be contributing to this purchase?
The contribution by the state of Mississippi should be zero.
Okay.
The reason for that, much like what we did with the Apollo project, is the water authority itself coming out of this receivership period with zero bond indebtedness. And again, I don't have the hard numbers yet from Ted on this, something we're working on and we're going to try to get in the future. But I'll just give a very simple example here, which is a very untrue economies of scale. But say the new authority had $1,000 a month in bill revenue that came in. There is no way that we could put a burden on that authority that would require a payment back of greater than $1,000. You would have to have a reasonable number that would allow the authority through the collection of revenue, which is, in my opinion, the really only value of the water system, is the ability of the ratepayers to make payments and to continue the system going forward. It's not the bricks and mortar. The bricks and mortar mean nothing if you don't have ratepayers who are working to pay for it. So in that situation, you could not have the authority take on an indebtedness that would oblige them to a number greater than $1,000 a month. And again, this is a very simplistic number here. But if we did find that, you know, as the receivers here, more and more of the payers come back online, or more people come into the system, it's on the city of Jackson's radar to try to get these people to pay their bills. Because as we look at this during the receivership's time, if more people are paying their bills, the value of the account goes up, which then when the receiver and the court decide on a dollar value, would entitle, you know, them for consideration for a higher dollar amount. And so that will only happen when we get to the end of the receivership period, which at the shortest period of time would probably be around 2027. But I hope I've explained it to some degree. And the utility authority, if there was a recommendation that came to them that said, okay, we want you to pay well more than what you can afford to pay, they have the option to refuse that, and the whole thing will end. And I don't think there'll be a payment to Jackson in that situation. The receivership will just put it in motion. It'll happen. There'll be no payment that goes over to the city of Jackson.
Because right now it's in the arrears. It's not a profitable endeavor.
I would say that, and there was also an article in the Clarion Ledger on February 27th that was titled Jackson Water owes $6 million in outstanding invoices, raising concerns over trust and reputation, according, it says, judge says. So we have to get the city back to paying their obligations. We have to get them to work in the system during the receivership period to build value. Because now with what we're proposing, they have a reason to build value, because the greater value they build during the receivership period, the more likely they are to have a larger potential, fiscal advantage of a conveyance at the end of the receivership period.
And to also incentivize doing something about the sewer that continues to pour in the Pearl River, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly, as
Senator
long as it's
McCon.
not one of those tricky questions like he always throws at me.
Straightforward. I have no tricks. The salary of the executive director, are we putting any type of maximum on that?
So we're not. We're having the board and receiver set something. I'm guessing. Well, I don't want to guess, but it should be something in line with what someone in a similar capacity receives. And I promise you, as we go along through our advising consent process that we'll have with the board members and their establishment of this, we'll make sure it's something that's respectful of what that position should normally receive.
And I ask that because unfortunately our boards don't always take that into account in agencies across our state. The other, I've noticed that you've taken some measures in there as far as the billing, and I appreciate that and how you've set that up. Generally, those who represent city and county water or city water associations and water associations in general, the forgiveness of the debt as far as a individual who runs up a bill, that's constitutionally not allowed. We can offset for sewer fees, but we can't forgive the debt. We're not in any way changing that with this authority, are we?
No, this would be a new entity that runs the system, and the difference would be accountability back to the ratepayers primarily, but accountability back to the Senate, through the advising consent process and through the staggered terms. And the way I see a water system is a water system collects bills and revenues from the ratepayers. Those come in, and the system pays their obligations and then reinvests any money that it has left into continuing the services and the improvements that the water district needs. And I'm not sure that over the last 30 or 40 years that has been the case for the city of Jackson.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. I guess what I'm saying is with this authority would still be subject to, just like any other authority in our state, the constitutionality of not providing a gift, which is what the forgiveness of debt is considered under that for like a water bill. We're not changing any of that, right?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McConnell.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Questions, Mr. President?
You for questions,
Certainly.
Senator Parker. Senator Norwood is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Parker, you do realize that I represent the city of Jackson. I live in the city of Jackson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have not said one word to me regarding this.
I disagree. I put a letter on your desk about 2 weeks ago that had all of the concerns after a meeting with Ted Hennepin, and laid every single one of those out. Every single one of those concerns from Ted Hennepin was addressed in the strike call you have in front of me. After I laid that letter on every single senator's who represents Jackson here, a number of you came and met with me. I don't know if you got that letter, but there's a copy of it I can get you at any time that lays out those concerns and my willingness to work with you, and also listed my office number. And I've spent 2 weeks in the office waiting on people to come by and talk to me, and have had very good meetings with many different people.
Did you lay a letter on Ted Hennepin's desk, or did you talk directly to him?
I'm sorry?
Did you lay a letter on Ted Hennepin's desk, or did you talk directly to him?
I had my committee assistant, Shelby Britt, come in here personally and set one on the desk of everyone who is within the Jackson delegation as I saw it. I think I went a little beyond that because I think maybe Senator Rhodes maybe doesn't represent that area, but I laid one on his desk, and I was very careful to make sure that everyone from the Jackson delegation got a copy of that letter.
No, I said, did you lay one on on Ted Hennifan's desk, or did you talk directly to him?
Ted Hennepin came and met with me in my office, and after that meeting, he brought back the concerns and those changes that we made in the bill. I've spoken with him or emailed with him numerous times since our committee meeting, and we have made continued changes to the bill, including changes that occurred in the last day.
So you agree that you gave more consideration to Ted Hennepin than you did the individuals from Jackson that served with you?
I spent 2 hours for one breakfast meeting with a Jackson City Council member. I spent a numerous amount of time with Senator Horn in my office talking about it. I spent time with Senator Blackman talking about it. At my desk, I spent time talking to Senator Blunt about it. So I would say that it's a mischaracterization to say I spent more time talking to Ted. He is in charge of the system. He is working hard to make sure that all of his concerns are met. And so each and every suggestion he's put in there, I have sent a copy to that and allowed him to provide feedback since our committee meeting.
Okay, I won't belabor the point because it is what it is. Let me ask you this question. Is it in fact true that the order states that once the work has been completed, that the system will return to its original owner?
That is incorrect. The third-party receiver, and I believe the position of the court, is that if we decide to do nothing, at the end of this, they will set up a future governance model, and that future governance model will be a condition of their exit from the receivership process. There is some question as to whether or not we did something, what would happen. But if we decide to take that role, I think the system will be turned over to an entity that will have no makeup or input from this body and who sits on it. And I don't think that would be good for the people who represent Jackson or for the ratepayers to have that type of exit occur.
Well, you're right. There are some questions about that. I agree. How do you decide who to recommend that would serve on the board?
So coming out of Senate last year, we had a whole different makeup last year. We had a situation where we had, I believe we had 4 appointees from the Mayor of Jackson, and we had different qualifiers through there. And right after session, there was some communication made back by the receiver that there had been a model that had been followed in Virginia in a similar situation, where in that model, all of the appointees went to the governor and lieutenant governor. So I took that to heart in the draft that I put together coming into this session. So the first draft of this, as passed out of the committee, reflected 5 appointments coming from the governor and 4 appointments coming from the lieutenant governor, with qualifiers that they be delineated in a way so that you had people like a restaurant owner, a small business owner, other people within the community of diverse makeup, so that we end up with a board of the right people across all segments of kind of different society to make the best decisions. So coming in this with the strike-all, after my discussions with Senator Horn in particular, Senator Horn had extreme reservations about the fact that the governor and lieutenant governor were going to be making all of the appointments. The Jackson Council, through a resolution they released and qualified with some concerns as well. They had concerns about that, which is why in this strike-all, I made the change per the recommendation of the third-party receiver to a 3-3-3 situation, where we have 3 coming from the local government, we have 3 coming from the governor, and 3 coming from the lieutenant governor. So those are not David Parker plans. Those are plans that come from the input of people in this room, people outside this room, with a desire to make sure that we do this the right way.
So Senator Horn concurred with the makeup that you are proposing this afternoon.
I didn't understand you.
I said Senator Horn concurred with the recommendation that you reported this morning.
I did not say that. I said Senator Horn had reservations about the board being made, only appointments being made by the governor and lieutenant governor. And I worked with him, in our discussion to try to figure a way to do that. And the way we figured, was that, that there not be so many appointments from the governor and lieutenant governor. I did not talk to him and decide with him that one would come from the mayor and two would come from the council. But I did take his thoughts about the mayor and the council having input in this into the change that I made in the board as you see in front of you now.
And you said you met with the city council or you met with a city councilman?
I met with one city councilman and I spoke with, and I read the brief from the city council as they released to the public.
So you are aware that the city council also issued a resolution opposing this, right?
Well, they opposed certain parts of it, and what I did was I tried to change that. I believe the last part of that resolution had to do with the meeting provision, and so there's a provision in here that says that this utility authority will meet monthly and quarterly will meet within the district and be open to public comment. That was a concern the council had, and that's one I tried to address. The other concern of the council was, to Senator Horn's concern, was that the makeup only include appointees from the governor and lieutenant governor. And so that change that I made in that provision was to try to, establish the input from the council, because I think they have and can make valuable selections to the board as we're going to set.
To this date, how much has the state invested in the restoration? I mean, the repairs, more or less, I guess, of the water system.
You probably could tell me a better answer than that. I think we have an opportunity from the federal government, unlike any other opportunity that I've seen any other city yet. When you have $1 billion come in here to try to repair something that was just dilapidated, I have been extremely happy with the changes that I've seen. I went through this winter and I did not have my water go off. I had one time where it got very cold and the water pressure dropped. At that moment, there was a social media situation that went out that asked everyone to fill their bathtubs and everything else with water. I think that was part of the water pressure drop. But I've seen improvements, daily as the third-party receiver has been here, and the goal is for those improvements to continue. But more importantly, when this opportunity passes and this receivership is over, we have to leave a governance in place per the orders of the third-party receiver. Now, if you would prefer, we could talk to the third-party receiver and ask them to leave, and then at the end, or just kind of go back to doing it like we were. But while they are running the system, and make no mistake right now, they are running the system right now. We are under their purview. We are under their opinions, and the opinions that I'm hearing from the third-party receiver is at the end of the receivership period, the system will not be conveyed back to the city of Jackson. It will go to another entity, and this model that I have in this bill is the model that has been suggested by the third-party receiver.
Now I asked the question, how much money has the state invested in this?
I have no idea, Senator.
Once the takeover, if you will, is...
I disagree with that word. I'm not going to use the word takeover. If you want to use the word takeover, you could say that the third-party receiver at this moment has come in and taken over the water system. That's what happened because the quality and the problems of the system were so great that the federal government decided to step in and try to repair the problem. And so if you're going to quantify this bill as being a takeover, you need to also quantify the federal government's role as being a takeover. This is about repairing a system going forward so that it can be better for the people for generations to come. It is not about me or anybody else taking anything over, and I don't want that politics drawn into this discussion.
Respectfully, Senator Parker, I said the word takeover. You didn't say it, so I'm satisfied with the word that I said. How many other cities, or how many other towns in Mississippi do we have this? Do we have similar water challenges in?
I'm not aware of any city or town in the state of Mississippi that has had the problems or the challenges that the city of Jackson has had.
Would you believe that it's about 13 that are known that we have challenges in?
Then as those challenges come along, I think any and everybody in this room should come up with solutions to try to improve those challenges.
Well, you're not going to change my mind, I'm not going to change yours, so I will just rest my case. Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Fraser, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Are you here for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Fraser is recognized for a question on the bill.
My good friend, Senator Parker, how long have we served together?
I think going on 13 years.
About 13 years. During the 13 years, have we had a chance to discuss any legislation that affects this body? Have we had sit-down discussions about legislation that really affects this body?
In committee meetings and things like that. I can't remember, really going to your office to discuss any or you coming to mine, but, I certainly am always willing to discuss and talk to you about anything affecting you or your family that's important to you.
To the best of your knowledge, have we had a sit-down, eyeball conversation about your proposal?
So as I stated to Senator Norwood, I placed a letter and an explanation on your desk about 2 weeks ago, and I've got a copy of it in my office, and it laid out the discussions that I had with the third-party receiver after the introduction of the bill, and it invited every member of the Jackson delegation to stop by or to reach out to me to talk about this. And so I got the opportunity to speak to some of our Jackson colleagues, but with busy times, I don't think that your schedule and mine maybe met at a time where we ran into each other, but I certainly did not avoid you or not have my door open to speak about this.
In my house, when I have a decision to make concerning my family, I don't send a memo to my wife. We sit down and have an eyeball discussion about this, about the problem. Have we discussed any aspect of your bill person to person?
So since I introduced the bill originally last year, I cannot recall any time where you've asked or requested a meeting with me to discuss this bill.
What I'm saying that if you're going to propose something that's going to affect my people that I represent, don't you think it's incumbent on you to have a discussion with me about that, since it's going to impact my people, not your people?
So I disagree with the your people, my people. My people is myself and my daughter, who lives in Fondren. She works over in the Supreme Court building. She went to MC Law. She's been here living for many, many years. I lived with her during the session. And so the people that I'm representing when I bring the bill are my family members who live in this Jackson system. And I feel that, when you live in an area and you have family who live in an area, you have, the need, to try to do the best things you can for them, and so, if you feel slighted that I didn't come to your office and talk about it, I will say that going forward as this bill moves along, just like I've told the other senators who've taken a chance to meet with me, my door is always open. I'm here from sunup to sundown every day. I leave out of here most days when the parking lot is empty. I pull up here most days when the parking lot is empty, other than Senator Seymour. He beats me here a number of days. But, I am and continue to be ready to meet with any and everyone about this important matter.
What county do you represent?
Sir?
What county do you represent?
I represent the state of Mississippi by serving in the Mississippi State Senate. I live in DeSoto County, and I live here in the Fondren area. This year, I'm living here 4 months out of the year.
Do you vote in DeSoto County or Hinds County?
This bill is not about where you vote. This is about people having water, and I've said this many times. If somebody moves into this water district tomorrow, they have the same rights to clean water and to clean sewer systems that anyone else has who's lived here for 40 or 50 years. And so I'm representing the people who have emailed me over and over and over and over and over asking me to continue this fight. And it is the regular citizens of Jackson who send me those emails. And I'll read you one statement. I'm going to read you something from Breck Hines' email that I wasn't going to read to this body. He says, "Shame on those who want to comment that you don't live here. I say you are doing more than they ever did to save our capital city." And those are not my words. That's from the email that I received, and I can show you other ones that say that. And so there is a need to address this problem, and if we decide not to address it, it's fine with me. I'll move on. I won't have any ill will about it. But this is an opportunity for there to be a financial amount delivered to the city of Jackson at the end of the receivership period. That amount will be established by the receiver and the court. It's not established by this body or any of the politics of this room. It's put into a neutral state where the third party is looking to come up with a dollar amount. And if we don't establish something, there is going to be a conveyance of the system to someone at the end. And at the end of that conveyance, I don't necessarily think there's going to be any monetary advantage delivered to the city of Jackson. And so I bring to this body an opportunity to move the system forward, to allow the city of Jackson at the end of the receivership to have some financial revenue that can be good for the city. Yeah, and we have to do this. We have to act on it, or we're going to have history repeat itself.
I'm reminded of the fact that we do have a water problem in DeSoto County. But if I want to address that problem in DeSoto County, will you expect me to include you in on the discussion in terms of how we plan to address that?
If you have a family member who lives in DeSoto County and you have a need or desire to address a problem that person has, I think it is perfectly fine for you to come up and address that. You're welcome in my county anytime to bring any bill that you want regarding any family member you have living there.
Bill affecting family, but DeSoto County as a whole, if I wanted to introduce legislation to address a particular problem in DeSoto County, let's say a water problem that y'all might be facing, will you expect me to include you in on the conversation in drafting a legislation?
If I saw you introduce a bill that had DeSoto County in it, I would be up at your office immediately asking you, what you would like to do, and I would work with you to partner to try to move that forward. As I look at every bill that gets introduced, and anyone that says DeSoto County or a city that I represent is something that I get attention on. And this is not a surprising bill. We spent this same time last year talking about this. This is just the extension of what we spent several hours on the floor last year talking about.
But to be clear, we've never had a discussion about this particular bill, one-on-one.
No, sir, you never came to my office and asked me to talk about it, or scheduled an appointment, or in passing asked me about it. No, sir.
We never had a discussion about this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on Senator Hill's question, is there in any way any bonding authority that the state of Mississippi would have to back to come up with the funds for this to be purchased? And is there any faith and credit that the state of Mississippi will have to give to anyone about debt that might be used? In other words, is the state of Mississippi going to be held harmless totally?
So that's the important thing that we're considering here. We are offering a solution here that gives the utility authority the possibility of getting a 0% loan at a time where you cannot get anything less than a 7% loan, and repaying that over time, as provided that the authority can pay the debt on it. In regards to the bond would go to the authority, but the state is backing them in the sense that we're negotiating the deal for them to get them the better terms, which in turn gets more money to the city of Jackson. But there's nothing in here that says that should the utility authority default on their debt that they would incur as a result of this bonding authority, that the state would pay it back. I hope that answers your question.
So the bond would be issued by the state of Mississippi?
The state would be acting as an agent through DEQ and the water systems to secure the financing of that, much like we did with Apollo, but at the same time, the state would not be paying any of that revenue back.
Okay. And I think I heard you say in your explanation that the first expenses of the authority would be handled by the state of Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yes, during the receivership period, so the board is a non-paid board, so the only significant expense that we will incur is the salary of the president, and so we would set aside, and we would pay that, as a state. That is an amount that the state would pay, because the utility authority will not have the ability to make any collections until the end of the receivership period. And so that is the one thing the state would be on the hook for, would be the payment of the deputy to the receiver, or the president of the authority's salary, until such time that the receivership ends.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Senator Pope. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Question, are you here for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Seymour is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under this bill, will the city still have a public works department?
Yes, they will do, they'll have the other things that they do. This will just be managing the utility authority as far as the sewage and the water needs.
Well, where is the president's going to be as far as the permitting of the water and sewer with the city, with this new utility authority? When it comes to the health department and DEQ, are they going to what I'm getting at is, are we going to have a redundance of services, that projects are going to be on top of one another, and instead of being cost efficient, it's going to be extremely expensive?
Within the service area, the utility authority will be the principal agent that's conveying water and sewer needs.
There's wording in this to give them sole authority?
It does.
Of permitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brumfield, for what purpose?
For a question, Mr. President.
yield for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator Brumfield, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is about improving the state of Mississippi as a whole. Is that correct?
That's my intent with this. And, as the previous chair of economic development, I've also talked to Mr. Hines, who I referenced earlier, as somebody who invested a large amount of money into the city. I'm hopeful that by the creation of this authority, we can attract some new and better investments into the city of Jackson, because I think this opportunity that we have with the restoration of water here is an opportunity for Jackson to excel. I've seen it change in my years of service, and I'm not of the opinion that the worst days are ahead. I think with some of the things we've seen with projects and things in the area, that we have an opportunity for better days to be ahead, if we can just work together to, get to that common goal.
So the goal of this is genuine concern about the water and the waste system.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Norwood made reference to the fact that There are 13 other cities with similar problems. If we are awarded this particular funding, would there be something in this bill that will earmark monies for those others who are suffering as well?
So this bill is simply about the governance of the system after the federal money that's already been awarded has all been used. And like we talked last year, every single dollar from the federal government will be used within the service district, as provided by the federal court decree. So this is not about dollars being issued or awarded. This is about what happens after the billion, with a B, $1 billion that came into Jackson to fix this problem have been utilized, and then we look for governance to take place beyond that receivership period.
Okay, but if there is a surplus, just hypothetically speaking, that surplus, can that surplus be used for the remainder of the cities who are suffering with similar issues?
It cannot, because it was not part of the federal decree. So the federal court and Judge Wingate are the ones who are running the distribution of the funds, and those are limited to the declared disaster area as it was, and have to be used within that area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Are you for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker, for your work on this. Do you know who Dr. Hunter McClendon is?
Your son.
Yes, sir. Do you realize that he has spent the last 13 of his years in Jackson, Mississippi, 4 years at Millsaps, 4 years at UMC, 4 years residency, and now took a job in Jackson?
I'm glad that he's done that, and I appreciate the fact that he has stayed in this system during the time I think he's been through the same challenges that there are many of us in this room who've had loved ones or children who have spent many years recently living in Jackson.
I'm sorry the TV cameras aren't on right now because they like the controversy, but I'm going to be a proud granddaddy in June. And he has given 13 of his years of his life. He's 31 years old. 2 of those were in Hawaii, 13 here, so that's 15, so 16 in DeSoto County. So he's almost here in Jackson as much as he was in DeSoto County. And he is contemplating moving because of this situation. He lives at 1206 Monroe in Belhaven. We've seen a car fall through the street because of busted water pipes. We've had numerous counters with water, boil water alerts, all of that. For the first 10 months that he bought a house 4 years ago, we kept calling the city of Jackson, can you send us a water bill? Excuse me, could you send us a water bill? We finally got the city council person a hold of her. Could you send us a water bill? It took Senator Horn to get somebody to send us a water bill. 10 months later.
Right, and I'll share too that I'm aware of a large apartment complex that was built in the Jackson area that had the owner was setting aside an amount each month that he believed would be the water bill portion of what was required for this large investment. And at the end of, I believe, 2 years, he had a little over $2 million set aside for all of these units and had not received a bill. Fortunately for this gentleman, or fortunately for the system, he set the money aside and realized that there was going to be, a challenge in the future, but that's the challenge, is that, we just do not have either the system or the structure to manage such an important system, because this system is important to people in so many ways. I know when the water is out in this capital that it's a hardship on the staff here. It's a hardship on the representatives. It's a hardship on everyone to have to go to a porta potty or other situation. And I do not want to see that happen again in the near future or for generations ahead.
It is a health crisis as well as causing an economic crisis here in Jackson. Again, he wants to stay here, but with the issues that just continue to pile up.
Right. And he has, and to your point, he has a choice. So when I got here in January, another senator and I went looking for some real estate to buy in a different dwelling for my daughter and perhaps me to share. And I spent all of that time riding around certain areas within the Jackson water system because that's an area that my daughter likes. It sounds like an area that your son likes. I know it's an area that other senators in here have children that like, but let's be clear here. If there is a question as to whether or not the water is going to be stable going forward, there are going to be people who leave. Some of these people may be investors. Some of them are just regular people. And every time someone leaves, it's over an opportunity that we maybe did not take advantage of to encourage them to stay. And in a nutshell, I see this bill as an encouragement to make the system better going forward so that we can keep the people in Jackson and grow the economic and other abilities of the city going forward.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your work
you.
on this, and I will be voting yay.
Thank you, Senator McClendon and Senator Parker. Seeing no further questions, we're ready on your motion. So we got a substitute, I believe.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Strike all. Move adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
No further questions. I move passage by the use of the morning roll call.
One moment. Senator Norwood, did you want to speak on the bill, sir? You're recognized to speak on the bill, Senator Norwood. One moment, please, Senate.
Certainly, lunch is upon us, and I won't be long. But contrary to what has been said, I lived in Jackson 53 years. 3 of those years were a student at Jackson State University. I represent Jackson State University. I am fully aware of the water challenges that we have here in this city. Do I like it? No, I do not. Is there more that the state could have done to help the city? Yes, it is. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. We are where we are. And if it had not been for Congressman Thompson and the federal government stepping in, we would probably be where we were some few years ago. And to the question, I have a niece. Yes, she and her family lives in DeSoto County. And she did send me a copy of an article regarding some challenges that are there in DeSoto County. Do I know the details of that? No, I do not. Am I interested in getting involved in the saga there in DeSoto County? No, I am not. It's not about this takeover that we're talking about. It's not about us not wanting, residing here in the city of Jackson. It's not about us not wanting better, but it's about the process. It's about common courtesy. It's about working together. You know, we talk about 13 towns, 13 cities and 13 towns that potentially have the same challenges that we have here. And I just say to my colleagues, and I'm not asking you to vote with me. and you vote as you wish to do. And as Senator Parker said, it was politics. Everything that we do in here is politics. It is all political. I understand that. I respect that. But I just say to you, it's the city of Jackson today. It could very well be the city of Metcalf tomorrow. It could very well be the city of Gulfport tomorrow. We don't know where it's going to be. So as you cast this vote, I just hope that you understand and realize that it's our time today. And I'm going to give you more courtesy and more respect when it comes to coming into your area and trying to make any life-changing laws or decision that would be near and dear to your heart. So I just say, you know, I'm not asking you to vote with me. I'm not asking you to, because it's been already been established, and I'm sure that it's going to remain the same. But at the end of the day, I just hope that we as a body can respect others that represent areas who at least have a conversation. And you, who knows, we may be on the same page. But if we don't talk about it, you don't know that. And Ted Hennepin does not represent the city of Jackson. Ted Hennepin does not represent Senate District 28. When he came into Senate District 28, the question that we asked him, he couldn't answer those questions. He couldn't answer those questions. So I just say, at the end of the day, you know, you vote your conscience, vote your heart, and at the end of the day, may God bless you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Frazier, you want to speak on the bill? Yes. You're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, my colleagues. I agree with my colleague from Hinds County. It's about the process and also about a matter of respect. In this body, we try to work together. We try to address problems, but working together. We don't try to exclude members from the process. We try to include them to make sure that we address those concerns going forward with a united front. I'm reminded of a farmer. His wife went to the grocery store and brought home a rat trap. Well, the rat was very concerned that the farmer's wife brought a rat trap home. So the rat went out to the field, talked to the chicken. He said that the farmer's wife bought a rat trap. So the chicken said, why should I be concerned about that? That doesn't bother me at all. Well, he went to the pig and said that the farmer's wife went to the store and bought a rat trap. So the pig said, that doesn't concern me. Why should I be concerned about that at all? And then the rat went to the cow, said the farmer's wife went and bought a rat trap. And so the cow said, why should that concern me? That's your problem. Well, the rat went back home, and the farmer's wife set that trap out that night. And she heard it go off during the middle of the night. So she walked downstairs hoping to have gotten the rat. But instead it was a rattlesnake, and it bit her, and she got sick. So the farmer called the doctor to see after his wife. And he said that it's going to take a while for your wife to get better because she was bitten by the snake, and it's going to take a lot of patience to get her well. Well, anyway, the farmer said, well, I know what we could do to make her well. My mom always told me that chicken soup was the best cure for anything. So we went outside and got the chicken and killed the chicken and made that chicken soup. Well, she didn't get better. She got worse. So folks started visiting with her, trying to encourage the family. Well, the farmer, being the person he was, wanted to feed them while they were there. So he went outside and killed the pig so they could have meat to feed their neighbors who came to see about them. Well, that didn't help. The lady died. They had the funeral, but at the repast, they had to serve food. So the farmer went out and killed the cow so they could have meat at the repast. Although the rat trap didn't concern the pig, the chicken, or the cow, at the end of the day, it bothered all of them. But I'm saying today, although Jackson is the subject of conversation today, it might be you tomorrow. Some might look at this as being an overreach on the part of the government. Some might look at this being a problem that should be addressed by the government. But the bottom line is that if we're going to address a problem in this body, we have to respect all members and bring in their perspectives. Make sure that we have a united front going forward, because everyone has something to offer in this body. They should not be disregarded. They should be included in the process. But I ask you to look at what we're doing today. The process that this bill came about stinks. It stinks. I think that if we're going to propose legislation and work on legislation, we must work on it together as colleagues, because we have one goal in mind: to make Mississippi a better place for everyone. But in order to do that, we have to have respect for everyone going forward and making sure that we do the right thing to elevate the state as opposed to moving the state backwards. So I ask you to vote your conscience on this. I know I'm voting, and I look forward to voting with you on other measures going forward.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. Senator Parker, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly, as always, respect my colleagues, Senator Norwood, Senator Frazier. They do a fantastic job representing their area. In comment, I think the one thing that I've kind of come to learn about Mr. Hennepin during my short time of meeting him is that he is 100% concerned about the ratepayers and the people who suffered through the crisis at the lowest level. And years ago, somebody told me that in education, if you think about the student first, you'll always make the right decision. If you get caught up in the other levels of government, sometimes you get confused. And so I look forward to continuing meetings. As I've stated, I've met with Mayor Lumumba. I've met with a councilman. I have met with Ted Hennepin. I have met with private citizens. I have talked to people on the phone. I've met with senators in here, and my door is still open. This bill will be moving through the process. My office number is 213. My committee assistant is Shelby. Shelby makes all of my appointments for me, and she will tomorrow make you an appointment if any or every one of you would like to come in and meet with me. And I will pledge to you I will continue to keep my door open as this moves along, because at the end of the day, this is about making this city better and having this city be what we need for generations to come. So with that, I think we've already made the motion to adopt the strike-all, so my motion would be passage of the strike-all by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Horn, voting yes or yea: Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay: Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas. Voting present: Turner Ford. Branning, okay, 35-14. Senator Branning.
Senator Branning?
To the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Like to be listed as not voting, please.
She didn't say anything, so she's not voting. Yes, ma'am. Same thing. Passes.
Bill passes 35 yeas and 14 nays. Senator Polk, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. Senator Carter, pass. Senator Michelle, pass 22. Senator Wiggins, pass 23 and 24. Senator England, we're on 25, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 25 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2422, election disputes, specify judges with jurisdiction to hear.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply states that the list of judges hearing election day disputes must be provided within no later than 7 days prior to an election. What this will prevent is maybe at even 11 p.m. or later on election day when disputes arise and the judges need to be known so that a decision can be made. That list will be available prior to that point. And I do have an amendment to this at the proper time.
Okay, proper time.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you'll see on the board, if you'll look with me, and I don't have a copy, so I'm going to look at the board with everyone as well. What we're doing is removing from lines 11 to 12 chancery clerks and circuit clerks so that the list is only published to the Secretary of State's office. I talked with our Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and with the Secretary of State's office, and what this does is it only gives the list to the Secretary of State. There was some concern about, of course, if the list was published and a lot of people had the list, there might be some earwigging going on with judges surrounding campaigns. So the list is only going to be available at the Secretary of State's office, and they can be called to get that information. Also, we're clarifying, I think this is also available in other parts of the code. This just clarifies that election disputes are to only be filed in circuit clerk, with your circuit court, I'm sorry, as opposed to chancery courts. That way we don't run into an issue where we have two competing courts. If a election dispute was filed with circuit court and with chancery court, they're only supposed to be filed with chancery court. So that's what the amendment does. I'm happy to take any questions on the amendment, if there are any.
There are. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Do you have a question? Are you for a question,
I
Senator?
do yield, yes.
Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Chairman. So currently, election contests can be filed in which courts?
It's my understanding, and I would have to check with counsel to double. Yes, they're only to be filed in circuit courts at this time. However, we did have an instance this last election where one was filed in chancery court as well, so there were competing courts. So we're just putting that here where the judges, where this code addresses election disputes, that they can only be filed in circuit court. So again, that's already current law.
And so what is it about this list of judges?
Okay, so the Supreme Court is required to, or the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is required to provide a list of 7 judges that are chosen by the Supreme Court to hear election disputes. Now, it's not a panel of judges. It would be, these judges are from different areas of the state, and that is who hears the election dispute. That's been the law. What this law provides is that list must be made available no later than 7 days prior to the election day. So what we are avoiding here is if on election day an election dispute arises, the Secretary of State's office having to run around and figure out who your list of judges are and where to get a judge to hear a dispute so that we can have them heard quickly and know who we're dealing with.
And so you're saying that the list would have to be published?
It's not published. It's going to be provided to the Secretary of State's office under this amendment. The amendment takes out on lines, let me flip the bill over here. It's lines 11 to 12, where it says the list shall be provided to the Secretary of State, chancery clerks, and circuit clerks. This just says that the list shall be provided to the Secretary of State. Now, if an election dispute arises, the purpose of that is that the circuit clerks and the chancery clerks can then call the Secretary of State to get that list and to find out who the judge would be. But there was some concern that if enough people, if everyone has the list of judges, those judges are going to be getting phone calls Again, I don't know if everybody that's not a lawyer understands that the earwigging that occurs if you know who a judge is going to be to hear a case, then they may be getting calls to try to sway a decision one way or the other.
And so we don't want the chancery clerks or the circuit clerks to have the list?
They can get the list. This bill just doesn't require that they be provided the list within 7 days of the election. They can get the list by calling the Secretary of State's office.
So why is as the bill is drafted, it requires the list to be distributed to the chancery clerks and the circuit clerks?
That's right. As drafted, that's, and again, this is after speaking with both the Chief Justice and the Secretary of State on this and the concerns about, again, having this list of judges being provided to so many people. And I think that was one of the reasons why it wasn't being provided soon or earlier than 7 days now without us putting this into the code is because of a concern. If the judges are known, then those judges are going to be getting phone calls and hearing from maybe hearing from candidates or others early about things going on. And we don't want that happening until a dispute is filed and the judge is then assigned to officially hear the dispute without having to hear about it ahead of time, not in a court of law and not on the record.
But wouldn't a judge be able to say, if someone approaches him or her, I cannot discuss this?
I'm sure they could, but this just is just another step to kind of prevent that from happening.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were you a
President.
senator?
I do, yes.
Senator Hickman is represented for question.
Senator England, I think I understand what's going on here, but if you could just explain to me what's the normal law about when this is reported to whomever and what happens in the process?
So the law as it exists now does not have a time frame. So the list of judges is still provided by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. There's just not a time frame on it. So if you get to Election Day and say a dispute arises at 6:45 p.m., and you can't get in touch with maybe the Chief Justice or the Secretary of State's office or Circuit Clerk's office, whoever's looking to try to get in touch with that individual to identify those judges, if they're out, if their phone is not available, if they're not available to be had, this will prevent that from happening. So there won't be any running around to determine where that list of judges would be.
So I'm guessing, from what I'm hearing, the issue is that maybe because there's no timeline, I mean, I'm guessing for the upcoming election or the election today, even, they could have issued this list of judges 2 months ago, or they could have not issued it at all. Is that the...
That's right. I mean, there's no requirement. Under current law, there's no requirement that this be provided
to anyone
within any point in time. I would say it's, I mean, I assume it's required once a dispute arises, but before then, there's no requirement that this list of judges be provided at any point in time ahead of Election Day or ahead of any dispute being filed.
So, and I guess my question is, and I think some of your discussion was the reason why we have this 7-day and only going to the Secretary of State's office is to cut down on some of these things. Was there any thought provided that we would just make sure that the Supreme Court Justice has the list 7 days prior, and maybe he releases that to all of the circuit clerks and to the Secretary of State's office at 7 a.m. when the polls open up? Wouldn't that still carry out the same mission?
Well, there's been some discussion of it, but I think having the 7 days just allows the time that was requested for this to go on. I'm guessing the 7 a.m. with the individuals that I spoke with, or any time less than 7 days prior, was not doable, or at least not requested.
I mean, I get what you're doing here, but I think a tighter thing would have been to just have them, the judges know 7 days ahead of time and don't release it to anybody until the morning of election at 7 a.m. And that way, if a dispute arises, these judges are already on notice. Everybody knows who to call at that point, and then we have it taken care of. But thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for your question. And I would say I think that maybe by having them listed 7 days ahead of time, you obviously the judges are going to know and know that they're supposed to be, essentially on call to potentially hear an elections dispute, but also maybe the Secretary of State can let them know, hey, we've got Election Day coming up, in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, so just to make sure that they're available. But thank you for your question. I think it's a good question.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hickman, I support the bill that came out of committee, and I think I understand I hope I understand what you're trying to do with the first part of your amendment to just clarify that these judges can only be circuit court judges. Although
That's correct.
I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Senator Blunt, while you were forming your question.
I think that the bill requires them to be circuit court. The amendment requires them to be circuit court judges to hear election day disputes.
That's correct. Circuit courts, an election day dispute can only be heard in circuit court. Okay. Is what the second part of the amendment does. The first part of the amendment, again, just says that this is to be provided to the Secretary of State's office. It's not provided to the Secretary of State's office, Circuit Clerk's office, and Chancery Clerk's offices.
Because right now, under 951, it can be heard by a circuit court judge or a chancellor, and we're going to limit it now to circuit court judges. Is that the intent?
It's my understanding after speaking with counsel that only circuit court judges were allowed under other statute to hear election day disputes. So it was already, I guess circuit courts already have, it's my understanding that subject matter jurisdiction is already with circuit courts, but I'm happy to check with counsel on that, and I believe maybe she's looking at it now for us.
And I think it's important that we understand the distinction between an election day contest, and although the amendment doesn't say election day dispute, earlier the bill says election day dispute in that same section. It says it a couple of times. Mm-hmm. So an election dispute under the amendment would be, it's not a contest where you're fighting about who won the election. It's what would be an example of an election day dispute?
I think an example would be if a candidate or a party was maybe wanted to extend an election day, say if enough ballots weren't provided, what do you do in that instance? And so you would maybe get a judge to say, you would request a judge to extend voting hours maybe from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. or something along those lines. That would be an election day dispute. Okay.
And again, that happened in Hinds County last year, and I don't have a problem with that. I think as I understand the intent as it was presented in committee, all candidates in both parties want to know, okay, what judge have I got to watch for an order from? And because I think there was some confusion. I know there was some confusion in Hinds County last year when a chancery judge extended the polling time for an hour.
That's right. That's right. And I think this happened in other parts of the state as well, but that was obviously the one that got the most attention. Right. And we just don't want that happening again where we have election day disputes arising and more than one judge maybe making a decision on a dispute. So we just want to make sure that this list of judges is provided so we know who to get the dispute to and get a decision on as quickly as possible, particularly in that instance where we may need polls open a little longer if there's not ballots available.
And it doesn't say day in the amendment, but I think if you look at the rest of the bill, it seems to me that it's clear that what is meant is just disputes regarding election day and not election contests. Is that right?
Yes, and I do see that on line 7 to 8 where it says election disputes, and that's obviously current language there. And then, of course, on line 9 it says available on election day to immediately hear and resolve any election day disputes. So are you wondering if we may need to add election day on line 7? Is that what we're...
Well, I think when I first saw the amendment, I was confused about that, but I think having read the existing law, I think it's clear. Okay. So I'm okay with that.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Blunt. And I will say, since you mentioned in committee, and of course we did pass this out of committee without the amendment. I've since talked with both Chief Justice and the Secretary of State, and they were aware of this issue. And I think with this amendment, it makes the intent of the bill more clear and better.
Okay.
But I do appreciate your questions, and I wish we did have this at the time of the committee meeting, which is always my intent, is to put that before the committee before doing it on the floor.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for motion, sir.
Motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move, if there are no other questions, my motion is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Chairman's request for use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 26, Senator England.
Ask to pass and retain, Mr. President.
Pass and retain. Senator Younger. Senator Younger. Senator Younger. Pass and retain. Senator Parker. We're on 28, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 28, Senate Bill 2302. Call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 2302, state agencies notify legislature of proposed rule adoption.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is currently there's a rule that an agency will give notice of any action to be properly filed with the Secretary of State for publication in the administrative bulletin. This bill simply provides that a copy of that notice also be emailed to members of the legislature at the same time the Secretary of State is making that publication. That's a brief explanation of the bill. Yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Jackson, for what purpose?
Introduction at the appropriate time.
One moment, please. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Parker, should they fail, what are the consequences?
There's no consequence in the bill.
So they can do it or not do it?
If they did, I think we would ask them why they're not doing it, and there's no remedy or anything. It's just a notification to us for the ones in here who want to receive those notifications that they do that. I would certainly, if you became aware that you were not receiving notice, I would simply let someone in this body or the Secretary of State know that. But there's nothing that. It's just a transparency of information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question.
You for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, would you consider it to be a friendly amendment to add this Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act to this bill to provide its regulations?
As I say, anyone can offer any amendment. I don't think that's the purpose of the bill, but you certainly, as a member of this legislature, are able to offer any and every amendment you feel is appropriate.
I would like to be recognized to offer one at the appropriate time, but I'm also reflecting on the discussion that took place in committee, and I think what was proposed is that anytime an agency proposes regulations or to change its regulations, the bill as it was drafted wanted all of those regulations sent to us by email is what I thought it was originally, but I can't remember if it's been changed or not.
That's it. It hadn't changed. We're still on the bill as passed.
So I would like to be recognized to make an amendment.
It is appropriate time, Senator. We'll wait on your amendment. Any other questions? Okay, Senator Jackson, you are recognized for your announcement, sir, or introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in the West Gallery, we have two supervisors from Tunica County. We have Pastor McKinley Daly and Henry Nixon. If they can stand so we can make them welcome, please. Thank you.
Senator Turnford, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. All the amendment does is adds the Mississippi Capital Region Utility Authority to the list of agencies that should produce its rules for review by the legislature. I think they still have the authority to act as originally designated in the bill. This would just offer a layer of transparency. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Parker, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
So if I understand the amendment, the bill as presented deals with state agencies reporting. CCID, I believe, is a political subdivision. I understand the way the amendment was written, but I would have hesitation to support the amendment, but I'm not going to say I'm necessarily against the amendment. So I'm going to let the will of the body just kind of prevail on this, but I do have some concerns.
Senator Turnford, we're ready. Seeing no questions, we're ready for your motion, ma'am.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker, you recognized on the bill.
Move passage of Senate Bill 2302 as amended by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. According to the morning roll call, and we go to 29, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2406 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2406, Mississippi Public Records Act exempts certain private information of persons conducting against state operations.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parker.
I'd like to recognize Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2406 deals with Mississippi Public Records Act, and what it does is it would exempt the personal information, and I highlight and emphasize personal home address, privately paid telephone numbers, or other personal information of the following individuals. That's law enforcement officers, criminal investigators, judges, district attorneys, or their spouse or children. In order to accomplish this, the individual, the judge, police officer, district attorney, could go to the public body which held such information, whether it was the circuit clerk's office, the city clerk's office, the chancery clerk's office, and ask that the personal phone number, the personal address, or other private information be redacted. This would not have any effect on any transcripts which were made in the operation of court. That's a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Mr. President, at this time, I'd ask for passage by the morning roll.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. By use of the morning roll call.
Thank you.
We'll go to item 30, Senator Parker.
Yes, Mr. President, I pass on 30, 31, have them retain their place on calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pope. Senate, we're on 32. 30 and 31 retain their place on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 32 as the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2544, Public Deposit Bidding Conform Processes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain.
Committee substitute, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
In this bill, right now, counties and cities can only agree to 2-year deposits of their county and city funds. This bill will make it to where now they could go to 4 years. Doing it every 2 years is a bit cumbersome, as we would probably all know. So this bill only moves that to up to 4 years. They don't have to do it for 4, but they will have up to 4. And that is on line 14, section 1, gives the counties that authority. And then in section 2, line 65, gives the cities and towns that authority. If there are no questions, I'd like to move the passage of committee substitute.
Questions on the committee substitute? Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question?
Are you here for a question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think it would be prudent to limit or restrict the designation during the last year of a term, election cycle?
Say that again, Senator.
Do you think it would be prudent to prohibit these boards from designating a depository for 4 years during the last year of their term? And the reason I'm asking is if there is no restriction, a board which is at the end of its term can designate a depository, which would basically prohibit the incoming board from designating a depository for 4 years.
I see your point, but I think for the ability to be able to make it less cumbersome, that we did not consider that. But if you wanted to make an amendment to that point, I'd be welcome to give it.
I'd like to be recognized to make an amendment.
Thank you, Senator. If you'd make your amendment at time is appropriate. Any questions? Okay, while the senator is doing that, we need to adopt a committee substitute, and then we'll adopt the amendment, we'll argue the amendment, Senator. So we're ready on the motion on the committee substitute.
Move we accept the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're waiting on amendment. Okay, Senator Turner Ford is recognized, and we're on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment would basically prohibit a board from designating a depository for 4 years during the last year of their term. The primary reason for doing that is to allow an incoming board to have some latitude to make a decision regarding the depository it wishes to use. And I move adoption of the amendment. I yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Polk, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I can't read the amendment on the board exactly, but I think there's good intention behind that if it's clear of what we're doing.
Okay, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Senator, we're on the bill.
I request use of morning roll call for final passage.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Bishop records voting no. Present? McMahon, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 33, sir. Senator Polk?
33 and 34, pass, retain its place.
33 and 34, thank you, Senator Polk. Retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Thompson? We're on 35, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item number 35 retain its place on the calendar and that we call up item 36 and have the title read.
35 retains its place on the calendar. 36, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2648, Mississippi Department of Marine Resources authorize oyster lease reconfiguration and make technical amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year we passed Senate Bill 2544, which authorized the Department of Marine Resources to lease out certain permitted areas of oyster bottoms to private individuals for the propagation and cultivation of oysters. The department rolled out the oyster bottom lease program over the summer. There were a few snafus in that process and in the lease application evaluation process. This bill is an effort to correct those issues, and so the department can roll the oyster bottom lease program out going forward. The bulk of the bill is on lines 125 and down through 150. Those allow the department to prioritize applicants based on their level of experience in oyster cultivation and financial stability. It allows the department to determine acreage, to alter the lease application, to explain, unlike maybe similar to some farmland, the lease areas or the areas that are available to be leased are not perfectly square or rectangular. So if the applicant makes an application and it doesn't take up the majority of the permitted area, the department can modify that in order to maximize the lease of the permitted area. And it allows for inexperienced applicants to be awarded leases provided they are financially capable and able to perform under the leases. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If there are none, I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none. Passes by use of morning roll call. Item 37.
Pass and retain.
Pass and retain item 37. Senator Chasnow. Pass and retain 38. Senator Simmons, D. Pass. Pass and retain Senator Branning. Pass and retain 40 and 41. (42) is pass and retain. Senator Suber. Pass and retain 43 to 45. Senator Barrett. Pass and retain 46. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain 47 through 52. Senator Bryan, pass and retain. Senator Bryan, we were on item 47, sir, and you have items 47 through 52, sir.
I go to item 47 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2145, Defending Affordable Prescription Drug Cost Act, an act to prohibit discriminating against 340B drug discount program entities.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I would ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good bill supported by many of our hospitals. In fact, pretty much all of our community hospitals and what it does, including our health centers as well. What it does is focuses on 340B entities. Those entities are community hospitals labeled as such on a federal designation, and prevents PBMs and other payers from discriminating against reimbursement rates towards our hospitals. This will help those our hospitals to the tunes of somewhere millions and millions and millions of dollars in savings. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing Senator Turner for what purpose, ma'am?
Question?
You here for a question, Senator? Senator Ford, you're
Yes,
recognized.
but she can offer an amendment.
Trust me, I won't. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is, this bill is directed or proposes to direct the actions of the health insurer?
This bill is to benefit and does benefit our community hospitals throughout the state, and hospitals such as Northeast Mississippi, Memorial, Singing River Hospital, UMMC, our community health centers. And so they are benefiting from it, they support it, and it is preventing our payers of drugs and PBMs from discriminating on the price that has been set through the federal 340B program.
So when we pass a bill, it tells someone, some entity, that it must or must not do something.
Yes, generally speaking.
And so this bill governs the action of which entity?
Okay, if you look at line in section 341, I'm starting at 41, it governs a health insurance issuer, pharmacy benefit manager, other third-party payer, or its agent. That's who it governs.
And are we, with the language in this bill, are we telling or directing health insurers that they cannot reimburse for more than what a 340B entity would receive?
No, it's discriminatory, so it would be negative to that, if I understand your question. I mean, so what the 340B program does, which was set up in 1992 by the federal government, it just allows the community hospitals to receive important and your most expensive drugs at basically a discount, a wholesale discount price. And they are able to get those at that price, and the insurers who are reimbursing for dispensing of those things cannot discriminate against that price. In other words, cannot reimburse them at a lower price.
So a 340B entity is an underserved hospital
Yes.
or facility?
In general terms, yes, that's correct.
And a 340B medication, because there are drugs that have a 340B designation, is that correct?
There are, that's right.
And so the bill says that it cannot impose any terms or conditions on any 340B entity with respect to the fees, dispensing fees, and restrictions or requirements regarding participation in a standard or preferred pharmacy network. And so I'm really having difficulty understanding what this bill has been drafted to do.
What has been what?
Drafted to do.
It's been drafted for lack of a better term, to protect the 340B status of our community hospitals. So a version of this bill has passed in approximately 30 other states. This bill that's before you is similar to Louisiana. And in short, What has happened is that on a state-by-state basis, there have been attempts to eradicate the 340B benefits to our hospitals. And what this bill is doing is preventing that eradication by those entities, the insurers, PBMs, and so forth.
And so you said in your previous comments, you said that North Mississippi is benefiting from this program.
Mm-hmm. Along with all of our other major community hospitals, and the reason they benefit from a number of ways, but one of them is they treat the most uninsured, uncompensated care. And so what they are able to do with this program is take the savings and help, honestly, keep their doors open. And our hospitals, as we all know, have been in certain dire straits, and this is why they've come out in support, well, not in support, they've asked for this bill.
And is there any possibility that a facility that is not a 340B facility, because that is possible, right? A facility that doesn't necessarily have to be a 340B.
That's right, but understand that the 340B designation is by federal law. So a facility will not qualify under federal law as a 340B facility. And to put another way, if you look at line 21, where the definition of 340B entity is, it means one participating in that program pursuant to 42 U.S. Code 256B.
And so if the 340B designation comes from the federal government, how can a health insurer discriminate against a facility that is not a 340B facility?
Well,
under this bill.
That's the point, is this is only applying to the benefit of 340B entities.
And no one else.
And no one else.
And so
That's correct.
So in order for a facility to be regarded as a 340B and receive the benefits that a 340B would receive, that they must have that designation from the federal government.
100% correct.
And no one else is protected by this bill, no other entity.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Any other questions? Okay, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to the recently passed Bill 2145.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Bryan.
I would ask that we pass the remaining public health items on the calendar and let them retain their place.
48 to 52 retains its place upon the calendar. Williams, Senator Bart Williams. Senator Williams is item 53, Senate.
Mr. President, I would like to call up item number 53, Senate Bill number 2703, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2703, Cybersecurity, requires state agencies to report ransomware incidents and prohibit agencies from paying ransoms.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're ready.
I move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill, and I'll be allowed to explain.
You're allowed to explain. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you may be aware, last year we passed a bill that would allow all state agencies to report ransomware attacks to MITS. What we're inserting in this bill is simply the statement that we will not be paying ransomware. It's kind of like the adjunct if we don't negotiate with terrorists. I'd yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing now, we're on the committee substitutes first, Senator.
I also have an amendment, Mr. President, to the committee sub, and I'd like to explain that.
Okay, first adopt the committee sub, please, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the amendment. It's on the screen. Just one second. There it is. It's on the screen, Senator.
Simply put, it's clarifying language. What we on the committee sub, we're removing the words "or otherwise comply with." We want to make it very certain that we're not going to negotiate with ransomware attackers, but at the same time, if they're told to not tell anyone, we want to make sure that people will report this as the bill requests.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
I move passage of the committee sub as amended by use of the morning roll call,
We
Mr.
got to
President.
adopt the amendment first, sir.
I'm sorry, I move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, we're on the bill as amended.
I move for passage of the committee sub as amended by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Williams. And we go to Senator Johnson. We're on 54, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 54 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2486, proposals and requests for qualifications, simplify the receipt and registration process.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with the procurement process. It only deals with one part. It's the blind scoring, and it removes the requirement for blind scoring from the code. This comes on the recommendation of peer through a peer report from September of 22, where they show the cost of the blind scoring portion and how it is the number one reason for bids in the procurement process to be thrown out. And so this would be a way to simplify the procurement process while we still maintain oversight through both the PPRB and DFA, and that's an explanation of the bill, and I yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready. Your motion, sir.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no.
Thank you.
Present. Thank you, Senator Johnson. You're on 55, Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're on. Pass and retain 55, Senator Parker. Senator Parker, we're on 56 and 55, retains his place on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item Senate Bill 2244 and have title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2244, foster care children allow free access to museums and state parks, allow free transcripts from colleges and junior colleges.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Hickman to explain the bill.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, one qualifier here. The bill as presented, it's been brought to our attention that there is a forgiveness of a fee in this, and council has informed us that the vote on this should be a 3/5 instead of a majority vote. So my point is that this is a revenue bill and should require a 3/5 vote.
Thank you, Senator. On the calendar, y'all, it does not, the Senate does not reflect 3/5 vote. You're correct in that it is an appropriation, so it will require that. Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. The bill we have before us is a bill that would allow children in foster care, along with their foster families, to attend our state museums and parks for free. We've worked with the Department of Child Protective Services on this, and that's basically what the bill does, but I also have an amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Hickman, we're ready.
I have an amendment, Mr. President. This amendment is a combination of some things, some issues that we found in committee. I think Chairman Parker and Chairman Hobson, both committees that this bill went through, had some questions. One of the things that we clarify in this amendment is what mechanism would a foster family use in order to get into our state parks and museums. And when working with the agency, they've drafted this language, or approved this language rather, that they would just show their appropriate license certificate. Foster families are issued a licensing or a certificate when they become a foster family. They can show that. There's other amendments. The other amendments are technical amendments. The agency wanted to change the language of how we define an eligible foster parent, eligible child agency, and it's in two different places in the bill, and so they redefined those a couple of times, and that's the amendment. And at this time, I'll take any questions on the amendment, but if not, I move that we adopt this amendment.
Is there more than one amendment, sir, or is it, I see multiple pages here?
It's one amendment, but it's 2 pages.
Okay, would you show the amendment to all 3 pages, sir? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir? You may repeat that, show all 3 pages, please. Just slowly at a time so they'll see it all. Yes, sir. Go, Senator Norwood.
I just want to ask a question.
Senator Hickman, will you yield for a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized for a question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hickman. Now, is this for the parent or foster parent or foster the children, or for foster parent and foster children?
It'll be for the foster parent and foster children that are under their care.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hickman.
Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Hickman, we're ready on your amendment, sir.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Hickman. Now we're back on the bill.
Mr. President, if there are no questions on the bill, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure or is voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Meeting the requirements on appropriations. Senator Parker, thank you. Senator Branning, you're up. Senator Branning passes. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley. Senate, we're on 58.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 58, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2659, Mississippi Parks Corporation create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Whaley.
I'd like to recognize Senator Bryant to explain the bill.
Senator Bryant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The chair, I believe, a little bit is going to offer a motion to recommit, which I think is the appropriate thing to do with this bill at this time. But I also think it's important for us to think about our state parks and how we might better manage them. Let me start by saying what this bill is not. It is not a privatization of state parks. It does not remove anyone from state employment. It does not remove anyone from the state retirement system. It does not remove anyone from the state health plan. In fact, it affirmatively states that all the employees of this entity would be state employees with those provisions. This is not an attack on the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. It's certainly not an attack on the executive director, who's a good person and a good friend and a good executive director, and it's certainly not an attack on anybody in charge of the parks. In fact, it would suit me just fine if every single person currently working in parks were moved over into this new agency that I call the Mississippi Parks Corporation. But I don't think it's ever made much sense to have parks connected with the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. I think it makes as much sense to have the State Department of Health be the State Department of Health and Parks. But I think that what we need with our parks is a more entrepreneurial approach. And I think those running the parks need to be freed from the state personnel system, freed from the state procurement system, so they can pay people what they want to pay them, and they can obtain merchandise and other things without having to go through such a cumbersome system. I also think that what the bill would do in establishing a Mississippi Parks Corporation is to tell the president or the person that's operating the parks that his or her agenda is to operate the parks in an efficient manner, but also in a manner to provide low cost or no cost recreation for people in Mississippi. But we've got some great assets that are underutilized. We've got parks up in Tishomingo County where there's a large body of water without any salt in it, which some people have never seen. We have parks all over the state that are really draws and could be bigger draws for a variety of people for a variety of reasons. The more people we have staying at the parks, the better. It produces some revenue to continue to operate the parks. It enables us to make more facilities available for the state and for residents of the state at low cost. I've sort of been discussing this idea with people for several years. The reason I introduced the bill, and I appreciate very much the chair being willing to consider it, and I appreciate the committee reporting it out, is I would hope that we would seriously consider this. You know, in these 4-year cycles, we tend to have time after the first and second sessions where we can consider things over the summer and think about them in more detail. And so my hope in putting this forth is to try to get this discussion front and center and have it have serious consideration. I'll be happy to answer questions if there are any. If not, I'll yield the floor to the chair.
Mr. President, I move that we recommit the bill for further study.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, we're on 59, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 59, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2268, missing or unidentified persons, provide procedures regarding investigation of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Be allowed to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. Real briefly, this is a bill coming to us at the request of the state forensic pathologist. Also has the support of our public service commissioner, and the Judiciary Aid Committee has had at least 2 hearings on this. And people probably didn't know, but what happens is the unidentified remains, which are found in the state of Mississippi, actually end up on the black market. And there is a federal database called NamUs, National Sum of Missing and Unidentified Persons. And that database is used to solve unidentified persons cases. If you watch cold cases or are familiar with cold cases, that's what this does, and helps law enforcement to solve those matters. The problem in the state is that these unidentified remains are ending up on the black market, and believe it or not, in people's personal collections. And so what this bill is doing is providing jurisdiction of these remains found in Mississippi under the state medical examiner, and directs that when those are found, that the information be put into the national database NamUs, and allows for law enforcement that to be determined. And it does not take jurisdiction away from your local authorities. It just preserves the remains so that really family members, victims, and law can have closure on these cases, and that law enforcement can solve these cases. And so the legislation is creating that process and correcting or directing information and the names within the medical examiner's office to work with NamUs. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion. On the committee
I
substitute.
move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator, we're on the bill.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr.
Use of
President.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Go to 60 on the calendar. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item number 60, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2792, foster care and adoption, revised provisions related to per recommendations of task force.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, in explaining the bill, last year, this body, the legislature, passed a task force to study our adoption process and termination of parental rights. It was known as the Foster Care Task Force. This bill is what I call the omnibus bill that adopts those recommendations, and the recommendations have come to us from this committee, which included CPS, foster parents, representative from foster children, myself as Judd A chairman, and Chairwoman Cockerham, who is Judd A chairwoman, chaired it. If you recall, we've tried to work to get out from under the Olivia Y matter and also to move our children through the process and the system much faster. And so what these recommendations do and what the legislation does is codify what they've recorded, including what is considered a neglected child, updating those definitions, allowing for representation of both indigent children and in our youth courts, representation in our youth courts. Also addressing when a child can be taken into custody and when not, also addressing orders. There's what we have heard in the task force and other ones is that we have basically 82 systems of justice in the youth court, and this is allowing us to, or allowing the laws to be streamlined so that it's similar throughout all the counties. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr.
The morning
President.
roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Blunt. Pass and retain 61 and 62. Senator Barr. Senate, we're on 63.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pass 63, retain, call up item 64.
63 retains its place on the calendar. 64, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2689, state subject area test and accountability standards replaced with college prep test and revised provisions.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the committee sub, and then I'd be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a bill to help alleviate some of the issues that you heard probably in education for the last several years, and that is state testing. As you know, there are state mandated testing as well as federal testing. The federal required testing, you're talking about high school, we have Algebra 1, English 2, biology, and then for the state mandated testing, we have the U.S. history test, the ACT, and the AC work keys. And so what this committee sub does is that it
replaces the state testing with the ACT, or nationally accredited test. We envision the ACT. Most states have gone to that version. 8 states have used the ACT, as well as directs the Department of Education to go ahead and seek waivers through the federal government, through the Department of Education, to replace the federal testing. And so that's basically what the committee sub does. It also removes the grading of their schools. So right now, the gradings is A through F, but we've passed several years ago that the grading was done on a curve. And so that meant that the bottom 5% of the schools, regardless of their scores, were automatically going to be graded as Fs. And then above that, the bottom 10% were going to be Ds. So we removed that. So basically what that says is if you get your score is your score, whether it's an A through an F, and there's no grading on a curve. So we've also, Mr. President, we also have a reverse repealer that I want to insert into the committee sub once we adopt it. And that is because after we passed the bill out of committee, the department did some more research, and what they found is we need to insert some language to help children with special needs. They actually determined that they could implement the program a year sooner than we gave them 2 years to implement it. They said we could probably do it next year. And so what we want to do is keep looking at it, insert the language that the department requests, move it on to the House, and then the other thing that came up in committee is several members said, why don't we keep the history test or the citizenship test? And I'm not opposed to any of those, ultimately, but just keep bearing in mind that what we want to do is reduce the testing anxiety, the testing, the practice tests, the things that the students and teachers have gone through for the last few years as we take these multiple tests. So, an AC test is a good test because the more they take it, the better they can score, the better scholarship money they could receive. And, as we work through the process, if someone really wants the history test inserted or the citizenship test inserted, when we get to conference, if it makes that far and we get enough that people want to do that, then I have no problem with that. But bear in mind, we got to balance the scales. How much testing do we want versus, not having as much testing. So, I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President, on the committee sub before we move to adopt it.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Barr?
I do.
Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
I guess my question is, if we're going to let the ACT serve as our designated federal testing instrument, are we going to cancel the contract with Questar, or are we going to continue to pay them and do all those tests?
Well, if we move to the ACT, then we won't need Questar, and so why would?
And I don't remember if you were in the House. I believe you were in the House in 2013,
Yes.
because I believe, isn't that the year that we started paying for all juniors to take the ACT in the state of Mississippi? Because currently all juniors take the ACT, whether they're college bound or not, correct?
Correct.
So this would not really include any more money than what we're already paying for the juniors to take the ACT, would it?
Well, we don't really have to, I don't know, to answer your question, no, because we're going down to just one test versus the 4 tests. And so we're not, instead of developing 4 tests, we have one that's already there.
My concern is, where are we in that contract with Questar, and what are we going to do about it, and when are we going to discontinue those tests if we let the ACT? Because, of course, back in 2013, I was a strong advocate for letting the ACT be the test of record back then. I believe, if you remember, it passed your body over in the House, but it never could pass this body, correct?
Well, I don't want, I hesitate to give kudos to the House chamber, but, I think that's
You were
correct.
over there then, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I was there. That must have been it.
You were there. So I guess my question is, I would like to know definitely when that Questar payment is going to stop, when that contract is going to be dissolved, because I don't want to be, if this is a test of record, would you agree there's no reason to keep paying Questar to test these students?
I would agree.
And if we do decide that our kids do need a citizenship test, That would probably be the only test in addition to the ACT, correct?
I'm sorry, Senator.
I said if we decided that we wanted our high school students to basically pass a citizenship test that our new citizens have to pass to become citizens, that would only be one test in addition to the ACT if we rid ourselves of Questar, correct?
That's correct.
And they're already taking the ACT, correct?
Correct.
So that citizenship test wouldn't be too burdensome, I wouldn't think. I don't know whether you agree or not, but we'd be reducing all those tests, and they would only be taking ACT that they already test, and then potentially they would know the things that we need to know as a citizen of the United States. I'm going to hammer that because I've been filing this for, 12, 13 years?
I believe so. And just to update you, council informed me on the Questar contract. He indicated that contract would end by the time this bill was to begin.
Okay, and my other question is, if the ACT suffices as this federal testing instrument, I would hope that we would not see the board try to execute a contract for some other test besides the ACT because we're already paying for the ACT. Would you anticipate them bringing in any other tests because it says ACT or other test?
I've worked at the department in drafting this. We've continually looked at it. At not one point have they indicated they want to test it, require another test. And I would certainly hope that they would not do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hill. Questions? All right, Senator, we're on the committee substitute, and then we're on your amendment.
Okay. Move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. On your amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I indicated earlier, I have a motion, amendment to insert a reverse repealer to keep adding some more language that the department needs to include our special needs children, to make sure that if we want to add another test that's available and potentially, instead of 2 years of implementation, maybe start this next year. So that's the reason for the reverse repealer, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment?
If there are none, I move for adoption.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Now we're ready.
If there are no further questions, I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Vote is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized. We're on 65, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's get item 65 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2606, DUI suspension. Clarify how the 120 days are counted.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Barrett to handle the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2606 seeks to make 2 amendments or corrections to the current driving under the influence bill. Let me say that this bill, which is being proposed, is not at all an attempt to weaken driving under the influence bills. I've had communications and continual communications with Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I think there will be a friendly amendment soon, but the explanation to the amendments, what I'm calling an amendment, alterations to the bill is foremost, number 1, it will specify when the 120-day period of a suspension shall begin. That is on line 128. If you're convicted of a DUI, it specifically says the first day of any 120-day period shall begin on the date the judge signs an order for suspension. Commissioner Tyndall came to the meeting and he addressed Judd B. Committee and expressed some concerns about that. So what we are trying to do is find unity, but first and foremost with priority, I think we owe it to our constituents that they know when their 120-day period begin. So that is a work in progress. Secondly, if you will turn to line 305. This is actually the crux of the bill, and this deals with aggravated DUI. As the law currently stands, if you are 20 years old, or you can be 20 years old, 364 days old, 1 day shy of 21 years old, and you are in a car accident which dismembers, disfigures, any sort of injury to a passenger. If you're under the age of 21, you are held to a .02 standard, which is the zero tolerance for minor standard. Now, the important thing, and what we've talked about all morning, is Olivia Y. and the standards as it relate to a child and an adult. These minors are being tried in adult court and are subject to a prison sentence of 5 years to 25 years in prison. So, to break that down, if you are 20 years old and you are underage drinking, and I'm not at all advocating drinking and driving in any respect, nor am I advocating for minors possessing alcohol or drinking alcohol, but we know it happens. What the bill would do is if a minor was underage drinking and they were charged with aggravated DUI and what I refer to as big boy court, so you got a jury sitting out there. If you're charged with big boy crime, you should be held to the big boy standard, which is a .08. As it is now, God forbid, if my son were driving, he's almost 21 years old, gets in a car wreck, causes an injury outside of the insurance and the civil world and the criminal aspect of it, if he broke the party's leg, he could be charged with aggravated DUI and be facing up to 5 to 25 years, and that is if he blew a .03, a .04, a .05, .06, all the way up to a .08. So again, this isn't a bill that is in any way seeking to lessen penalties on DUI. What it is an attempt to make it fair, the standard fair in circuit court. If you are going to be charged as an adult in circuit court, you should be held to an adult standard. I think that's fair. I have had this and I have seen this in my jurisdiction where someone that was close to the age of 21, who was quite larger than me and was a D1 athlete, I'm sure he metabolized alcohol faster than I do, but because he blew a .03, he's subjected to a 5 to 25 years in prison for making a bad decision. And again, I think if you're going to be in circuit court with a circuit judge and 12 jury of your peers, you should be subject to the adult standard. Mr. President, I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator, says he'll accept the question.
Okay. Senator, do you yield?
Yeah, I do, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. So under our implied consent law, Senator Barrett, where we have the .02 for minors, we are not changing it anywhere in our implied consent law.
No, we're not changing that at all.
The only thing we are doing, starting at line 305, is in aggravated DUI situations, treating minors or a person under the age of 21 in the same way we would treat someone over the age of 21.
Correct. If they are being prosecuted in circuit court, it is my position that they should be held to an adult standard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator Barrett?
Yes, I yield, Mr.
Senator
President.
Parker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barrett, for discussing this bill with me a little bit ahead of time. As I think I relayed to you several years ago, Chairman Hobson and I worked on a DUI task force where we brought about 140 different people into the city of Jackson, representing every part of the DUI process, from the prosecutors to the public defenders to lawmakers. It was a really robust discussion. And out of that, we came up with our current DUI law. And so, as I've done for many years since we passed that, it seems each year we have some changes that are desired on that bill. And in particular, we added a fourth offense many years ago, which I think has been very important. This is not going to affect in any way, shape, or form any of the offenses.
No, it will not.
The second thing is, you mentioned MAD, and I know you and I have maybe had conversations with the same gentleman, but would it surprise you to know that I have sitting on my desk right now a letter from MAD that specifically says that they are opposed to two bills, to Senate Bill 2253 and to Senate Bill 2606 in their current form?
Yes, I've got the same letter.
So what have you done, or what are you trying to do? I heard you mention you have an amendment coming up to rectify the concerns of MAD that they have expressed in that letter that we're referencing.
Sure. Well, thank you for the question. And ironically, in the bill, which, or excuse me, in the correspondence you have, I see you're copied on it from Mr. Frank Harris of MAD. Ironically, they do not oppose the minor standard being raised to the adult standard. Their opposition is to the 120-day suspension, which I find very ironic, but nonetheless, since receiving this letter, I've been in communication with Mr. Frank Harris with Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. I've spoken with yourself multiple times. I've spoken with former Speaker Gunn about the issue. I've had further communication with Mr. Harris, and there will be an amendment at the appropriate time, because what I want to make sure of is that there's nothing in the proposed change that will inhibit or prohibit any federal fundings from NHTSA.
Right.
So I've made two communications with Commissioner White, Brad White at Mississippi Department of Transportation, and I want to clarify and make sure in writing before this bill is finally brought before this body, before we vote, because I certainly don't want the state to lose any funding which it's entitled to. But I also think, just like there was arguments this morning about the constitutionality of a law and how it applies, I mean, I think the arguments that circled this room earlier are the same arguments that are going to be made in this specific case. I've spoke with my circuit judges, and they certainly see it as a constitutionality issue. You just got separate standards for children being charged as an adult as you do for an adult. But nevertheless, thank you for your question. Yes, I've certainly want to continue to work with Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I want to continue to work with you and Speaker Gunn and Commissioner Tyndall and Commissioner White and Chairman Branning, and make sure that if anything is put out, that it's certainly in the best interest for not only youthful drivers, someone under the age of 21, but also everyone that's on the public roadways of the state of Mississippi.
So in a nutshell, does the bill make the law stronger or less strong as far as the penalties that would be enforced on someone in the age range of 18 to 21?
The penalties would not change at all. If they were amended to the adult standard of .08, the penalty would still be between 5 and 25 years. And so it would not lessen the penalty in any way. And certainly when this was in the committee, Judd B committee, we certainly talked about keeping the standard as it was, yet reducing the penalty for minors. But it seems like there would, at least in my opinion, there would still be a constitutional issue. So if you raise the standard to the adult standard, which they are being tried at, and if they were found guilty of operating a motor vehicle, let's say at .09, they would still be subject to the 5 to 25 year penalty.
But right now in that more youthful age range, they're held to a higher standard or a more stringent standard where they are held at fault, for a lesser amount.
They are, Chairman Parker, and I'll submit to you, and I don't have the statistics here in front of me, but we have 3 delineations in the statute. We have zero tolerance for minors, which is oddly .02, which is more than zero. We have over 21 without a commercial driver's license as a .08, And then we have commercial driver's license, which is a .04. The statistics that I have read and talked to a lot of people smarter than me is drivers at the age of 70 years old, 75 years old, 80 years old, they can operate a vehicle if they drank one glass of wine and got in their vehicle and drove at a .08 standard. But research has proven that their reflexes are less than that of a 20-year-old.
Right.
So we're holding a 20-year-old to a .02 standard, but God forbid a 72-year-old, 82-year-old get behind the vehicle after having a glass of wine at the local Italian place, and they can blow a .08. But research has shown that their reflexes are significantly reduced. Their reaction time is significantly reduced. So again, I'm just trying to make this fair.
So just two little, I guess, qualifiers, and I know I mentioned this to you briefly, but during school, one of my children, her roommate was hit by an underage drunk driver and was paralyzed from the neck down.
Mm-hmm.
And so, depending on what the standard was on that, and he was sentenced to quite a bit of time in prison, just been released. If he blew a lower number, if he were under a .08 at the time of that accident, instead of being whatever number he was, I'm being hypothetical here.
Mm-hmm.
With this bill, we would have a lesser offense or lesser charge that could be brought against him if he were held to a different standard. Am I understanding it correctly?
Yeah, I mean.
So this is undoing the zero tolerance for minors.
This
and
doesn't undo
basically-
zero tolerance.
So, but it's moving the minor tolerance to the adult standard?
For a felony charge.
Okay.
For a
So
felony only.
would be an event where someone was paralyzed from the neck down.
If
Would you
they
agree?
were paralyzed from the neck down, there are multiple felony charges anyone could be charged with, not just a minor, but in your specific example, that minor could be charged with aggravated DUI, aggravated assault, just injury. There obviously wouldn't be any kind of vehicular manslaughter or anything, but yeah, I mean, there are other crimes that person could be charged with. And I think we're kind of saying the same thing. But in your example, if that person the driver of the vehicle blew a .04 and was a minor, then it's a slam dunk aggravated DUI. That person's facing 5 to 25 years. In the legal world, that would be what they would say is per se guilty. I mean, any prosecutor in the state of Mississippi with a law degree could convict that.
And I'll just close with this. I just want to be sure that we're not doing anything to lessen the penalties for those who are of college age. You know, and there's some news today floating around this building that is concerning about a legislator and, family member. And I want to give a little pause to that, because on the day where we have that type of news floating around, I just want everybody in here to know that I feel it's at least somewhat questionable to be maybe relaxing the standards for a youngster on the day where we have news like that. But I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your questions.
Senator Barnett, for what purpose?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
Barnett, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barrett, I don't know if, I'm sure you wasn't here 5 years ago when I was standing at the podium and told the story of my father being murdered while I was in Iraq serving this country. And would you find it ironic that my father was murdered, and I felt like the justice system let us down in this country because the individual who murdered my father did very little or hardly any time in prison. But on top of that, I still find it necessary to not think that everyone passed an individual or family that had a part in my father's murder should be punished or should be subject of my not thinking that everyone deserves that type of punishment. I guess my question would be that, would you agree that oftentimes, we let those things that have happened to us personal kind of keep us in the mind frame that if we pass certain legislation, if we do certain things, if we toughen laws, if we do these things, then it's also going to make things better when in actuality it does not?
Yeah, well, I think it's human nature when something affects us. It's certainly something you carry with you, and I think rightfully so that you always carry it in your heart and you just own it and you know that it happened. And yeah, I would agree with that.
Thank you. Would you also agree, Senator, I'm sure you haven't been where I've been, and it's not a day that goes by that I don't think about this. But I also know that there are good in people who just happen to make a one-time mistake, and I guess that's why a lot of times you'll see me advocating for those individuals. So would you say that this is along those same lines?
Sure. I mean, what we've been traveling under is essentially the philosophy that one day, 24 hours, can affect your body from a .02 to a .008, so 6 100ths, you can automatically drive safer over a 24-hour period. If you were 20 years old, 364 days, just like that, you automatically can drive safer at a .08 standard. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for understanding.
Yeah, and again, I would like to state again, this is not in any way to lessen the penalties for DUIs. Obviously, I'm not advocating for drinking and driving. I'm not advocating for minors being able to use alcohol. What I am advocating for is fairness. And I think if you are tried in front of a jury with a big boy crime, which is a felony, looking at prison, I think you should be held to the adult standard. And I think we've argued about it all morning, whether youthful offenders who commit a murder or Olivia Y. I mean, we've heard it all session. So, Mr. President, I yield for any more questions.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your bill, sir.
We have an amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, let's present the amendment, please. One moment, sir. It's up on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the reasons that you've heard, this is a reverse repeal of the amendment. We had these robust discussion in committee and Jud B for all the reasons, and that's why I'm offering this reverse repealer. I understand what Senator Barrett is trying to do. If we can pass this amendment, we'll keep it going. But he's acknowledged, as you've heard, that there's issues we need to work on it. So I would ask you to vote in favor of the bill, of the amendment.
Senator Barrett, speak on the amendment.
No objection to the amendment, Mr. President. I think it's well taken.
We're ready on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Back on the bill.
Mr. President, if there are no more questions, I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Parker, no. Frazier, no. Branning, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call with negatives as noted. And we go to item 66, Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain, Senator England. Pass and retain, Senator Whaley. Pass and retain, Senator Barnett. Senate, we're on 69. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2599, Alternative Incarceration Methodology, AIM, bring forward statutes.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we allow Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2599 has a strike-all amendment. These are simply the code sections being brought forth on the non-adjudication statutes and intervention court statutes and other similar statutes to try to continue to work toward some alternative incarceration methods. We used to have a program called RID, Regimented Inmate Discipline, and that was very effective in the state, and a lot of our prosecutors, judges, and attorneys would like to have something similar to that. We are working on that, and at this time, we have a reverse repealer as well, but these are just statutes brought forward to try to accomplish that goal. That's an explanation of the strike-all, and I would yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the strike-all? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hill's recognized.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Is there any discussion or talk, or what is the discussion of talk about what bringing forth these code sections might yield as far as non-adjudication or something similar to the RID program?
Sure. The RID program was the only non-adjudication sentence that you could be incarcerated for. It seems to be kind of a gap right now in the sentencing guidelines that someone either gets a pretrial diversion or they get a non-adjudication or probation that's not non-adjudicated, or they go to prison. There's no, for some period of time, and particularly due to struggles that we're having in the Department of Corrections, as well as struggles that we've had with the parole system, and the fact that we're still not operating presumptive parole as is desired and hopeful, is that sentence to RID gave judges an opportunity to incarcerate someone who had crossed the threshold, crossed the line, that maybe would be rehabilitative, and we just don't have that vehicle anymore. So it's something that would be incarceration in the Department of Corrections, but it would be a more targeted program, something along the lines of RID. We're not looking to do regimented inmate discipline because it's not the boot camp we're looking for, it's the incarceration with guidance.
So drug court is after the fact. You're looking something before sentencing.
Well, you're sentenced to drug court. Drug court obviously is something that you participate while not incarcerated.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. We have drug court, and I would think that serves part of the purpose you're talking about. Is it something other than drug court or drug crimes that we're looking for non-adjudication for?
We're looking at a lot of things that would have solutions as far as incarceration, things that would be nonviolent crimes most likely. But that is what we're looking at, is just to see, is there a way to address kind of this gap we have in the sentencing?
I'm just always concerned as to what's going to come back to us in conference as an up or down vote. Thank you for taking my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
On the strike-all, questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
Move that we adopt the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on.
If there are no questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Board is voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 2 negatives. Go to Filling Gaines, 70. Pass and retain. Carter, 71-72. Pass and retain. Whaley. Senate, we're on 73.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip number 73 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and move to item 74, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 73 retains its place on the calendar.
House Bill number 526, hunting. Authorize hunters to wear fluorescent pink as an alternative to fluorescent orange.
Make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
ask that Senator Ladner be recognized to explain his first bill.
Senator Ladner, you are recognized to speak to the Mississippi Senate on your first bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. So, House Bill 526 gives you an option whether you can wear solid, unbroken fluorescent pink as an alternative to fluorescent orange when you're hunting. I yield for any questions.
First, Senator, this is a Senate bill, not a House bill.
Oh, it's a House bill.
Okay, good. All right, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. Senator Ladner, you yield for a question?
I do.
Or maybe
Senator
a few?
England, you're recognized, Senator England.
Thank you. Senator Ladner, what do you mean by unbroken? How much pink are we talking about here?
Solid. Like no kind of pink or nothing. It's just got to be solid, just like the orange.
Okay. Do you like pink better than orange?
I have no preference.
Okay. That's probably a good answer. So how much pink must a hunter wear in order to go, in order to abide by this law?
It is it 500? Let's see.
Take your time.
No, hold on.
Would you say it's a lot of pink?
No, it's not a lot of pink. 500. What is it? First one? Yeah, I thought it was 500. 500 square.
500 square inches? Yes. How big is that?
I guess the size of a normal vest.
Okay. If a hunter wanted to wear, just say, like a pink onesie and a tutu, would that work?
I guess if it was unbroken and fluorescent.
So that would be enough pink?
I think so.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I think some of your predecessors in this body might have disagreed with a man wearing that much pink. Do we know whether deer see differently when they see pink or orange?
There is nothing that says they don't see it any different.
When you say there's nothing that says that, you researched that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did it say? What did you find out?
I can get it. Let me read it for you.
Okay. Take your time.
Pink is no more visible to the game animals than a traditional orange.
Are there any other colors that the deer can't see? I'm asking this as a hunter. This is very important to me.
Maybe green. Green, maybe, is what it says.
What? They can't see green? That's very impressive. I'm really excited to hear that. Is there, say if you had a pink and orange vest, would that be unbroken?
I'm not sure about that, but I doubt it.
Could you get an answer to me for that? I'd like to get an answer to that.
Yeah, I could.
Before we get done.
No, we
okay,
can't.
thank you. Do you know what the Pink Panther said when he stepped on a bug?
I do not.
Dead ant, dead ant, dead ant, dead ant, dead ant. Was that good?
That's not.
Thank you, Senator
That wasn't
Ladner.
good.
I hope you take that one home and tell your kids.
I'd like to
It's a great
point
dad
out
joke.
that you have a pink microphone.
I appreciate you pointing that out. I'm a big fan of pink. I support this bill very, very heavily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
Will you yield for question, Senator? Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Seeing as how you're from Hancock Parish, can you translate everything you just said? Because I didn't understand it.
Just vote yes.
Somebody also told me that bald is beautiful. I would assume that you would agree with that, right?
I would think so.
Okay. Do you prefer pink underwear or pink outerwear, like Senator England?
Outerwear.
Okay, that's good. Now, when this bill was presented in the House, your counterpart wore a pink vest. Did you bring your vest with you?
I was not supplied with one, so it wasn't part of my.
Well, you know, as part of your duties as a first-year member, you have to go get the vest and bring it here on the floor. You do realize that, right?
I did not.
Well, I expect to see it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Senator, we have Senator Polk. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator Ladner?
Yes.
Senator Polk is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Question, is this more of a fashion statement or a safety statement? Why are we adding pink to the list?
I would have to say that it's just an option. You know, I guess if you want to bring your granddaughter, she has an option. You know, it's just a color.
That makes sense.
That works.
My next question is this. Do you know if a Louis Vuitton purse comes in pink?
I do not know.
Does it come in orange?
I do not know.
Sir, you're married, correct?
Yes.
You better learn that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Other questions from Senator Ladner? Senator Robinson, you're recognized.
May I ask a question?
You may, Senator Ladner, will you yield for a question from Senator Robinson?
Yes.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I've been asked to ask you, is this enough pink that I'm wearing if I wore it hunting? Would I be covered?
I think you're definitely covered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Robinson. Other questions? Other questions? All right, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Yeah. Yeah, if no further questions, I move final passage to use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ladner. Congratulations. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 75 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2161, Medicaid reimbursements, provides certain provisions relating to a psychiatric residential treatment facility in DeSoto County.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Mr. President, this bill has nothing to do with anything that is fluorescent pink. And orange, you glad to hear that? The current law regarding a specific residential psychiatric treatment facility in DeSoto County provides that certain of the beds will not be eligible for reimbursement by Medicaid in Mississippi. This was a procedure that was used with some regularity many years ago with the thought that it would be a cost containment feature for the Medicaid program. I'm not sure that's true now, if it ever was. It is the case that as the session goes on, we will be looking comprehensively at what to do about additional facilities for those with psychiatric issues. And so this needs to be a part of that discussion. The bill that's before you simply removes the Medicaid restriction, but it has a reverse repealer. I think this is probably something we want to do, but it doesn't need to be done in isolation, and it doesn't need to be done without our looking at the big picture. Hence the reason for A, bringing the bill forward, and B, having a reverse repealer. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the committee sub.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator Bryan?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Does this facility already exist?
Yes.
Currently exist? Thank you. That was all I needed to know. Was it a current existing facility?
Yes, it already exists, and I'm informed that they have reached the number of beds that are eligible for reimbursement by Mississippi Medicaid, and I'm told that the other beds are filled, generally speaking, by people from other states, many of them on Tennessee Medicaid, as I understand the situation. And I think, although I'm not certain of this, that we have people in Mississippi who are going to facilities out of state because this facility is not available to them.
Okay, so, but we reimburse, Medicaid can reimburse at Whitfield, correct?
Whitfield is not subject to Medicaid reimbursement.
Right. Well, so what other hospitals are subject to Medicaid reimbursement? Other psychiatric hospitals already are subject to Medicaid reimbursement. Can they be reimbursed currently? Other psychiatric hospitals other than this one?
Generally speaking, yes.
So is there a reason why this one was restricted in the beginning?
Yes.
Can you share that with us?
Yes. It's because some years ago this was thought that it was a cost containment feature for Mississippi Medicaid. I'm not sure that that's true now, if it ever was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, ready on your motion on the committee substitute, sir.
I move we adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're ready on the bill.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Hill, present. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Senator Wiggins? Pass and retain. Senator Pope? Pass and retain. Senator Boyd? We're on 92 Senate. I'm sorry, 82 Senate.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would like to pass on item 82 and go to item 83, Senate Bill 2725.
I call up item 83, Senate Bill number 2725. Ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number 2725, University System Efficiency Task Force created to examine the efficiency of the state public university system.
Senator Boyd. Use the motion.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Yeah, this bill comes before us. In the Universities and Colleges Committee, we had a kind of a look and a hearing on the enrollment cliff that is set to hit our universities for what we think will be in around 2025. There is a consensus view across the country that America will hit a peak of about 3.5 million high school graduates near 2025. After that, the population of college students is going to continue to shrink over the next 5 to 10 years by as much as 15%. Even new data has come forth believing that this enrollment cliff is going to continue to climb over the next couple of decades since we've had this hearing. So what this bill does is it's a task force, a study committee that will look to examine the efficiencies and the effectiveness of our IHL system in Mississippi. And it will kind of look at our enrollment, our graduation rates, how we're retaining those students to work in the state. It's going to look in the nationwide challenges that we're facing. Our committee has already heard from universities as to what they're doing in regards to this. I think the Appropriations Subcommittee heard some of this on theirs, but we need to take a very strategic and significant look on this. The members of the task force are going to be the chairs of IHL, the chairs of the appropriation from Senate and House, the chairman of Finance and Ways and Means, the director of the University Research Center, and then we'll have 3 individuals representing the public. One that is a graduate of a traditional public regional university in the state, one that's a graduate of the public HBCs in the state, and then one that is a graduate of one of the 4 research institutions in the state. And so the task force will work looking at a number of issues, as I mentioned earlier, with and also looking at the physical needs of the plants, physical plants, operations, what is going on at the universities, and then try to develop successful strategies so that we can make our universities the most effective possible. That is a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
You yield, Senator Horn.
Yes.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Senator Boyd,
Will this committee, this is a commission?
This is a task force.
All right, will this task force have the authority to recommend the closure or collapsing of any of our institutions as part of its work?
Thank you for asking that question. There's no intention of this committee to do this. This committee really is looking at the efficiencies, how we make our universities more effective, how that we help our regional institutions particularly become more successful, and what we can do in regards to this. This enrollment cliff is particularly across the country really affecting regional universities as opposed to our research institutions. So, but we're going to look at all of that in regards to that and look at graduation rates and all of that. The goal of this committee is to make the universities as efficient as possible.
What about curriculum changes?
I'm sorry.
What about curriculum changes?
I think that we will look at all of that, because obviously if you're going to make them more effective, I think we will, but we'll be working hand in hand with IHL in this. I met with the commissioner this morning and looking to see what we can do. If we see things that are regionally, that we see programs are not being offered, and we look at things, I think this will be a great way for us to start the process of really collaborating, working with those universities to make them stronger.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Next, Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons. You have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
Yes.
Senator Simmons, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator. Chairman Boyd, will this task force look at how we could better fund our schools?
It will be looking at the funding formulas, most definitely, and that's articulated in the legislation to see what we do to make them more successful.
And our state has been one that has been in litigation regarding how we have funded our 8 institutions. Will we be looking at a way to be more equitable in funding all 8 of our institutions?
I think that is some of the information that was presented before the hearings that we did. We looked at the funding of all those institutions. And so I think this is definitely something we're going to be looking at, because we're going to be looking at efficiencies and cost effectiveness on what we're doing.
And a follow-up to what Senator Horn, the question that he raised regarding will this task force be tasked with looking at schools to close. As you know, a lot of us received a lot of calls, Chairman Board, regarding another measure that was referred to your committee about closing 3 of our schools. And also on the Senate calendar, we have received a lot of calls and emails about the W. What would you say to us as it relates to this task force on whether it would be looking at or addressing those 2 types of issues?
Well, I think this piece of legislation was put forth before any of those other issues came up. And the hearing that we had with universities and colleges, what we really are looking at is how do we grow those universities, particularly, I think it was in Chairman Parks' subcommittee, that question got brought up when they were in their appropriations funding of what they do, how they're really looking to manage this enrollment cliff that we know is coming. And I think I think the argument is there that some of them are already experiencing some of this. So I think, and some of them had very sharp, articulate answers as to what they were going to do. And others of them, we need to help a little bit more. And so that's really what the aim of this is how do we take these universities and make them the most successful, the most effective. And really one of the things we need to look at is once a graduate starts, how are those graduation rates? Are you keeping them in school? Are they leaving school? And we know we have a high amount of student debt here in this state, and we want to make sure that we're keeping those students in, that we're actually graduating them. That's what the focus of this task force is, so that we really can look at all those systems and see how that we can make our dollars the most effective, and we can graduate the highest quality graduates that stay here in Mississippi.
Thank you, Chairman Boyd, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Bryan?
Yes.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mississippi has 8 four-year institutions. Do you think that's more than normal, about normal, or fewer than normal?
I am told that it is a little bit more than normal, but I am told that, Senator Bryan. I do not know that for myself. I've been told that by a number of people, but I'm not saying that that is too many. We have a population that needs education here, and we need to help them up skills and get the best jobs possible. So we may have exactly the appropriate amount of people. This is something that this task force is going to look at, is our efficiencies and our effectiveness.
Mississippi has 3 comprehensive universities. Is it your opinion that's more than normal, about normal, or more than normal, or less than normal? Whatever I'm trying to say.
I'm sorry, we have 3 what, Senator?
3 comprehensive universities.
Well,
is that above average or below average or about average?
Well, we have 4 research institutions.
Okay.
And so those 4 research institutions perform great research in the state. A lot of them are performing great research on a national level that they're receiving funding for. And so if you're talking about those particular universities, I think it's, normal compared to who? That would be normal compared to what other state? So we have operated those.
Alabama, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, pick one.
We do have a few more universities than some of them do, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The important thing is that we look and see, are these universities being effective for our population? And what are they doing to make themselves the best? And how do we get through this enrollment cliff? This is what this task force is about.
Reading the text of the bill and listening to your explanation, it seems to me there's a focus, an overwhelming focus on students who live in Mississippi and not students who live outside Mississippi.
I think we are always, as stewards of the taxpayer dollars, concerned about our students in Mississippi and what we are doing for the families in Mississippi to help their children secure jobs, secure an education, and secure a productive future.
Well, I'm just trying to put all this together, and it seems to me if hypothetically, one were to decide that it's really out of line for us to have 4 research institutions, and what we're concerned about is in-state students, that if there were one of these 4 institutions, it seems to have a very high percentage of out-of-state students, and if 4 research institutions is sort of unusual for a state the size of Mississippi, that the study committee should give particular attention to that institution.
Well, I think what you found in our hearings is that we found that 2 of the institutions that have higher rates of out-of-state students, we found that those funding from those students, because they pay a much higher rate, also help fund the tuition of our in-state students and help keep those costs down for families. So I hear what you're saying, but I also know that we had a great deal of testimony and we went through a great number of dollar figures to show that those out-of-state students actually enhance what is going on with our families in Mississippi and making that tuition affordable.
If that's the case, it seems to me the text of the bill seems to focus almost exclusively on in-state students. Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the bill at an appropriate time.
Yes, sir. All right, we have a few more questions. Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
You yield?
Yes.
Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Chairman Boyd, for all your work on this, and it was music to my ears when you said you wanted to keep our brightest and most outstanding in the state, and I commend you for that. Does this bill also include master's programs, the law college, UMMC?
We'll be looking at all student graduates from those programs. We'll be looking at all of that information.
And we'll also be looking at admissions, policies, that kind of thing?
I expect we will be delving a little bit into that.
And our goal is to keep the brightest in state, correct?
We would like to.
and I'm not going to get into the weeds on all this, but I know there for a fact that there were, let's just say, to get into the medical school, you were graded on whether you were the first to go to college, your economic status, whether you're male or female, your race, whether you had a parent in the penitentiary or not. And I would hope that this task force would do away with some of this and put our brightest in these positions. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, Senator Bryan, would you like to speak at this time?
Well, I feel like this is deja vu all over again, because anybody who's aware of what's going on knows there's discussion of closing institutions. And it seems certainly a curiosity that at the same time there's much discussion about how we should close institutions, we're setting up this task force. I think much of the language in the task force, I guess, assumes things that I think are just wrong. And I can tell you that notwithstanding this endless obsession with closing one of our regional institutions, which has been going on for decades, it is not unusual for a state the size of Mississippi to have 8 four-year institutions. What is unusual is that, depending on how you want to count it, we have either 3 or 4 institutions that are research institutions or comprehensive universities, or whatever the catchphrase of the moment is. And so it just comes to mind, if we're just having a hissy fit to close something for the sake of closing something, why don't we look at those? We might also look at where the population of the state is. It looks like most of the institutions we have are way north of where the population is. So maybe you need to make some change about that. Quit having all these universities up north. We don't write on a clean slate. We have investments in all of the campuses and investments of all of the institutions. They have different emphases and different goals. And I do not take as a starting point that what we should do is close them in order, again, to use the buzzword of the day, to be more efficient. Actually, our universities are a great resource that we have in Mississippi. If you are truly interested in having people move to the state, if you're truly interested in trying to have our economy grow and have our population grow, I can't think of a better way to do it than to have students from outside Mississippi come to school in Mississippi. First of all, they've just had a good experience when they're here. Even if they leave and go somewhere else, folks tend to grow up and have fond memories of the place they went to college, and some of them write checks, and some of those checks have mighty big zeros on them. It's also the case that some people who go to college wind up living in or about the college town. You can look at the increase in population, and you can look at your own personal experiences from what goes on in college towns. Lots of people like it and stay there. Sometimes people fall in love and get married and stay in the state where they're going to school. And it also is attracting college students who are, if you look at the statistics, likely to have greater income as time goes by. So I think it's a great thing that we've got out-of-state students coming to Mississippi. I also am disturbed by the constant reference to efficiency, which tends to have to do, I think, with just short-term cash money. And I don't know that it's necessarily the goal to be efficient. The goal is to do a good job of educating students, and to educate students in a manner that produces good citizens and people that are able to be productive members of society and all of that. There is also this case, this talk that I hear nowadays that our universities exist to be glorified VOTEC schools, and their job is to train people to get jobs. That is not the historic purpose of a university. The purpose of a university is to develop an educated student, to learn something of the world about us, to learn art, to learn music, to learn the things that make human culture, which separates us from other creatures on the planet. Every single trend and all the discussions I hear about universities seem to me to be profoundly disturbing. I don't know that we need a task force to do what the State Board of Trustees is supposed to be doing all day, every day, nor do I know why the universities and colleges committees in the two chambers couldn't just go about having this study if they want it is a matter of course. It just seems to me that we're very lax about setting up task forces like this, and even if there's not an underlying agenda, it sure seems like there's an underlying agenda, and it seems like there's an effort to find something to hide behind to justify voting to close institutions, which I think would be a terrible mistake.
Senator Boyd.
Some of the things that Senator Hobson just brought up, I would not disagree with. Our universities and our communities that have universities, many of them are growing and thriving. That cannot be said by all of our universities. Many of them have declining enrollments. So we, as a legislative body, can either stick our head in the ground and continue to let some of these universities fail, or we can actually step up and do something about it. And this is the time that we step up and we do something about it, and we look how that we move this state forward in regards to our higher education. We have many needs in the state. We have a number of our universities, because of the conversations that have come up, that need significant help. This is what this task force does. So if you want things to remain the same, if you want to see some of these universities with continuing declining populations, then you vote no on this bill. But if you want to see this system grow, if you want to see our universities prosper, then you vote yes on this bill. If there are no more questions, I'd like to move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan, Senator Blunt, Senator Jackson, Senator Horn, Senator Norwood, Senator Barnett, Senator Thomas, Senator Frazier, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Turner Ford, and Senator Sarita Simmons. Who else? Oh, and Senator Brumfield. Anyone wish to be voted as present? And Blackman is no. Present. Senator Blackman is present. Anyone else? If you would, please read off those that are voting no. Make sure that we have everyone on that wanted to be.
Voting no or nay: Bryan, Blunt, Jackson, Horn, Norwood, Barnett, Thomas, Frazier, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Brumfield, Turner Ford, and Blackman voted present.
Okay, by vote. With 12 voting no, the bill is passed. I did notice one thing while I was presiding. We've now had Hobson called Senator Hobb, and we've had Senator Hobb Bryan called Senator Hobson. So I don't know if they look that much alike or they just sound alike. I can't. But anyway, that was Senator Bryan that was here. Now, we'll go to item 84, Senate Bill 2788. Pass and retain. Item 85, Senate Bill number 2500. Senator McMahon.
Call up item 85, Senate Bill number 2500, and ask the title be read.
Hold on, just before we do that, Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 20, Senate Bill number 2628, on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Now, please read the title.
2628. Item 202628.
We were on Senate Bill 25, Senate Bill number 2500. Ask the title be read.
Senate Bill number
Is that what you call it?
2628, Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act create.
Senator McMahon? No, hold on, please. Wrong item there. Please read the correct title.
Senate Bill number 2500, homeless encampments prohibited on public property and defined as public nuisance on private property.
Yeah, Senator McMahon.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
So, brought out just a few bills this year out of municipalities, and one of the things we're trying to do is we have roughly 300 cities in Mississippi, and we're trying to give cities, municipal governments, and counties the ability to have another tool to clean up property and include homeless encampments on that property as well. So the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2500, I'm just going to walk you through, it's going to create a new section. Section 1, Paragraph A defines law enforcement officer. B declares a sensitive area means public or private schools, community, college, university, daycare, other residential facility, or public park or library. C is critical infrastructure. That's pretty much self-explanatory on that. And then D is homeless encampments, and it defines what a homeless encampment might mean. It means an outdoor location where one or more homeless people live in an unsheltered area, including tents, shacks, vehicles, and other structures which are not provided utility service paid by the persons living in the area. Paragraph 2 defines, persons shall not sit, lie, sleep, or store, use, maintain, or place personal property on any street, sidewalk, or public right-of-way within 1,000 feet of a sensitive area or critical infrastructure. 4A describes what the violation would be. It would be $1,000 or 4 months in county jail or both. Line 64, convictions and citations under this section shall not appear on a person's public record and shall not be submitted to the National Crime Information Center or any other public accessible state database. That's pretty much what the new sections would do. And then if you look at Section 2, it adds homeless encampment throughout the current code section. And then if you go to lines 249, 50, and 51, provided that, and this is what the real crux of the bill is, it would provide that the cost and any penalty imposed for the removal of a homeless encampment on private property may be waived at the discretion of the municipality. And that's what the bill would really do. So currently, for those that may have served in municipal government or you're an officer in municipal government and county government cannot perform services on private property. So if a landowner has property and discovers that there's a homeless encampment on the property, the landowner could invite the governing authority to come on the property and clean up the property. And the city might waive that fee if they see that it's for the public good, to waive that. And so that's what it would do. This is, and then it's been through municipalities and Judge B, and we added a reverse repeater because, as I've shared with you, this is a work in process. We want to have a good product. Every single person in this room has cities that you represent, and we want to have a product that the House and Senate feel that we're proud of, that MML supports, and that the chairman supports. And I would yield for any questions.
Okay, we have a couple, Senator. First, Senator Barnett, for a question. You have a question? Senator
Yes,
Barnett.
Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Barnett?
Yes, of
Senator
course.
Barnett,
Of course,
you
Senator
recognize.
Barnett.
Thank you. Senator McMahon, you've been a former councilman, I've been a former mayor. Isn't there a law on the books now that says that if a municipality wanted to clean up some property, then they would have to notify the landowner at least 3 times, and after the 3rd time, they have the right to clean up that property, but it will be assessed to the landowner's tax?
Yes, that's one of the current tools for the municipalities, and that wouldn't change this. That's still a tool in their toolbox to do. That is the current law.
I agree with it, but don't you think that the reason why that was done there is so that the taxpayers of the cities or municipalities would not have to pay for the for cleanup of private property? And if the city does waive it one time, to be in fairness, wouldn't that have to be a continuum? Because how would they be able to make a decision of what's fair to clean up for one landowner and not fair to clean up for another landowner at the expense of the taxpayers of that city, town, or municipality?
So that's a good point, Senator Barnett, and I appreciate your input as a former mayor. Not every city is going to be able to take advantage of this general law, because not all cities have funds on hands. But for those cities that do have funds on hands and they've been invited by a landowner to go in and clean up the property, they would just give that council and that mayor the option at their discretion to waive the fee. And there's a lot of reasons that would happen. For example, let's say that someone owned property and they don't live there, and then they discover that there's a homeless encampment. They come down to hunt, or they come to an old family home and they realize there's an encampment on that property. Well, they can already ask law enforcement to come on and arrest those folks or ask them to leave for trespass. But what the city can't do is clean it up. So even if it's a vacant lot right in town, they cannot clean it up unless the landowner agrees to it, because they don't want to be assessed the fee. But if a city were to have some funds at their discretion and wanted to clean it up for the public good, and the landowner invited them on the property and they were okay with it, then they would be able to do that. Now, Senator, I want this to be a product that everybody buys into, and Senator Hickman is going to have an amendment in just a moment that's going to speak to cities establishing a fund at the beginning of their fiscal year, and I hope that he will still be offering that amendment. We've discussed it. Yeah, he's going to offer it.
But I still have a problem with that, Senator, because in your statement just a few seconds ago, you said not all cities will be able to participate in this. But if that's the case, then why do we set laws that all cities and counties in the state of Mississippi has to abide by? When I was the mayor of Heidelberg, it wasn't as big as the city of Jackson, but we still had to follow the same laws as the city of Jackson. So now why is it that Jackson gets the benefit from something that Heidelberg can't, or vice versa? I don't think that's being effective in making sure that we're protecting all of our cities and towns.
So let's use Heidelberg for an example. I've been through Heidelberg several times. When you were mayor there, let's say that you had a dilapidated property. Somebody had let their grass get up tall. You could notify them that, hey, we're going to go in and clean your property. You could put up to $2,500 lien on that property per year. But what if you discovered a homeless encampment on private property and the landowner or the property owner didn't live in the area? That happens a lot, where they don't even know who owns. They know who owns it, but you can't get in touch with them because they may live in another state. You could go in and remove that homeless encampment remove those folks, but as far as cleaning up, it might, it might be a large, and it would allow every city to participate, but not every city is going to have the funds to participate.
But Senator, to your point that you just made, if the city or the law enforcement or code enforcement officer of said city or said town was doing their job, and make it a notice of these dilapidated properties, whether that person lived in town or not, that's still not an excuse for that person to be notified, because you can go to the courthouse to find out who is the landowner, who owns this property, send them something in the mail, whether it was in state or out of state. So the fact that this person didn't know cannot be an excuse, or it shows poor leadership on the city or the municipality for not doing their job in identifying these dilapidated properties or these homeless encampments that was there. So my question is again, Senator, why are we attempting to use public taxpayers' dollars to clean up private property when we do not allow them to do private, to use public funds for private things in other systems? I mean, it may be for a friend or something, but as a mayor, I never let that come into play where someone said, well, I didn't know.
Well, we're not going to use public property. What we're going to do is give the cities another tool that they could, at their discretion, if they have the funds set aside, that they may choose to go in and clean up some property that they're unable to get in touch with the landowner. And I realize in a small town like Heidelberg or Guntown where I live, you pretty much know your neighbors and who lives there. But in a lot of larger cities, the property could be tied up in a trust, the property could be heirs, and we have a difficult time getting in touch with them. I know that we had a case like that when I was an alderman. We couldn't get in touch with a landowner for 3 years. And so this is just another tool, Senator. We're not going to spend a penny of public taxpayer money here.
How is this not spending public taxpayers' money when the city can decide that we want to put X amount of money in a fund to clean up homeless encampments, other properties at no cost to the landowner? So are we going to set aside monies or allow cities to set aside money to pay fines and fees? Because we think that's a good thing?
That's up to the local board, Senator. That's up to the local board. If the local municipality wants to take advantage of this law, they can, and if it passes. And if they don't want to take advantage of it, they don't have to take advantage of it. But some of the larger cities and medium-sized cities in this state, they're having a problem with homeless encampments. So this is just an attempt.
So my question to you again, Senator, would be, how is it possible now that this is okay to take public monies and use it for private gain, and it's okay with this legislative body and the state auditor's office, who has repeatedly said that this is something that we could not do, but now we're going to do this, even when we got the state auditor's office and the legislative body said that this is something that we shouldn't do. So we're going to defy this body and the state auditor's office by allowing us to use public monies for private good.
We will
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next, Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Seymour?
I do.
Senator Seymour, we recognize.
I assume you're addressing it to American citizens and not illegal immigrants that are coming across the border.
Well, it would deal with any homeless encampment if it was a homeless encampment, and if someone from another country owned property and they came and discovered that there was a homeless encampment, I suppose they could petition the city to remove those homeless folks or to clean up the property. This is not just a homeless encampment bill. There's the code's already there. We're just adding homeless encampments to the code.
All right, on this, as far as private property, what is your definition, or what is included in as far as humane manner of removal, and where are you going to bring them?
So it does address that. It says that law enforcement, in the bill, says that law enforcement has to give 48 hours notice. If you on lines 47, they have to give 48 hours notice to remove them. and then they can take their personal property with them. But if you look down at lines 96, 97, and 98, a tent or temporary structure is not considered their personal property. So, but like if they've got a backpack and their personal clothes, they could take it. But this is really, Senator Seymour, a public property right, because if you own the property, you would have to invite the governing authority on your property to clean up the homeless encampment. They couldn't just come on there.
That's my next question.
So
my property, I deem them, I give them the ability to stay there, somebody down on their luck, to give them an amount of time to get back on their feet. And under this statute that you're wanting, they're not going to have that option, even though it's my property and I feel that I have the ability to do with my property as I see fit.
Right.
And
That's
also,
right.
is there not a Fourth Amendment conflict here as far as a law enforcement coming upon the private property without
they can't
due
come
cause or
they can't
search
come on.
warrant?
So don't get this confused. The landowner has to invite the municipality or the governing authority on the property. They just can't come on the property. Now, currently the law states, if let's say that you have a home in a city and you're not keeping your property up, they'll send you notice. Hey, you need to clean up whatever the issue is. Let's say you got let's say you're into trucks and you got a bunch of old trucks in the yard or something. They can come in and move that property if you're out of city ordinance, and they can fine you. They can put a lien on your property.
It has to be a health hazard or a safety hazard.
That's correct.
That has got to be deemed first.
That's correct. That's correct. That's the
And
current
Senator
law.
Juan,
This has nothing to do with that. This is by invitation of the landowner.
okay.
So let's say that you.
I get your point.
By
there.
invitation, yes, sir. And the cities are not required to do this. They just may do it. It's just another tool in their toolbox. And senators, this bill's got a reverse repealer in it. I mean, it's a working process. If I don't, I will consult with Chairman of Judd B. I will consult with the House Chair. We will consult with MML. I want Senator Barnett's support. I'd like to find a way to get his support, because I want this to be something that's a good bill for all of the cities in Mississippi if they choose to utilize it. It's just a tool.
Senator Sparks, you have a question?
A question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
I do.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The definition of a homeless encampment appears to be one or more homeless people living in a tent, shack, or other structure that's not provided utility service paid by the person living in that area. I think that's up on line.
Yeah, that's correct.
Line 38.
Yes, sir.
And Senator Seymour may have just asked this, so I apologize. Is this, it's on private property, but it only happens upon request of the property owner?
Correct.
Who somehow identifies that there are homeless people that are in tent, shacks, other structures, not provided utility service paid by the person living in the area on their own property, and they can request law enforcement assistance to remove them?
I'm sorry, I lost you. It's a person living on the property, and it's their own property, and they choose not to have utilities?
No. It's private property.
Okay.
But I'm just saying.
They discover an individual or
Is that
person.
how this is happening? Because I'm a little confused. I mean, are there a bunch of homeless encampments on private property that?
Yes.
Well, I'm getting a lot of yeses, but I'm not done with my question. That are inside of municipalities, that the municipality and the private landowner want to do something, but they believe their hands are tied?
Yes.
Okay.
I can give you an example. Would you like an example?
You can if you like. I'm just trying to understand it, because basically what it looks like to me is that we have raised the amount of money, and I think this may go back to Senator Barnett's question, that we have raised the amount of money that potentially is going to be spent, because there's two different sections, like on line 245, and I'm looking at the strike through, so I hope that's the right line. It's an increase from $250 that the municipality may spend up to $10,000. That's
correct.
not the fine. That's actual cost to the city. So the city, though, has discretion to do anything. If somebody comes in and reports and says, I found a homeless shelter, homeless encampment on my private property inside the city limits, the city could say, I'm sorry for you, and stop.
Well, in that exact scenario, if I discovered I had a homeless encampment on some property that I owned, I could ask the city to remove them. They're trespassing, and they would. But the city doesn't have to clean up the homeless encampment, and neither do I. I can leave it. It can be a public menace. I can be right down in the historic district and say, hey, I'm not cleaning it up. I didn't make the mess, and I'm not going to clean it up. That is happening. So the city says, hey, we're going to come in and clean it up and put it on your tax lien. And the landowner says, if you come on my property, I'm going to sue you for violating my private property rights. But this would allow a city to work with a landowner where homeless encampments have continued to be set up over a period of years, and they'll disperse them, and then they come back in. This will give the cities another tool to negotiate cleaning up those areas. And I hope I've done a decent job explaining that, Senator Sparks.
Thank you. You may want to look at your definition, though. That's scarily close to describing the camper caucus, and I would not want to do something that would cause them to be removed. Thank you.
Well, I see several of you laughing. I suppose Commissioner Gibson would have to request a homeless encampment down there. The intent of this legislation, sir.
Senator Brumfield for a question. Do you have a question? Do you yield, Senator Brumfield?
Yes, I yield. Yes,
Senator Brumfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator McMahon.
Yes, sir.
Just friendly question. Wondering if we have a private landowner who owns multiple properties. The city or the municipality has the option or opportunity to clean that particular property. How do we ensure that just one person doesn't benefit from it, that multiple people can, if I'm owning multiple properties?
Well, I don't want to interfere with Senator Hickman's amendment, but Senator Hickman has a really strong amendment that I support that's going to be helpful. Are you ready to present that amendment? I'd like for you to present it.
Well, Senator, we need to wait for that if you don't mind, because we haven't adopted a committee sub, and we still have some more questions.
Thank you.
I think if the chamber would allow us to adopt the committee sub and we could get to the amendment, I think that's going to answer some questions for some folks. So, but I yield for any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Thank you.
Senator Barnett. I believe you have another question. You have a question?
To speak on the bill at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, next, Senator Chisholm, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question.
You yield,
I do.
Senator Chisholm. Senator Chisholm, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, so if somebody is homeless and they're camping out on a property that belongs to a person, it's a private-owned land, they're homeless, and you're saying that the city can spend up to $10,000 cleaning up these properties? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, let's say you own multiple properties and you discover that there's a homeless person living on one of your properties and they've built a temporary structure out of pallets or a tent, some type of makeshift structure. You can ask the city, and it's in a city, right?
Yes.
You can ask the city to come in and remove them for trespassing, and they will. But they will not clean up the property. You are responsible for cleaning up the property.
Okay.
Because it's on your property. However, if you don't clean it up, the city could come on your property. Let's say it's right in town in a historic district or a retail area, and you don't clean it up. The city says, hey, if you don't clean it up, we're going to come in and put a lien on your property up to $2,500. We're going to clean it up, and we're going to put a lien on you. So that happens. And then it happens again the next year. And then it happens again the next year. There are landowners in Mississippi who are finding homeless encampments, and when they report them, they're putting liens on their properties. So this would give the cities an opportunity to clean up those properties and work with the landowner to try to keep those encampments out of those areas. Some areas are very conducive some areas are very conducive to a homeless. If they have there's a lot of different factors that fall in. If there's an empty building, if there's a creek or a stream nearby, a lot of times they'll try to set up near that so they have a water source as well. There are a whole lot of factors that deal with that.
And you think it's fair to use the taxpayers' money to do this?
I think it's fair to give your mayors and your city council a tool to remove those homeless encampments and get those properties cleaned up.
Thank you.
All right. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes, friendly question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
I do.
Senator Hill.
Currently, if somebody is leaning a property to try to restore the money, they can't collect that anyway till the property's sold, correct?
Yeah, the lien. So let's say that this has happened. I had an example of this. Let's say that a city goes in and keeps cleaning a property that it's just dilapidated. Grass keeps growing up. In 1 year, grass can grow head high in a yard. So let's say that a city goes in and they put the maximum lien on it, 3 years in a row, $7,500. Well, the city can never recoup their costs until that property is sold. And there are some cases where the liens on the properties in a lot of towns, every one of you in this building have a dilapidated property in your city that you just cannot get cleaned up because the liens on the property are worth more than the property is.
And school kids may be walking down the sidewalk by these homeless encampments on private property to where you can't even locate the private property owner in some cases. Correct?
Yeah, there's so many variables. We cannot, it is difficult for us to come up with every single variable in 300 cities in Mississippi from this room.
But this is a start.
This is a start.
This is a good...
Yes, and this has a reverse repealer in it. This is not the last time you're going to see this bill. This is going to be a good product that we can all buy in on, or I won't bring it back up. If there's a lot of resistance to it, people are like, hey, we just don't want to do it. We don't want to do anything. Let's just leave it like it is. That's what we'll do.
I don't think we can leave it like it is because it's continuing to get worse day by day. So I do appreciate your work on this, and I don't know if you've been aware, but I've filed numerous bills in the past, but never as good as what I see this language. So I know it's a work in progress, but I appreciate your work on it.
Senator, this is just an attempt. I mean, a minute attempt to go in a direction to empower your local officials to help clean up their neighborhoods, clean up streets, clean up dilapidated property. Look, I had a companion bill to this that would have allowed little small municipalities to apply for grants. It didn't make it. It didn't make it through the committee system. But this will only affect those 300 cities that choose to set up a fund where they can clean up. And look, I thought that's what we were all about in this. People taking ownership of their towns and their cities and cleaning up the property and working with the landowners. There is no shall in this. They may work with the landowners to clean up these properties. It's just an attempt. I'm trying to help your city as much as I'm trying to help my cities.
Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Do you
President.
yield, Senator Hobson?
Yes, of course.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern, I think I know what you're trying to do first, and that is to clean up what is essentially sometimes referred to as blighted properties. If it becomes so bad, it becomes blighted to the community, it gives them the authority to go in and clean it and then put a lien on the property.
That you may or may never collect.
To be paid, right. Now, my concern, though, this may be at the center of your bill, and I apologize if somebody else has asked the questions because I was in a side meeting, but the part about waiver, the discretion for the municipality to waive, I have grave concerns about that because it's,
so do I.
I'm not sure of any other instances where we do that, one, and two is that I think this gets us on a slippery slope. Do you think that language should be removed, that we don't give the authorities the right to waive? They can leave the lien on there and recover when it's sold, but do you think it's a problem to allow them to continue to be able to waive debts to the city?
Senator Hickman has an amendment I think is going to speak to that question that will strengthen this bill. And if we could get to where we could adopt the committee sub and we can hear his amendment, I support it. It's good. I want people to have input. And Senator Hobson, look, I commend what you guys are doing over in your area. You know, 3 years ago, we passed for you guys came up with a ledger through local and private where you registered dilapidated property in Vicksburg, and I supported you on that.
Yeah.
And I came and saw your beautiful city, and it's more beautiful today than it was 3 years ago because
I'll tell you what, I filed bills years ago to clean up blighted and dilapidated properties and give them the authority. The one thing that I don't know that we've done before is to allow them to waive the right to collect the debt that's owed. And that's my concern. That's what I'm expressing.
Well,
maybe Senator Hickman will address that.
I think we're going to have a good amendment.
Okay, the senator earlier moved that we adopt the committee substitute.
Yeah, I move we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
The senator moved we adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, do we have an amendment, Senator? It's
Yes.
time for an amendment. Senator Hickman, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. What this amendment does, you've heard an explanation of the bill, and I understand that many people have a lot of questions. I had a lot of the same questions when this bill was first introduced in committee, and so I worked with the chairman to come up with an amendment that would help, I guess, alleviate some of my concerns and answer some of my questions. So what this amendment basically does is, if a city decides that it wants to take advantage of this bill, it would require that city establish a line in their budget each year at what they're going to expend on cleaning up these types of properties. If they establish a budget, then they have to come up with the governing rules and regulations at which they're going to determine how this process is going to work, who they're going to, what properties they're going to clean up and stuff like that. What's the application process? They'll have to spread both the budget, both the line item and the budget upon their minutes and the rules and regulations that they're going to use to determine which properties they're going to clean up. And so that's what this amendment does, and I will yield for any questions.
Senator Barnett, do you have a question?
I'd like to speak on the amendment.
Please, at the proper time, come forward at the proper time. Any other questions? Senator Hobson, you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hobson.
Yes.
It's Senator Hobson. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hickman, this is still using public funds for the property, and there's no ability to recoup those funds with this amendment.
No, this amendment doesn't speak to that. What this amendment does, and I'm just being honest, where my train of thought was on this, is I wanted to be able to cover cities so that they don't, say for instance, they start doing it, they run out of money, and then somebody's upset because my property didn't get cleaned up. So they set a budget, but also I wanted to protect homeowners or private property owners, which goes to Senator Brumfield's question, like, what if, they're picking and choosing which property owners they want to clean up? And so this would have them to set up regulation and how they would use the funds. And I think your question would go to the overall bill.
Yeah, my question is, and more of a concern that I don't think this quite addresses, and that is the waiver of the city or utilization of city funds for private properties. Look, I know this has got a reverse repealer in it. I'm just going to ask if you and Senator McMahon will work with me and others that have real concerns about getting this process. The fund idea about maybe getting some outside funds. There may be people that want to contribute to a fund that would help with dilapidated property just because they care about their community. But I do have concerns about a public body making essentially private donations as well.
And I'll answer that question. But I had the same question, I think, in the beginning. And it was my understanding that there are some issues across the state, but particularly, I think this bill was brought because Senator McMahon has some issues specifically in his district. And my question was, why wasn't this, something that's kind of like a local and private, they could do whatever, but because of the prohibition that you can't just give to a private entity, it had to be changed in general law, and that's how this ended up in general law. But I get your concerns, and I think he'd be very willing to work on that.
Thank you, Senator Hickman.
Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Turner Ford?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I'm just trying to think if there is this type of authority in the law where either a county or a municipality has the right to establish a fund without any parameters. I just can't think of anything.
I'm sorry.
Usually if a county or municipality wants to implement a tax, there are certain steps that they have to go through. So what type of, have you considered any type of limitation to the amount that can be set aside for this fund?
Well, I think, there is in the general bill, there is an amount they can use to clean up each property. But there's also, I think, the limitation. Are you speaking to like a monetary limitation? And
yes.
I haven't contemplated that, but as you said, there's a reverse repealer. We could put that in there, but I think, overall the limitation is there's only a certain type of property that they can clean up, and then there's a certain amount that they can expend on each property, which is a broad number, and you may want to get with Senator McMahon to work on something of that nature. But what my amendment simply does is to put some regulation, because the general bill, it just basically says they can do it, and it doesn't require them to promulgate any rules or regulation or anything on how they're going to go about doing it.
So, as even with your amendment, the municipality can just decide what they want to appropriate for this line item, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator Barnett, you're recognized to speak on the amendment. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hickman, for your work on the amendment. And as a former mayor, it was my responsibility to make sure that those people that elected me to do the job of the mayor, that I should have done the job that they elected me to do. And for me to not do that job was neglect on my part. So there should be no excuse, or we should make no excuses for those of us who are in elected positions should not do our jobs. So to say that we didn't recognize these places being dilapidated is not an excuse. It's a dereliction of duty. For those of us who say that we didn't see this, is again a dereliction of duty. Why should I why should I burden my taxpayers anymore with paying for something that I didn't do, that I should have been doing myself as the mayor? Why are we trying to take public taxpayers' money and use it for private gain? Who are we to decide who gets this and who doesn't get this? Who are we to decide, well, today I can't do yours because I run out of funds on this? Who are we to decide as a city council that it's okay to put X amount of dollars over here and not ask for a referendum of the taxpayers whose money we're spending to decide on if this is something that we should be doing or not? Who am I as a government body to make these decisions based on the other taxpayers in this town? Why don't we let the laws on the books that have been working work? Do they work? Yes, they do work. If we do our job as mayors and city council, these type of things work. To say that we can't identify a landowner, I'm a living proof that yes, we can. If you want to take care of your municipality, as bad as you promised the day that you was running for the office, then you make sure that those people are notified, whether they live in Heidelberg, Mississippi, or Jackson, Mississippi, or somewhere on the moon. If you wanted to get in touch with them, there's ways to get in touch with them to let them know. And there's a process of doing this, and the process does work. And if we let the process work, then we don't have to pick and choose whose property we clean up, because we clean up all of the property if we do it the way it's always been done, and not to continue to put a burden on the taxpayers as to we're going to set aside monies over here. If that's the case, then why do we have a state auditor that's always auditing people and saying, well, you use public money for private gain? How could we prosecute for one and make it legal for the other to do this? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a good idea. As Senator Hobson said it earlier, we're setting ourselves up for something great, for something worse than what we could imagine if we continue to put public monies into public things that we are not doing as elected officials. So I'm asking you all to vote against the amendment as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, you close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say that I have never served as an elected in municipal government, so I won't refute anything that Senator Barnett has said, except the fact that he raised a good point. He stated that, just let the laws on the book work. And if that was the case, then we wouldn't come here every year, because we would have no need to make new laws or to change laws or anything like that. And so I think this is an opportunity to help do that. I would just add that I think this amendment makes the bill better. That's why I'm making this amendment. Without the amendment, of course, I think there would be more issues to raise on this question. I ultimately think that a lot of what Senator Barnett said was to the actual bill and not to the amendment. So I would ask that you support the amendment, which the draft of the bill and the chairman of the committee supports.
All right, motion is.
I'd like to speak on the amendment.
You recognize? Oh, wait a minute. Well, hold on.
You got time left? You get 5 minutes. Each side gets 5 minutes.
I thought we just had that, but go ahead, Senator.
I support the amendment. I want input from everyone in the room. I think Senator Hickman has a wonderful amendment that strengthens the bill. This is an opportunity to help, and I ask you to support the amendment.
All right, the motion of the amendment is that we do adopt the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now, Senator McMahon for a motion.
If there are any other questions, I'd like to close before we vote.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Look, guys, this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a city issue in our state. We've got 300 municipalities. I've said this many times that no one's coming here to help us. We got to help ourselves. And this is an opportunity to help your mayors and your aldermen in their own cities make good decisions with the local folks. That's what this bill does. It's got a reverse repealer in it. If there's some folks in here who want to come and talk with me, if you choose to pass it, and you want to come and talk with me about you'd like to see something in or out of the bill, I'll do the best I can to make sure all the concerns are addressed. I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests you use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Barnett?
Barnett's objected to roll call.
You objected to the roll call? Senator, okay, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby.
Aye.
Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Blackwell, Branning, Brumfield, Carter, Chazanall, Delano, Frazier, Hickman, Jordan, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Whaley, Wiggins. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Berry, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Rose, Robinson, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Brumfield, Butler, Frazier, Horn, Jackson, McClendon, Norwood, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas.
Senator England, did you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President.
For
to the
what
vote.
purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
You recognized for the vote?
Thank you. If Senator Jordan were here, he would vote no, and I vote aye, so I'm announcing a pair.
Please record the pair. Senator Derek Simmons, for what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
I'd like to announce a pair.
You're recognized.
I vote no. If Senator Joel Carter was here, he'll vote aye.
Record the pair.
Hold on. We have another pair they want to announce.
Senator Norwood, before we announce the vote.
To the vote.
You're recognized.
If Senator Delano was here, he would be an aye. I'm a no.
Please record the pair.
Yes, ma'am. 3213. Okay, 32 yeas, 13 nays, it passed.
Okay, by a vote of 32 to 13, 32 ayes, 13 nays, the bill is passed. Now we'll go to the next item. The next item, Senator Michelle, 86. Pass and retain 86 and 87. We'll go to item 88. We'll pass that item, retain its place on the calendar. Senator McCon, 89. Pass and retain. Senator Sparks, 90. Pass and retain. 91, Senator Bryan, pass and retain. 92. 93, Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons, pass and retain. Okay, 93, 94, County Affairs, pass and retain. 5, 6, 7, and 8, 96, 97, 96, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 96 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2733, Pharmaceuticals, authorize the Division of Medicaid to establish a wholesale prescription drug importation program.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr.
Usual motion.
Yeah, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the subcommittee sub.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, simple bill does what the title states, which is that to direct the Division of Medicaid to establish a prescription drug program to import drugs from Canada and outside the U.S. We all know the expensive cost of drugs. Canada has cheaper drugs. This is a model legislation that's been used successfully in places like Florida, saving consumers millions and millions of dollars. And in short, it allows or directs the division to establish a wholesale prescription drug program to provide lower cost prescription drugs outside the U.S. And directs them to contract with one or more drug wholesalers and Canadian suppliers to import prescription drugs. The drugs that they import have to follow FDA rulings and FDA regulation. And then there will be a report to the legislature as the program develops. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, you move for adoption of the committee substitute.
I do. That's my motion.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee substitute. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee sub's adopted. Now, Senator Wiggins.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. 97, Senator Pat. Who did?
Turner Ford.
Oh, Senator Turner Ford, I'm sorry, you voted present?
Yes,
I
Mr.
didn't hear
President.
that. My bad, Senator. Please record as voting present. Okay, 97, Senator Blackwell, pass and retain. 98 as well. 99, Senator DeBar, pass and retain. 99, 100, pass and retain. Senator Younger, 101, pass and retain. Senator Bryan, 102. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2341, physician grant funding from Qualified Health Center Grant Program, extend date of funding.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
This bill simply extends for 2 years a repealer on existing law. The law authorizes the State Department of Health to make grants to qualified health centers for the purpose of assisting them in hiring physicians. This only takes place if the Appropriations Committee chooses to make appropriations to do it, but this is the underlying statutory program. And this just extends the program for 2 more years, so that for 2 more years, the Appropriations Committee can send money to this program if they choose to do so. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use more than roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of more than roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to Senator Boyd, 103, pass and retain. 104, Senator Hobson, pass and retain. 104. Senator Blackwell, 105. Senator Wiggins, 106.
Ask that we pass 106, 107, they retain their place. We go to item 108, call that up, ask the title be read.
Call up item 108, Senate Bill number 2744. Read the title.
Senate Bill number 2744, Community Mental Health Centers rename and require certain oversight measures by Department of Mental Health.
Senator Wiggins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I ask that you allow Senator Boyd to explain the committee substitute.
Senator Boyd, you recognize to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill details the procedures and the standards for the establishment and management of the mental health services in our state, establishing accountability and efficient use of resources. The amendments in this legislation focus on improving the processes and standards for mental health services in our state, ensuring better oversight, promoting the responsible use of resources. It also outlines the duties of regional mental health facilities, including administration of mental health, intellectual disability programs, and the establishment of services for various mental health needs. Section 1 of this legislation focuses on improving accountability and performance in our community mental health centers, with the emphasis on regular audits and the potential for organizational changes if standards are not met. The bill proposes to enhance the performance evaluation of community mental health authorities, introduces a rating scale with indicators, and mandates biennial performance review audits. It also established probationary measures and performance audits if the center fails to meet those performance standards. It can now be placed on probation. Presently, right now, when a community mental health center is not operating the way it should, the State Board of Mental Health has only two options. They either can decertify it, or they can seek, and by decertifying it, it closes it, or they can give them no state funds. This gives the Department of Mental Health greater ability to go in there, work with those community mental health centers, and remediate those issues. So what this will do too is it will lead to them working with them, placing them on probation for a period of 9 months if they are in trouble, and it will make them work with the executive directors, the officers, and any contractors they choose to help those mental health centers be set up for success. The State Department of Mental Health does not want to directly manage or operate our community mental health centers. But what they do want to do, just like we do with our school districts who get in trouble, they do want to make them successful on the community level. And this seeks to do just that. There have been discussions in the past with DOJ, the previous court monitor, the legislators concerning state oversight, meeting with association reps from the sheriffs, the supervisors, the police chiefs, the chancery clerks, expressing concerns that we have in our present community mental health center. DMH worked with Dr. Hogan, who was the court monitor that we had during our litigation, and he believes that the performance audit is a good move. It strengthens the accountability, and he said addresses some of the concerns that were present during the DOJ lawsuit. He believes that this helps service inconsistencies, manage problems, and will help look at different aspects such as their cash balances. Sometimes they have been failing to bill Medicaid, and provide services that keep people from being institutionalized or go back into their community. So these approaches should be able to address these particular issues. Additionally, Section 2 of the bill looks at the regional commission. They focus on the operational standards, the financial management, the service delivery responsibilities of the community mental health centers. It addresses the financial management of regional commissions, including the handling of surplus funds and requirements for annual audits. Key components of this section are looking at the regional commitment and how they're performing their duties as outlined in statute. It also looks at the servicing and reporting to their local boards of supervisors. As most of you know, our local board of supervisors appoint members to these regional boards and commission. And there have been some complaints by some of our boards of supervisors that they don't know what's going on in their community mental health centers. There's also been complaints by the community mental health centers at the Board of Supervisors not knowing what they're going on. So what this bill does, it allows them to submit quarterly reports to those Boards of Supervisors on data that they collect and information that they collect. Also too, this bill says the commission fails to meet minimum standards. It's given that probationary period to improve. Also, they're looking at the financial management. In looking at like a report that was done in September, you have community mental health centers with only a little over $100,000 in their excess funds to one that has over $48 million in funds. So there's vast discrepancies in those issues. So this would help them really get a better financial track on what they're doing. Also too, we have put some salary caps in here, and they have to report the annual salary and fringe benefits of the executive director and any other officer with an annual salary of more than $100,000. We are limiting those executive director salaries because to be capped at 120% of the DMH executive director. And for your information, that's about $220,000. The other aspect of this bill is something that's very, very important. And I'm going to tell you and explain to you with a situation that was brought to my attention this morning. This morning I received a call from a community mental health center, and she said, what y'all are doing is extremely important, and I want you to know of a situation that happened just this past weekend. She said one of my locals, somebody came in to certify that their wife needed to be committed. The sheriff had, those papers were taken out. The sheriff has no ability under this law not to do, under the present law that we have, not to go serve those papers and take that individual in. The individual had lost 3 family and close friends within a very short period of time. She was extremely depressed and wouldn't get out of bed. And the man, not knowing what to do, decided that she needed to be committed. The sheriff took her in, and she promptly, unless she got out this morning, is sitting in a jail in Mississippi, where she probably just has a bad case of depression. There's a much better way that we can do this. The Department of Mental Health has been working, looking at the solution of how that we can do this. So in this legislation, we're changing this process. We know right now that we have mentally ill individuals that have been placed in our jails for far too long. And this is what this is making sure stops. So what we do is we have a pre-affidavit screening process so that when you go in to believe that you have a family member that has mental illness and needs to be committed or treatment, what happens is your community mental health center will go through a pre-affidavit screening process. It has to be done within 24 hours. They will look to see, they'll gather information, look at the individual. They will try to, and the process will include personally evaluating the individuals, going out, meeting them, identifying and any alleged conduct that justifies a commitment. They'll explore all alternatives to commitment and explain why those processes are being rejected. They'll gather information looking at medications of the individual, and as they've done this, they will be making a recommendation. They're going to attempt, when at all possible, to do that screening process And if they can't do the screening process, they can recommend that an affidavit of commitment should be filed anyway, and a writ issued to the sheriff to intervene. But they're going to try to make those appropriations, just as if somebody had been able to go out to that woman I just mentioned and do an affidavit screening process on that woman. She would have never been placed in our jails. She wasn't violent. She needed simple help, probably for depression, and probably severe depression. So that's the process that would have been used, and this woman would have never entered our system, but they could have got her in help at that community mental health center. So what it does is it makes sure that there's appropriate care. It protects individuals' rights. It makes sure that we're allocating our resources appropriately, and it reduces the legal burden that's faced on the counties when these commitments are made. One of the things the bill does, it specifies the proof required for commitment to a state operated facility. It emphasizes the need for clear evidence of mental illness or intellectual disability. It makes sure that a commitment hearing takes place within 7 days of the petition being filed. The individual has the right to attend the hearing, to testify, to have attorneys present, and to cross-examine witnesses. There's a post-commitment process. If the individual, they do find them to be dangerous to themselves or the public, the court must commit the individual to a secure treatment facility unless there's another treatment or state-operated program willing to accept the individual with the ability to meet both the individual's needs and the public safety requirement. Jail may not be used for custody during commitment process unless all factors are met. The person would have to be actively violent. They will have to have explored and exhausted every available remedy for another facility, and the judge would have to authorize it. The CMHC must provide documentation of the person's violent behavior and that no other facilities were available. Then the person can only be held for 24 hours, and CMS has to provide treatment during those 24 hours. CMS can hold on a writ before a commitment is completed. The bill adds language to clarify that the hospital can hold on a writ before a commitment is completed. The other thing the bill does, and this was something that the community mental health centers insisted on being there, and I think it's a good bill, is they provided that there had to be training annually for our chancery clerks that are looking and working through this process. Section 6 of the bill adds that if a regional commission has not established a regional holding facility, that the commission shall otherwise comply with the proceedings in this chapter. Section 7, we have had a little bit of an issue in the state with same level of care transfers, so that if a person is already receiving acute psychiatric treatment, they can't be committed to the state operated facility unless the shows that is not available in the facility that they are already in. Section 10 of the bill makes sure that PEER is doing a report to the legislature on this process because it is a different process. And so we'll be looking for the report on how this is being implemented in December of this year. This act would take effect in July of this year. Just a few more things to talk about this is that what these amendments will do to this legislation, it's going to ensure increased accountability, increased transparency. We're going to make sure that the rights of those that are being committed are upheld. We already are facing, as many of you have read in our papers, that we already are under threat of lawsuit by individual groups who say that we are not handling what we are doing with those that are being committed properly and those with mental illnesses. It also makes sure that there is strong financial requirements. These are the solutions that have been offered, and I think will help us to make sure that our individuals and our loved ones that need to be committed are taken care of, and we will do to provide some transparency at our community mental health centers. That is an explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Yeah, friendly question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
Yes.
Senator Simmons recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Boyd, with all your work on this bill, and certainly Chairman Wiggins for allowing you to present it in committee as well as here on the floor. Are you opposed to a reverse repealer? I know, as I understand, some of our community health centers would like to work on this bill as it goes through the process. Are you opposed to a reverse repealer?
I'm not opposed to a reverse repealer.
Thank you. I have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
At the proper time. Senator Harkins, you have a question?
For a question.
You yield, Senator Harkins.
Yes.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you. Senator, are there specific complaints about certain community mental health centers, or is this more of a blanket approach? Because I'm getting some calls from my locals that think that there's not really much of a problem with ours, and are wondering, is there a grandfather clause for some of them, or is it, what is the, I guess, the kickback?
Senator, at points in time, there's problems with all community mental health centers, just like your local school districts. At points in times, there's problems with each one of them. What we've put in place are performance measures. And as we saw in the litigation, if any of y'all read the transcripts of the litigation that we've had, of what was going on in our community mental health centers, there are problems in all of them. They are great people. They do a fantastic job. But this is not just limited to one. There have been some major problems with some particular ones. But all of these community mental health centers could be, the performance measures that we put in place could be very important to them. Senator, $89 million, I think, was last year's form, what went to our community mental health centers. This puts some oversight at the state level and puts those enhanced performance measures in place so that we make sure that those dollars are being watched, that they're being effectively spent. We have state agencies that we require way more performance measurements for who get way less dollars. And so this helps to put everybody on a performance, a level playing field, and we know that we have major issues with mental health in this state. And what this bill does is it puts those performance measures in place, it puts transparency in place, and makes sure that we can work together to get a better mental health system in this state.
Well, I appreciate your work on it, and I'm not against accountability, and I appreciate your work, and I appreciate you being open to a repealer to continue to work on it. I want to support the bill. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield, Senator Turner
Yes.
Ford? Senator Turner Ford, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. My question is, so this is specifically related to the pre-affidavit screening process. And I was reflecting on the example that you made. So is there anything that would require a community health person to go out and make a house call for someone who is not willing to come in for the pre-affidavit screening?
What the language of the bill does is it asks them to use their best efforts to do this. Most of our community mental health centers already work very closely with the law enforcement in their area. But if they could not get somebody to come in and they were not able to do that, there is a process here that you still can go through the commitment process, but you've got to talk to the family. You've got to get as much information as possible so that the judge still knows that this is a proper commitment.
So there is no requirement.
They are to make every best effort to get in touch with these individuals to try to do this. So they're to use every best effort they can do this. Yes. But there is a process too. Like they very much have to try to do in person this pre-affidavit screening process.
And so if the individual just refuses to come into some office to be screened, is there a requirement that someone be dispatched to his or her?
There is
home?
not a specific requirement that they be dispatched to the home. There is not particular language in there that they be dispatched to the home. What the practice, I'm told, in most places is they work with the individual who is making the wanting to file the affidavit. They work with them in practice. They try to then either accompany them, work with them, meeting the individual. They also oftentimes work with law enforcement depending on the situation. And as you know, everything is always on, the particular circumstances change on every situation. But they definitely, there is strong language in here that they should be using, that they should be doing this, using this pre-affidavit process. They have been doing this in other states to a great deal of success, and making sure that we keep individuals out of the, that don't need to be committed out of the process by using this pre-affidavit screening process. In many instances, getting these people to proper services within their community mental health center.
So I guess my concern is, for certain individuals, they may need help, but they're not willing to agree to go in with a family member. So it's not a voluntary commitment. It's involuntary.
Yes, I mean, the process that we're trying to clean up right now is the involuntary commitments, where the person goes in and they, swear an affidavit that you are harmful to yourself or to others. And so this is the process right now that we are trying to clean up, is those involuntary commitments that happened to the individual lady that I'm speaking of. She was involuntarily committed. And so that's what this process is right now.
Thank you.
Senator Polk, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield Senator Polk?
Yes, sir.
Senator Polk, recognized.
In your presentation of the bill, I believe you said there was a wide diversity between the lowest and the highest number of dollars in the different accounts of the mental health agencies. One of them had $43 million.
Almost 48 million.
All right, which one was that?
That would be, that is Region 6, and that's in September the 28th of this year, of last year.
And Region 6 is?
Their headquarters is in Greenwood, and I have a map here that I'll happy that they can put up on the board of the various regions.
So with that much swing between the two, the lowest and the highest, is there a factor that you discovered that seemed to make District 6 so valuable?
The Region 6 also took in some other regions that were not functioning and not, so I think that's probably what contributed to that amount for Region 6 is they function very well. They have a very good system there, but they took in, I believe it was one of the failing mental health district or failing community mental health districts. That's one factor. I don't know any other factors with that.
You would think that if they took in a failing district, it would make them in worse shape, but maybe not. Next question is, you mentioned that we're going to set the maximum salary of a community mental health agency at 120% of the Mississippi Department of Mental Health director. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that will be $220,000.
It's roughly $220,000. Yes, sir.
Okay. So a director of a region will be able to make more money than the director of the state of Mississippi.
they would be able to make more money than the state of Mississippi. So presently, right now, as of September the 28th, and there may have been some raises since then, but we have a salary range on the executive directors from $100,000 to one that is $381,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Did you yield, Senator Norwood?
Yes.
Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Board. Are we talking about day treatment, or are these residential, the community health center? Do they have residential provision?
Yeah, so are you talking about when the individuals are, yes. So what would happen if the individuals do need to be committed? And one of the caveats in the bill, one of the language is that they should use the least restrictive environment as possible. So somebody has to be committed. They are charged, and the judge is charged with making sure that it's the least restrictive environment possible. So, the hope is that some of these people that we have committed, that we could get going to more day treatment programs in these community mental health centers. Crisis intervention beds is where a number of these individuals would land. So hopefully if there's a medication issue, they could get that medication stabilized. The state hospital with that. So we are still sorely lacking the number of crisis stabilization unit beds that we really need. Region 8, I believe it's Region 8. Yes, Region 8 just opened up, I think a couple of weeks ago, their crisis intervention beds, and I think they're pretty full already. So they just opened up 16 new beds, and they're already full.
And one final question, could this, you're looking at this also as potentially reducing the population that's in local jails that doesn't necessarily need to be there, that this would be an alternative for the courts to
Absolutely. In the situation that I mentioned earlier, in that same community mental health district, the director has a great relationship with the courts and the sheriff's department. And so she noted that they are already almost doing, even though this is not a formalized process, they try to help do this, and they try to really get those family members to go to the community mental health center to get them to help. And so they are able already in that county to diminish a great number of people who are going to the jails that didn't need to go to the jails because they are not violent, they're not violent to themselves or others. So we can greatly, hopefully, diminish the number of individuals who are going to our jails that don't need to be there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Board.
All right, let's see. Senator Brumfield, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Brumfield?
Yes.
Senator Brumfield recognized.
Yes, thank you, Senator Board. I'm wondering, in these particular regions, like one is some of the facilities are to full capacity, and the other ones are barely have any occupants in there. Will we be able to share resources across the regions?
So the Department of Mental Health maintains a listing of sites that have beds open. So if your community mental health center didn't have any crisis stabilization unit beds, hopefully District 9 might have some left. And so right now they're already sharing resources. If somebody doesn't have, if they have an open bed, they're helping their neighbor with those beds.
Okay. In that instance, if you will, would the state issue fundings or something of that nature to help with transportation, or how would they do that?
I don't know about the transportation. I have to be honest. I didn't ask that question, so I'll find out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator Wiggins, did you wish to speak on the bill? Well, we need to speak on the bill, then we need to adopt the committee sub, then we need to do the amendment. Okay. I'm sorry. You have 5 minutes, by the way.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Senator Boyd for her work on this. And you may not know, but We had a joint public health committee meeting with the House. We heard about a lot of the issues in what's called the civil commitment process, and the Department of Mental Health has come with recommendations. Senator Boyd has worked throughout this so that we can get our mental health system working. The community mental health system is put in place decades ago. What we're simply trying to do is to improve it, and really to head off, well, I shouldn't say head off. We had a Justice Department lawsuit that ultimately got overturned in the state's favor, but that also brought to highlight some issues. And I know there are regions out there who claim, understandably, that they're doing things the right way, but we have a state obligation to these individuals to do it in a humane and a way that can be done properly. And Senator Boyd has worked really hard to get us there. And as Senator Polk pointed out, with the salaries, that's just not viable in treating these folks. And there's going to be a reverse repealer. That's a great amendment, and we'll work through this. But I would encourage you to vote in favor of the committee substitute when we get to that point, because it really is making our system better and not keeping the status quo. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd, you move for adoption?
I would move for adoption of the committee substitute.
Senator moves for adoption of committee substitute. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee subs adopted. Now we have an amendment. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly want to thank Chairman Wiggins for his leadership on the committee and Chairman Boyd for all your work on this. We support trying to make sure we do the right things as it relates to our community health centers. The amendment before you is just a reverse repealer so that we can continue the work that Chairman Boyd is leading up for us. I ask for the adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Did you want to speak on the amendment? I'm sorry. All right, I'll do it again. All in favor say aye. Adopt the amendment. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now to close. There you go. Senator Wiggins moves that we had suggested we have use of the morning roll call final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Rhodes? Senator Tate? Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. Barrett is present. All right. Anyone else? Please record all others by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Okay. Now we'll go to. Pass. Okay. I thought maybe I'd left someone out there in a vote there for a second, Senator Wiggins. All right. So we pass and retain 109, 110. Go to 111, Senator England, 111, Senate Bill number 2580.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 111 and ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2580, in-person early voting allowed.
Senator Wiggins. Excuse me, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The aye has it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this bill is the In-Person Early Voting Act. I'm going to tell you what it does briefly. I know I've talked with a lot of you before. This bill is going to get rid of in-person absentee voting. We will still have in-person mail-in voting if you meet one of the enumerated reasons to qualify for an absentee ballot. But in-person absentee is going away. It's going to be replaced with in-person voting, early voting. What you will be able to do is 15 days prior to the election, you can show up at your clerk's office, show a valid photo identification. You'll be printed a ballot, and that ballot will be, you will vote that ballot. You will go in the SIMS system, which is a statewide system that deals with elections to keep up with who has voted and who has not. You will sign the registry. You'll be given a ballot. You vote the ballot. You put it in a Scantron machine just like on Election Day. Once your ballot is cast, it is not tabulated until election night. But what I do like about this bill, and I'll stress this, is that the votes will be counted on election night. I know that one of the things that we deal with when we deal with the integrity of our elections is making sure that as many votes as possible are counted on election night. We don't like votes coming in and being tallied up to a week later. This doesn't happen in this system. Your votes are tabulated on election night and go into the final count. That is a brief explanation of what the bill does. I do have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no question, now would be a proper time for an amendment.
Thank you, and I believe we have it. Yes. Okay, and let me just say that most of this amendment, matter of fact, pretty much this entire amendment is dealing with technical issues. You'll see that anytime we mention pre-election day, that it would say pre-election day voting. That is supposed to say in-person early voting. We wanted to be consistent with that. On line 30, we're striking 14-day and saying 15-day because that is what this bill does. It allows for a 15-day period. 181 to 182, we're saying that you have to vote in person. It strikes vote in person at the office of the registrar and inserting in lieu, have the application and absentee ballot mailed to the elector. Again, we're getting rid of in-person absentee voting, which goes for 45 days currently. Instead, we're getting in-person early voting for 15 days. The more complicated part of this amendment, but it was the intent of the committee and the intent of the chairman, is to amend line 312 to restore the deleted language and further to strike the language that says received by registrar not later than 7 p.m. on the day of the election. The next part is the second page of the amendment, if we can show that, please. Line 17 through 20 on this amendment does the exact same thing that I just mentioned. We're restoring the language that was there previously. We're also on line 480, after the comma or before the comma, we're saying provided in section 2315-635, which provides the provisions for a mail-in absentee ballot. Which again, we're not dealing with that. We're just getting rid of in-person absentee. And finally, and as it was discussed in the committee, but it's just a technical mishap. This bill does not go into effect July 1st of 2024. Instead, it goes into effect January 1st of 2026. I will tell you, can I get a round of applause? I will tell you that the language that we restored is actually part of another bill. It's bill number 26 on today's calendar that will hopefully come up later. I wanted to take that out and have that issue separate. That deals with the 5-day mail-in period for mail-in absentee ballots that can currently be mailed up to 5 days after. I wanted that out of this bill because I wanted a clean in-person early voting bill. That is an explanation of the amendment, which is also an explanation of the bill. So with that explanation, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, the senators move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the amendment adopted, my motion is for adoption, final passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call, final passage. Okay. Anyone object to this procedure? What are they saying? I'm sorry, I did not see the question. You may have punched the button a little late, but so before I finish the vote, first question, Senator Hill. Sorry.
Yes, I will yield.
You do yield?
Yes.
Senator Hill for a question.
Do you have a cost on this, an extra cost on this for
I do not, Senator Hill,
change?
but I'll tell you, so by taking away in-person absentee balloting, which lasts for 45 days, and we're cutting that down to 15 days, I'm sure that the cost will be less, but I will also say that because this is an election, our circuit clerks will have access to the election support fund for any purposes that they would need to make sure that this gets carried out.
My concern would be that the clerk's offices would get really congested without excuse voting because when absentees, people trickle in, at least in my area. I'm just real concerned about how they're going to handle, the logistics of doing something like this. But if you don't have any kind of cost estimate, though.
No, Senator Hill, I don't, and I'll tell you that again, cutting it down from 45 to 15, and I did talk with a lot of our circuit clerks on this.
Does the
most were-
association have a position on it?
I believe they decided not to take a position, but they certainly didn't oppose it. And they have been briefed on it by myself and by others.
So I guess whereas absentee ballots trickle in and you have those requirements for absentee ballots, if we do this, we're going to need poll watchers potentially for this times that the polls are open.
Well, that's also a good question, and I'll say that right now you could have poll watchers for the entire 45 days. So we're also cutting that down to 15 days.
But those aren't counted till the end. I mean,
the absentee ballots, yes, they aren't counted until after election day.
Right,
So we're
right.
getting these results on election day
that's
night.
what I'm
which-
saying. So you would, your time to object to absentees is after, before they're counted. So if you would have to object to these during the voting process, so that's why I'm saying you'd probably need you may need poll watchers, because you'd have to object at the time of the vote, not at the time of the counting where you do absentees.
That's right, for the 15 days. And look, it's really more like 13 days because it's not Sundays and it's only half days on Saturdays. So the time frame involved is cut down.
Thank you.
Tremendously. Yes, thank you, Senator Hill.
Okay, Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Simmons for a
I do,
question?
yes.
Senator
Yes.
Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman England. I really love what you are doing here as it relates to in-person voting. Will anybody be allowed to vote 45 days from the election day?
For mail-in, not for in-person.
For mail-in. So 45 days before election day, you still would be allowed to mail in.
That's correct. You can still request a mail-in ballot, and those rules still stay in place. So as long as you meet the excuses that we provide to be able to vote by mail, absentee, yes, that 45 days period still exists.
Okay, so that still exists, and the reasons under the law that you have to give in order to actually currently vote absentee now would be what this proposal would do for mail-in.
Well, for in-person.
For in-person.
That's right.
In 15 days before the election, no excuse, you could just go in and vote.
That's correct. Just like Election Day, you show your valid photo ID to your clerk, and your clerk is obviously your circuit clerk is going to be a well-versed in your election law. They're going to enter you in the system and they're going to enter you as voted. And once you get your ballot cast, you have voted -IPE. So in other words, if you vote AB and you show up on election day that says voted AB, that means absentee. We're going to keep up with these. And again, later on, this is going to, I think, help with statistics on what we're seeing in our voting system, so we can continue to improve if we need to. And again, this isn't going into effect until January 1st of 2026. So the very first election that we're going to have on this is going to be a minor one, just like this year minus the presidential elections. You got federal elections and judges. So if we need to tinker with this and we hear from our circuit clerks after the 2026 election, we'll certainly be willing to do that.
Is a reverse repeal in the bill?
There's no reverse repeal in the bill. We're sending it clean over to the House,
Okay.
Which is what I would prefer.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm just going to say this. If the House made any changes and the bill comes back to us, I know some concern surrounding in-person voting is that if a county has the funds and the supervisors decide to set up other locations, because some of our counties are really, really rural, and some people may have an issue with going to the circuit clerk's office, would the bill allow at the county level for supervisors to determine other locations within that 15 days to go vote?
And look, I thank you for that question. No, it does not. And,
Okay.
and that's not something that as chairman, after looking at this issue,
Okay.
I wanted to make sure we kept this at our circuit clerk's office for in-person early voting. But I thank you for the question.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Turner Ford for a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you. A portion of the bill says, looking at line 370.
I'm sorry, which line, Senator?
370.
370, okay.
The Secretary of State shall prepare instructions on how absent voters may comply with identification requirements of section 2315-563.
Yes, and that's present law. That's not, we haven't messed with that here.
And 563, what is, I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Which number? Oh, 2315-563. I believe that is the rules for mail-in voting. For mail-in absentee voting. But I will check really quickly. I'm sure I have that written down here.
I'm trying to, and I'm having an issue.
We'll check with council if you'll give me just,
Sure.
oh, that's the voter ID law. I've
Voter
been
ID
informed.
law?
That's our current voter ID law.
And so, what type of authority are we giving the Secretary of State in terms of compliance with the voter ID law?
So this is, we're not messing with that in this bill. This just refers back to it. And I know I've talked with you about another bill that we are planning to bring up that deals with that, but this is just current law relating back to current law.
Because I just noticed in your explanation, you said valid ID.
I did. Again, that's current law, and the law that you and I have discussed, or the bill that we have discussed, I doubt we get to today, but I'm sure there's some debate we can have on that tomorrow or Thursday.
I'll stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. No.
Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
Do you yield Senator Sparks for a question?
I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 3 addresses the beginning of the period of early voting for 15 days out, correct?
That's correct.
And it says it shall, it doesn't say continue, but says it shall begin 15 days before the date of the election and continue until noon the Saturday preceding the election day. Is that inclusive of Sundays?
It is not. Sundays are not included.
But Section 3, Paragraph 2 addresses the regular business hours. Is that where you're capturing Sunday as not being included?
That's correct.
Is there an issue with specifically excluding Sundays?
Yes. Whenever I was looking at this bill, and we don't use Sundays now currently, when we do an in-person absentee, you have to do just like most of us that had to vote in-person absentee the last 2 weeks. We had to show up at our clerk's office, I believe between 8 and noon on Saturdays. So this is exactly the same for the 2 Saturdays prior to.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand it, because there's not 15 days of early voting. The early voting period shall begin 15 days out.
That's correct.
You get half a day on the 2 Saturdays preceding the election, but are we clear enough that this doesn't include Sundays?
Yes, because that's all in current law with the regular business hours of the circuit clerk's office.
Well, my question then would be, during the last full week preceding an election, the office of the appropriate registrar may extend the office hours to accommodate in-person voting until 7 p.m. Well, that's not regular business hours either.
Right. So
I just don't want the registrar including days that are not contemplated, because I heard you specifically say Sundays are not included, but nowhere in this legislation does it say Sundays are not included.
That's correct. It doesn't. And I would say that's, we don't say may extend the office hours to accommodate in-person early voters to allow voting during the lunch period and until 7 p.m. We didn't add and or Sundays. And so even under current law with in-person absentee balloting, they're not open on Sundays for that either, because that's almost a mirror reflection of what we currently do for those 2 Saturdays.
But the 7 o'clock is unique, is it not?
Is it 7 o'clock? Yes, the 7 o'clock is unique. And again, I would just say that we're cutting down to 45 days, and we're not requiring them to stay open until 7 p.m. on those days. We're allowing it.
Okay. And because it doesn't allow them to open on Sundays, you don't foresee this becoming?
I do not. Yeah, as a matter of fact, when I looked at this bill closely, one of the things I wanted to make sure is that we weren't requiring circuit clerk's offices to stay open on Sunday. And when we looked at the language, that's what we have currently.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's clear, and not confusing, that this is not for Sunday voting.
It's not for Sunday voting.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for helping me clarify that, Senator Sparks.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes.
You yield Senator Norwood.
I sure will.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator England. Senator England, you said the clerk's office. Now, if the clerk has more than one office in the county, that's not a conflict, right?
If you have 2 offices, in other words, your district, I guess they'd be referred to as districts in that circuit clerk's office, you would have both of those for in-person early voting. if additional staff, and this was a question that was raised to me before, so that's why I'm ready for it. If additional staff is needed, the election support fund could be utilized to help with that, just as it is currently for elections.
I guess what I'm saying, we have Hines County has one in Jackson, you have one in Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
So that's.
If it's a circuit clerk's office and they staff the circuit clerk's office, then yes, that would be a circuit clerk's office.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's referred to as a registrar's office, but we're talking about the circuit clerks here. Thank you, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator.
Senator Tate, do you have a question?
I'd like to speak on the bill at the proper time.
At the proper time. Well, now would be, I see no further questions, so now would be a proper time.
I'll leave my notes here for you, Senator Tate.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to say that since COVID, we've had a lot of election questioning that has gone on. I think Senator Branning did a great job during our 2020 elections in making sure that we didn't go too far doing anything. I think over the last 3 years, we've done a good job of making it where in Mississippi, people do not question our election. They do not question our election process, the integrity, or the perception of the integrity. I think that this is a step in the wrong direction. I think that this will lead to other things that will lead to questioning our process, such as other places to vote, having multiple locations to vote. This is the first step that will go that direction. I think the chairman is doing a lot of great things with elections. He's doing a good job. He's jumping in. But on this bill, I would ask you to vote no, and just to think about how elections are in Mississippi, that we do not need election season. We need to appreciate the institution of Election Day voting. And I yield the podium.
You're welcome to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate Senator Tate and his work on my committee and his comments. I'd hoped we would never have to hear the word COVID mentioned in here again, but I know that that's just part of what we have, and I know there was a lot that we went through during that time. I would just say that this process adds security where we don't currently have it with regard to in-person absentee voting. Number one, you show up, you present your ID in person, and you're printed a ballot. When you're printed a ballot and you put that ballot into a machine, if there's an issue with your ballot, that machine puts it right back out to you, and you have a chance to fix your ballot right then. So you have the confidence of knowing that your ballot counts once it is counted in that Scantron machine. The other thing this does is it has your votes counted these votes are counted at 7 p.m. on Election Day. And I can tell you one thing that hurts the integrity of our elections, whether it's realistic or not, is the perception of votes being counted after Election Day. And this gets rid of that. So it also, when clerks have to allow, or if someone shows up in person and asks for an in-person absentee ballot, and that clerk is going to issue them, and that voter that showed up says, well, I just don't know if I'm going to be available on Election Day, a lot of times there's a wink and a nod and says, oh, okay, so you're telling me you're going to be out of town. And we're requiring people to sign an affidavit that says I'm going to be out of town on that day, whether they are or not. And we all know people that have done that. One final thing I'll say that I've talked to people that like this idea of this bill is when you put your ballot in that envelope, that envelope has your name on it. That envelope is opened by somebody. A lot of us in here know a lot of people, and a lot of our counties are small, and somebody in your county is opening that ballot, and they're seeing who you're voting for. And that makes a lot of us uncomfortable. And it makes a lot of us maybe decide to vote for somebody that we wouldn't ordinarily vote for, and we don't want that. That's the beauty of a secret ballot. And this allows for that integrity. I understand that change is always difficult, and I appreciate everyone's consideration on this. I think this is a bill that, number one, that our constituents are asking for. This issue has been discussed with constituents, and it is something that we're one of only 3 states that don't do this currently. And so this is in my opinion, with all due respect to my friend Senator Tate, this is a step in the right direction for Mississippi, and I'd ask for you to please support the bill.
So, motion?
Yes, Mr. President, my motion is for adoption or for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Is any objection to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, Senator Chisholm, Senator Branning, Senator Whaley, Senator Seymour, Senator Hill, and Senator Tate. Anyone, and Senator Blackwell and McCon. Anyone else? Anyone wish to be voted as present? Please hold on. Thank you. Please read the ones voting no.
Voting no or nay,
Thank you.
Blackwell, Branning, Chisholm, Hill, McCon, Seymour, Tate, and Whaley.
Thank you. The bill passes. By use of the morning roll call, so short objection. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the next item on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2058, Nonpartisan Judicial Election Act, amend to include Justice Court judges.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is an extremely controversial bill for the afternoon, and I'm just kidding. I'm going to have an amendment to put a reverse repealer on this. What this bill essentially does is it's a good bill from Senator Fillingane that requires justice court judges to be treated just like other judges, wherein they run as nonpartisans. That is essentially what the bill does. We have a few companion bills coming over from the House. This bill does address fees and a few other things, so I'm going to have an amendment to this bill to add a reverse repealer just to keep us a vehicle alive. It's something I've talked with Senator Fillingane about, and he is in agreement. So I will answer any questions prior to, but I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Senator Parks, for what purpose, ma'am? She's good. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
Question.
Are you up for a question, Senator England?
I certainly will.
Please proceed, Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So will the Justice Court judges still be on the ballot with the other county-wide offices? The same ballot?
They will appear on the ballot at the same time as they do. It's my understanding that we're not changing. Yes, we are not changing the time when they appear on the ballot, just that they will appear not as a member of a party.
And so does that mean that they would be on both ballots? Or if there's a Republican ballot and a Democratic ballot, would they be on both of them?
It would just be a general election, just like every other judge that we require to do in the state. So for county or circuit, now justice court judges are going to be held to the same standard, just on a general ballot.
So they wouldn't appear in the primary election at all. It's just that they would show up on the general ballot.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator England?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In line with that question, we're going to have justice court judges running on general election day, whether there's 6, 8, or 10 of them, and then is that a majority has to be gotten or top vote getter?
Well, you would have to get the majority. It would be just like any other judge. So if you have 3 or 4 other judges on a ballot, whatever that system is now for other judges would apply for justice court judges. But I will say that that's an excellent question. If you're not satisfied with the answer, I am going to have an amendment to put a reverse repealer in the bill so that we can look at that and talk about it. And this, again, whatever we get from the House side, if we want to do something different, we're going to have our vehicle alive through a reverse repealer to look at further.
And the justice court judges at this time, when they run for office, do they have to set up a separate finance committee that they can have no contact with as other judiciary positions?
I've been informed they already have to do that, Senator Sparks.
They already have to do that?
That's correct.
Are they allowed to attend partisan events such as Democrat or Republican club meetings?
I understand your question, and currently they are, and I'm not sure if that is that's a statute or statute or college issue or AOC. I'm not sure, but I will check on that for you before we get this back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. The intention again is to put them in the same position as other judges when it comes to partisan politics.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hill's recognized.
I'm looking on lines 20 where you adding justice court judges in with county court judges and chancellors, And the next line says, all such judges and judges shall be full-time positions. Are you aware of any justice court judges that are full-time position right now?
I'm not aware.
So I'm assuming when we go to, if you take this bill to conference and it survives, you're going to have to correct that section right there, because none of those are full-time judges, but they're lumped in with the other full-time judges.
We will certainly note that, Senator Hill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we're ready for your amendment, Senator?
Yes, my amendment is to put a reverse repealer into the bill. I believe it'll be up. Our good friend, the reverse repealer, there she is.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion.
Motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I move for final passage by use of morning roll call.
There is suggested use of morning roll call and object to procedure. Please be recorded voting no. Blunt, no. Williams, no. Sparks, no. Boyd, no. Barrett, no. Hill, no. Turner Ford, no. Seymour, no. Tate, no. Anyone else? Chisholm, no. Thomas, no. Norwood, no. Anyone else? Frazier, no. Anyone else? Hold on just a minute. Anyone else? Okay, present. We have Simmons. Brumfield's in the wrong desk. Brumfield. Barnett. Anyone else? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk. The bill passes with 16 noes. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 113, Senate Bill 2530, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2530, Peer-to-Peer Car Sharing Program Act created.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask Senator McClendon to be recognized to
Mr.
explain
McClendon,
the
you
bill.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we have at Senate Bill 2530 establishes a Peer-to-Peer Car Sharing Program Act to authorize vehicle owners and drivers to use a business platform for the sharing of vehicles for financial consideration. What is peer-to-peer car sharing, you may ask? It means the authorized use of a vehicle by an individual other than the individual's owner through a peer-to-peer car sharing program. What's that program? It means a business platform that connects vehicle owners with drivers to enable sharing of their vehicles for financial consideration. Similar to, you'll have an app on your telephone, and you'll hit that app for whatever the name of that company might be, and it will connect you to that ride-sharing program. We have a few sections in this bill. Section 2 are the definitions, and basically, I just explained those definitions, what they are. Section 3, it authorized certain individuals to satisfy the insurance requirement. It includes the owner, the driver, and the peer-to-peer sharing program. And the sharing program will be the one responsible for guaranteeing that there is insurance on that vehicle. Now, a person can go and hit the app go to, say, I want to use Senator Blunt's car, and he's in part of the program, and my insurance carrier may cover me. Some insurance carriers may not. It depends, could be in their exclusion. Now, the ride-sharing program as a whole, one of the companies is insured by Travelers Insurance Company, major company. So the Insurance Commissioner's Office will be the overseer of this program to make sure all the rules and regulations are followed. But the program itself will be the one that will be required to make sure the insurance is there. Mr. President, at this time, I have an amendment that will strengthen this program, and I'd like to offer it at this time.
Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your amendment, Senator. It's up on the screen.
Thank you, sir. In Section 3, what this amendment does, and I'll read, except as provided in subsection 2 of this section. A peer-to-peer car sharing program shall assume liability of a shared vehicle owner for bodily injury or property damage to third parties. What this amendment does also adds the words or uninsured or underinsured motorist losses. So it will be covered for liability, property damage, as well as uninsured motorists and underinsured motorists. That's on line 100 and also on line 117. After the word parties, the words or uninsured or underinsured motorist losses. And that's the description of the amendment. At this time, I ask for adoption of the amendment, sir.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
I'd like the amendment passed use of the morning roll call.
It's just an aye vote there. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator. We're ready for your motion.
If there aren't any questions, I'd like final passage by using morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none. I'm sorry. Turner Ford, what was your vote, ma'am? No. Turner Ford, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator England.
Mr. President, I pass and retain.
Pass and retain. 114, Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Risky business, Senator England. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item number 116, Senate Bill 2729, and I would ask for the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2729, Rural Physician Scholarship Program and Rural Dentist Scholarship Program, bring forward provisions related thereto.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion and ask that Senator Blackman be recognized to explain the bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does is it allows the Rural Physicians and Rural Dentist Scholarship Commission to establish reporting that they have to give to us year by year that kind of tells us how the programs are going and where the doctors are going and how they're falling short. It additionally allows for students that are attending medical school or osteopathic school in Mississippi to be eligible, as well as students who are attending the University of Mississippi Dental School. And that's a short description of the bill, and I will entertain any questions.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator, will you yield?
I sure do.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Senator Blackman. What program are we talking about here?
The Rural Physicians and Rural Dentist Scholarship Commission.
Do we have a urban physicians program in Mississippi?
What's the question?
Urban. Do we have a
Urban?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And do you know how much money do we put into this program?
I do not have that answer, but I can get it for you.
How soon, Senator Blackman, will you get that information to
How
us?
soon would you like it?
Well, I'm about to vote on it now, Senator.
Well, it might take a little longer than that.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator, you're welcome. You recognize Senator McClendon?
Thank you, sir. Senator Blackman, could you find out for me, please, on the Rural Physician Scholarship Program, if a kid at the very end decides, hey, I'm going to go into a different field that's not covered on the Rural Physician Scholarship Program, how long do they have to pay that money back to the Rural Physician Scholarship Program?
Well, that's part of what the annual reports will be for. It's going to tell us how often that occurs, and it will let us know who's not following through, and so that we can come up with ways to ensure things that you're talking about right there.
And that we are consistent on paying the money back. Say, do we require one child full payment within a week, or do we allow some children to go 3 months to collect money? As long as we're on an even basis, we're all paying the money back.
Well, when they commission their report and give it to us, we'll be able to get an answer on that one.
And if you need any examples of anybody that happening to, just let me know.
I sure will.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr.
You here for a
President.
question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. The removal of rural residency, I guess, is throughout this bill. I understand that the commitment is to work in a rural area, but we have stricken from rural areas of the state. Do you know if there's a particular reason why we've removed that language?
I do not know, but I can get that answered for you. But just like I told Senator Simmons, I don't know if it's going to be quick enough to get it before you vote.
I understand that. That's okay. I'm patient. And then on the dental side, there's a requirement to work in a rural area, but there's not a requirement that the practice accepts Medicaid. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that's correct.
Okay, I understand that there is a severe shortage of dentists who actually accept Medicaid payment.
I've heard that as well.
Has that, to your knowledge, hasn't been considered as far as criteria for the scholarships that the state is giving?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Senator England, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Blackman?
Yes, I will.
Senator England, you recognize?
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman, are you aware if rural areas have fluoride in their water?
I'm not aware of that, but I've seen it on movies.
I have too. I'm just wondering if they should floss more in rural areas and if these dentists are going to be there to help them do that. Is that something they need to do?
I think everybody should floss more, whether you're in a rural or urban area.
I take that to heart. I do need to floss more. I guess my final question is, Senator Blackman, does your mama know you're up here?
She sure does. She watches these, or else she'd be telling me
Okay.
to be back in Canton at the office.
Okay, mama watches me too. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Senator Blackman.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You're here for a question, Senator?
I sure will.
Senator Horn's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman, are these rural doctors and dentists required to make house calls?
I do not believe that they are required to make house calls.
So everybody who wants to see them has to come see them?
I mean, they're not required to go see them if the doctor will make a house call. I think you can call them and ask, but I don't know too many that do.
So there's no benefit that patients have to having a rural doctor if they don't make house calls. Wouldn't you agree?
I wouldn't agree because that means that they don't have to drive all the way down here to Jackson or somewhere that's about 2 hours away to get medical care if they've got a doctor in their area or dentist in their area.
So are these doctors and dentists required to carry those country black bags, you know, the traditional bags that country doctors usually carry?
I don't think they're required, but I think it would add to their look if they did.
Well, and are they still allowed to do the bartering system? You know what I'm talking about. You get a cow or a pig in exchange for a service you provided.
I'm well aware.
Delivered a baby.
I'm well aware of the bartering system because my dad told me when he first started practicing law, he got paid in greens. So if you can talk to your doctor and work out some sort of bartering system, I'm sure that they would be okay with that if they care about their patients as much as they're supposed to.
And did you say that your dad got paid in greens?
I sure did. He got paid in greens, a big old bushel.
Well, I would hesitate to say, or hasten to say, your dad is getting paid in greens all right today, but it's a different kind of greens.
He sure did. All types of greens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Horn. All right, seeing no further questions, Senator.
Well, I do have an answer now on the money that was spent. The state funds 62 rural physician scholarships each year. Each scholarship is $35,000. The total of 62 scholarships times $35,000 is $2,170,000. And Section 11 of our budget from last year appropriated $2,170,000 for scholarships. The rural dentist scholarships total 12, also at $35,000, and that comes out to $420,000, which is what from Section 10 of the budget last year. And Section 12 from last year appropriated $280,848 for the administration of both the rural physicians and the rural dentist scholarship programs. So like I said, I can get the answers for you, you just gotta give me a little time. And if there are no further questions, I move for adoption by use of morning roll call.
We have a committee substitute, Senator. So we have a committee, the motion is on adoption of committee substitute.
I move to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill.
And with no further questions, I
good?
move.
Pardon me? Pardon me? Okay, we're on the bill. Senator McClendon, you're recognized.
Committee sub.
We had a committee sub already, so it's been adopted. You'd have an amendment?
Amendment then.
Okay, we're good on the amendment. Then, Senator, we're ready.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 117, Senate Bill 2557, and ask for the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2557, ground lease for solar installation at Mississippi Agriculture and Forestry experimental stations authorized.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Boyd.
I'd like to have Senator Williams explain the bill, please.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 2557 is a pretty simple bill. What it does, if we choose to pass it, it will allow MSU to enter into a lease contract with solar companies. Some of the parameters are it can be a 30-year lease with up to 2 10-year extensions on that lease. If this does happen, MSU will be conducting research in these solar fields for livestock and agriculture. This would be for only MAFIS lands that are owned by the university. The committee sub before you, there are a couple changes in their committee. We had a concern about a couple of things. The prior bill had 50 years. As I noted, we changed that to a 30-year lease with 2 10 years. And also in the bill before you, we have the leasee will have to return the land to the way they found it at the end of the lease. With that, I'll yield for any questions. We do that. Yes, we have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Williams?
Yes, sir.
So you said they could get 2 10-year leases, I believe I saw in the bill, option for 2 10-year leases, and this would be at any experiment station, like including the ones in my county that's been a muscadine field operation and another one that's a grass and
As I understand it, the property is owned by MAFIS.
okay, so
There are 12 of them.
in any county where these experiment stations are, that they could turn it into a solar farm, basically.
Well, this bill would enable them to have the ability to negotiate there, so potentially, yes.
Yeah, so we could be taking a chance that our experiment stations that have been doing small crops and grass testing and animal testing and stuff could be all turned into profitable solar farms.
I don't think that's the intent that the university has.
But it could very likely happen.
The legislation would allow that, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, we're on the committee substitute, Senator.
Yes, we have an amendment. Do we need to adopt?
We'll adopt the committee substitute.
I'd move that we adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. All right, now we're ready for the amendment. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I talked with the chairman and Senator Williams, and we all agree on the amendment. And what this amendment does is that we'll start on line 134 by inserting a comma and the following on or the Dean of College of Agricultural Applied Sciences at Alcorn State University. Further, we'll amend line 141 by inserting Alcorn State University College or Agricultural Extension and Research Centers. And on line 144 by inserting or Alcorn State University. And on line 153 by striking and inserting in lieu thereof of the following to be. Further, amend on line 154 by inserting the following before the period or into a specific fund to be expended only for the use or benefit of Alcorn State University respectively. And also on line 157 by inserting or Alcorn State University respectively, and further to amend the title to conform of the changes made by this amendment. That's the explanation of the
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator. Senator, we're ready on your motion.
I see this as a friendly amendment. I move that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
I would move that we would have final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Chisholm, no.
Thank you.
Hill, no. Ladner, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Younger? Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins? Pass and retain. On Senator Bryan? Pass and retain. We're down to 129, Senator DeBar. We're on 129, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip 129 through 131, retain or place on the calendar, call up 132, have the title read.
29 to 131, retain a place on the calendar. 132, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2681, Certified Academic Language Therapists allowed to help instruct students with dyslexia in schools.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for adoption of the committee sub. I be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, what 2690 does, it does two simple things. Currently, charter schools operate by the use of a collection of 3% of their state funds and local funds. And they collect that from every charter school, and it's collected 3% off their MAEP funds and local funds of every student that goes to their charter school. That goes into a special fund that the charter school board uses to operate. So what the bill does is currently, with that 3%, the board keeps their money. They roughly had roughly about $2.8 million in this special account that's drawn down a bit, but they currently have the authority to shut down charter schools if they are not performing like they need to be. And what came out during a subcommittee meeting on appropriations was they do not have the incentive to close them down, because if they close down their charter school, then they lose their 3% when they lose their 3% operating funds. And so what this does is it removes that 3% diversion. It makes them like any state agency. They come before the Appropriations Committee in the House and the Senate and say, this is my budget. This is what we need. We're asking you to appropriate this amount of money. So we get a true and accurate picture of what they need to operate and perform their duties. So that's the first part of the committee sub. The second part is currently they are being paid off of average daily membership, or ADE, average daily enrollment. We're making that, converting that to ADA, average daily attendance, like every other public school in the state. If they're going to operate, they've been in effect for several years now, so they're should be on equal footing. Therefore, we're converting them to ADA like every other public school in the state. That's the explanation, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready on the...
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No questions. I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Hill. Turner Ford? No. Anyone else? Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator DeBar?
Mr. President, pass and retain 133 and 134.
133 and 134 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Bryan? Retain 135. Senator Delano? Pass and retain. Senator England? Pass and retain. Senator Parker? Pass and retain. Anyone want to bring up anything else on the calendar? Senator Younger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and call up item number 27 and have the title read.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual. Yeah, we got to read the title. I'm sorry, Senator. Just one second.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2631, State Property, amend MDA's ability to expand funding for the Ag Museum and clarify the location of state fairgrounds.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, Senator, we're back on your bill.
I'd like to move that we adopt the committee sub and have Senator Hobson explain the committee sub.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, we're going to have a strike-all that I will propose in just a few minutes, but let me just tell you on the committee substitute. This is a bill as it relates to the Department of Agriculture and Commerce. There were two primary thrusts in this bill. One was to clarify that the fairgrounds is going to be right here down the street in Jackson, and also that the Ag Museum would be at its current location on Lakeland Drive. The other original issue in the bill, as proposed, the committee substitute to, was to also state that as it relates to any naming rights or lease rights on the facilities, that those would have to, any funds that would be utilized as it relates to that would have to be put back into the fairgrounds, and also that they would be, there would have to be some oversight into the naming rights, and I'll talk about that more with the strike-all before the committee. And so what I'd like to do at this time is adopt the committee sub and then go to the strike-all so I can explain the changes. Senator Hill brought up a couple of questions in committee on the committee sub that were legitimate questions about the language that was in there about how the funds would be utilized as it relates any funds that were utilized and received by the Department of Ag and Commerce to be put back into things like the Dixie National Rodeo and the Fair Commission. So I move to adopt the committee substitute at this time.
Questions on the committee substitute first. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir? Senator Horn passes. Questions on the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're ready on yours.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move to the strike-all, which is on the screen, and you can get a copy of it. Let me tell you what this bill, let me tell you a couple things this bill does not do, and I know some of you received some information from the Department of Ag and Commerce. One, this is not a bill about our current Ag Commissioner, and I'm going to tell you a couple things. It's got nothing to do with the current Ag Commissioner. This bill is not a sweeps bill. This is not to try to sweep any special funds from the Department of Ag and Commerce. This bill is to try to put some things that I think were loose in discussions with staff and discussions with the co-authors of this bill to put in some clarification about how the funds should be utilized. And I'll tell you about those in just a second. But there's a similar House bill has already passed that has some of the same language. This clarifies that the Ag and Commerce budget, which includes some sub-budgets too, like Livestock Show, Dixie National Rodeo, all that's within the Ag Department. Fair Commission, as many of you know, was collapsed a few years ago, and it's part of the Ag budget too. But anyway, this just says they're going to be appropriated funds just like any other state agency. They're going to come before us every year, and the funds, whether it's special funds, and I would encourage the commissioner and folks that work there to do just like any other agencies. They go out and try to raise funds just like Wildlife does, just like Archives does and other agencies. We give them the authority to spend those special funds every year, and so that's what we're trying to do here. This clarifies too that the improvements to the state fairground, the museum, and all the marketing and promotion programs for events at those facilities will be upon appropriation by the legislature, and we've even put in a strike-all and for other purposes as appropriated by the legislature. There was a request, got a text from the Ag Commissioner today about specific programs, 4-H, FFA, I think livestock shows, and there's a separate budgeting item for livestock shows. All that was in there. What I think is even going to help him out and future Ag Commissioners is to put in this language regarding for purposes otherwise appropriated. So each year, the commissioner can come in and say, I need money for these programs. These are the things that I want to do within our budget, and that's the intent of that language. The only other thing on here that I think is of note is the naming rights on the lease of the properties. When the Fair Commission, two things, let me just give you some background. The Ag Commissioner's Office has a part that deals with the fairgrounds and another part that deals with the Ag Museum, and the Ag Museum had some naming rights for the Ag Commissioner. The fairgrounds used to be under the Fair Commission, and it allowed the Fair Commission to lease those rights at the fairgrounds. And it was a group of people, just like we have the IHL board, which is a group of people that looks at any naming rights that take place at our universities, felt like it would be inappropriate. I can't think of any other place in state agency where one person would have the authority to be able to rename a building or to lease the rights to a building. For instance, Secretary of State has to come in to do titlings every year, and we've got to appropriate that. And IHL buildings at our universities have to go to the IHL board. Community college, if they do naming, got to come to the community college board. MDOT comes here every year to name roads and highways. So I think it's good oversight for the Ag Commission. I think it's proper for us or some other authority to take a look at any kind of naming rights. And in this case, what we put in here is the governor, lieutenant governor, and secretary of state. As long as they approve of the naming rights, they don't have to. He doesn't have to come back. He or she does not have to come back before the legislature. We debated a little bit on whether that should happen, but just decided that governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state would first have to approve, offer written approval to any naming rights on the properties. And again, that's up to 20 years for any of the facilities there. I think that's an explanation of all the items that I wanted to cover in the bill, Mr. President. And if there are others, I'm certain if anybody's got any questions, I'll try to answer those.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You have for a question, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hopkins.
Okay, I got called Hobb the other day. Now it's Hopkins. Okay.
Senator, I'm glad that you're addressing the fact that we want to keep the fairgrounds right where they are, and also the Ag and Forestry Museum. And this bill, while it may occur under the watch of the current Ag and Commerce Commissioner, this would establish that this commissioner nor any commissioner in the future can move these facilities outside of where they are right now. Is that correct?
Would establish what, Senator Horn?
Would establish that no future Ag and Commerce Commissioner could move these assets away from where they are right now.
Correct, unless the legislature agrees to change those. And I think, you know, it's kind of insinuated at some places in the bill, in the current statutes, but it's not as clear as it might need to be. So this clarifies that the fairgrounds is right down here, just to the east of us, and that the Ag Museum is on Lakeland Drive.
What about the Commission's ability to move events that might historically be down at these facilities? Would they be able to move events away?
This does not limit the ability, and that's one of the things that I'm trying to clarify. Like other agencies, I mean, if there's an event that the Ag Commissioner feels like he or she should put on, certainly come to the legislature and say, I need $500,000 to put on an event somewhere. If the legislature finds that it's worthy an event or program, certainly could be funded. And this does not limit you know, one of the things that I think has been a concern of some folks is that we're limiting the ability of the commissioner to raise funds. Absolutely not. It's no different than many of our other agencies. They raise outside funds and say, give us the authority to use these funds for these specific things, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
you, Mr.
you.
President.
Senator Whaley, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You for a question, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator Whaley, you're recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my questions. Being that this is a strike all sub, I know we've had a lot of questions and a lot of things have been said. I want to make it very, very clear in my asking that this, are we doing anything within this bill that would potentially stop or end any FFA or livestock shows?
No, specifically not, and that's why we've included the language that says, and any other, I think it says otherwise appropriate by the legislature. So for any programs that the Ag Commission wants to put on, that we want to include that. You and I even discussed the possibility, should we put in FFA, 4-H, livestock shows, horse shows? We could put all that in, but it may be that the commissioner comes along in the middle of the year and decides that he or she wants to put on another program, I don't want to limit them from being able to put on the program. So I think if they, come on and say, hey, we want to put on, livestock shows, well, they may think they've got certain places to do them. But if they've got a livestock show, whether it's in your district or my district, I don't think we want to limit them from doing that.
That's right, and I appreciate that. But I just wanted to make sure that there was no way in any way that we were limiting that, and the language states other events. So if they decided they want to have an event in the Fordyce Center, that is covered, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's covered.
If they wanted to have an event on the Midway, that's covered, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rowley. Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Questions on the bill?
Would you yield, Senator?
I yield.
Senator is recognized.
Would you not agree with me that Commissioner Andy Gibson has done a very good job with the Ag Center, with the fairgrounds, with the RV parking, and with everything else down there?
Well, there are a lot of things that, I talked to the commissioner about this personally about a week ago. There's some things that I think I would like to see done on the fairgrounds, improvements to property. And I talked to him about this, and I said, I would love for you to come in and say, these are things that you think would be good to help improve the facilities down there. Frankly, I think there's some facilities that need to be upgraded. And in the past, he's had funds to utilize any way that he would want to use them. Now, I may agree with one way he used the funds, but I may not agree with another way he's used the funds. And so I think this is a way for there to be good planning and to say, look, if we need to fix a barn and it costs us $1 million to fix the barn, let's go ahead and if that's what's needed, let's try to do that. And some of this is going to have to be done. The way my personal view is, when you look at the fairgrounds, the work that I think needs to be done there is probably going to take years, and it's going to take a lot of money. There are some things that I've seen that have been done well, and some things I'd like to see us do better.
In my opinion, I think he's been a very good steward of the money, and I think he's done a fine job down there. And I've had so many calls and texts from my kids and teachers that are upset about this, as well as myself. To me, it's government overreach, and I think that government's trying to control his money. If you're willing to give the money back to him, you're saying that you're going to take the money and put it in general funds, but he can ask for it back. Why take it from him to begin with if you're willing to give it back to him? That's just uncalled for.
Well, if you're into transparency and fiscal responsibility, which I think you are, Senator Chisholm, don't you think that the Ag Commissioner should be treated the same way as other agencies that come before you every year, come before all of us, and express what their needs are? We authorize them to use their special funds. We authorize them to use general funds in the case of the Ag Department.
That's because these others don't already have the money that they're actually taking in. Commissioner Gibson, to my knowledge, is the one that works really hard to bring the rodeo here. He's brought other events here, and he has brought the money in. And it just looks to me like there's a lot of greed going on.
No,
they're trying to take the money that he brings in and then tell him you've got to ask for it back. And to me, that's not right.
I disagree with your commentary. Are you saying that Commissioner Cindy Hyde-Smith didn't do a good job with it? Commissioner Spell didn't do a good job with it? They did the same type of things, and I think the concern that people have is that an agency would get treated differently. You look at, wildlife, fisheries, and parks. They get money from outside, but they come before the legislature every year and say, this is what we need to use to fix up our parks, or this is what we need to do to have our agents work in the field. This is what we've got to do. So many other agencies, I mentioned Secretary of State, Tidelands money, they've got authority over that, but they come in every year. We appropriate the Tidelands money every year that's used. We say these are the projects where it's going to be used. So I don't understand why any person, any group, commission, person, anybody should be treated differently. It seems to me that
I don't understand why any of those commissions should be controlled by the government to begin with, and that's just my opinion. It may not be anybody else's opinion in here.
Well, do you think it's state money, or do you think it's his money?
It's not his money personally, but it's money that he has worked really hard for, and he's done a really good job with the fairgrounds. He has been a good steward of the money. So why should we take it over and then ask him to have to beg for it back?
Well, there's every other agency that comes before you comes in and says, this is what our needs are. We expect that we're going to generate this much in special funds. Would you help us put this project, that project, this project, that project, this program, this event on. And I think why should the Department of Ag and Commerce be treated any differently than the rest of the agencies in the state?
Maybe all
in
the
that
others
regard?
need to be taken a look at.
So you just want, your proposal is just to give the money and let everybody use it how they want to?
No, that's not my vote. But I will say that we are passing out a lot of money around here and have for the last 5 years, and even before that, that would be before my time. But I'm just saying that I believe that Commissioner Gibson has done a very good job, and I don't think that we should do this to him. I think it's really a slap in the face to him.
Well, this is not a personal affront to the commissioner. In fact, when I looked at the statutes and when we started getting into this, I'll tell you, first of all, the jurisdiction of the fairgrounds is under the control of DFA.
Mm-hmm.
The Ag and Commerce Department only has control over a certain part. They have control, I think is the actual word in there, or charge of it. But the jurisdiction of control of all those properties is within DFA.
Okay.
And when Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, when she got the funds to fix up the trademark, it went through DFA. She didn't go off and just unilaterally say, well, I'm going to raise a bunch of funds and just do whatever I want to. She came through DFA to get those funds, or she came to us and it went through DFA. But there's some inconsistencies in the language between the DFA bill and between the Fair Commission. I think some of the mistakes were because when the Fair Commission was collapsed, all that went under the Ag Department. I think there were some things that probably at that time weren't thought through as clearly about how the fairgrounds would be run. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is clean up some of that stuff with the fairgrounds.
Well, I appreciate it. I just
Thank
don't
you.
agree with this bill.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Friendly question.
You yield, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator Parker's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was some reference made to dollars being collected, special funds, and I know through your work on the Appropriations Committee, we have a number of different boards that collect licensure fees each year, and I believe those boards do a very good job of collecting those fees. Would you agree?
Yes.
And then as a process of those fees being collected, you in your role as chairman, you look at those fees that are collected, and then you give the spending authority for those licensure boards to then use the money that they did a very good job of collecting. Would you agree?
Well, the only thing it's not me, it's all of us, it's the legislature, but I think we all, and I appreciate the work that you and other subcommittee chairs have done in the subcommittees, and that's to look at the needs, look at the income, because if you don't know it, a lot of agencies run on special funds, just like Ag and Commerce, and I think to your point, those funds come in, you look at those and say, this is a good plan to how to spend those money. Come with a plan on how to spend those dollars. We don't let agencies just go out and just spend on whatever.
Right.
It'd be mass chaos around Mississippi if every agency just, once they collected whatever funds they got through special fees and sponsorships and all those things, and they could just do whatever they want to, we'd probably get complaints all the time up here.
Exactly, and to that same point, would you agree that sometimes we find that an idea that maybe a special fund is considering might not really be, with some careful thought, the best idea, and then other times an agency or a special fund could come up with an idea that's a fantastic idea, and we either make the decision to question that idea or to encourage that idea if it seems appropriate. And is that how you view this situation?
Very much so, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr.
Yield
President.
for a question, sir.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I hadn't been here very long, but it appears over the years that maybe some funds that this body has appropriated have been spent in a manner that wasn't consistent with the intent of the legislature. I've heard that out on the street. Maybe that there's been some dollars that didn't go where they were supposed to go.
You talking about this agency or?
No,
other agencies?
just state government in general. I mean, you've been here almost 17 years. There's been a few occasions that some money maybe has gone the wrong way, wrong place, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly have our opinions on that, but there are things that certainly, thank you, have drawn people's, when we come in here every year, it seems like somebody says, I can't believe they spent money at this place. And, you know.
And who do they usually complain about? The legislature?
Legislature.
The chair of appropriations? The appropriations committee? Do they ever go to the person who spent the money and complain, or do they blow the legislature up on social media that they're not doing enough to make sure money goes to the right place?
Well, you know, a lot of it, and, you know, much of it has been within appropriations because there's some specific things, and there's sometimes it's the general language, which is what we would intend to do here. We're not trying to line item his budget or the Ag Commissioner's budget. This is going to be generally for programs and events that he or the next person wants to put on. They may not agree. What happens is they may not agree with the money they spent on that program or that event. And so, yes, sometimes that creates a problem.
And then money that's generated by a government entity, and by the way, last time I checked, Department of Agriculture and Commerce was a part of the state government, correct?
That's correct.
So is this government overreach into government?
Is this government overreaching government?
Well, you were asked earlier, isn't this government overreach? So can government overreach, reach within itself overtly?
Not at all. I think this is as much about fiscal transparency and responsibility and people knowing, you know, when they look at a budget, knowing kind of where the funds are going to go within that budget generally.
And it's not an indictment of how good or how poorly or excellently someone's done their job. It's literally a responsibility upon the legislature to appropriate the funds that are spent, that are taxpayer dollars, correct?
That's right. So, now, they are taxpayer dollars, and some of these are sponsorship dollars, and one of the things I've addressed with some of our colleagues in here is there were concerns that if they sponsored, for instance, the Dixie National Rodeo, that the funds wouldn't stay with that. That's absolutely not what this bill does. This bill does not sweep back any funds. It doesn't curtail any sponsorships, and as the commissioner and I spoke last week, you know, his concerns that he wouldn't be able to put on those events. I said, quite the contrary. I mean, this is saying, you tell us what you need to put on Dixie National Rodeo, and between the sponsorships that you can get and the other funds that are available, put it on, do even a better job with it. It's not trying to curtail him or anybody else. It's just trying to let people know where the money's going. Sponsorships are great, and he can make it an even better program, hopefully.
And I understand that's private money and sponsorships, but who built the building on which that sign hangs? Taxpayer dollars?
Yes.
They built the Coliseum.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of my concern, because, you know, the MDOC has done some things in the last couple of years to generate revenue. They have what's called the Inmate Welfare Fund. Has several $1 million in it. Does the Commissioner of Corrections have the authority and ability to spend the money generated in the Inmate Welfare Fund at his discretion, or does the legislature appropriate it?
Legislature.
Okay, so that's consistent.
Yes.
What about the new Department of Public Safety building? We had a couple of bills on that. There's an opportunity for the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety to lease space in that building. Where does that money go?
That money,
I believe that goes to general fund.
Well, that money, that is back to general fund. That bill has not passed yet. We had two different bills. One was to lease the space, give the department the right to lease the space, and the other one was to make sure that if there are funds, and there should be funds, that goes back into the general fund. And I talked to the commissioner about that. I said, just come tell us how you want to use it. We've even talked about some ways that can be used for the good of the agency, maybe some bulletproof vests or some other things. Some of it goes to potentially some other things that go local. So,
but technically, and I believe Sean Tyndall's done a good job, but we're not allowing the Department of Public Safety to even keep the money from the proposed lease. It's coming back to the general fund.
That's correct.
So the Commissioner of Agriculture gets to keep the money, but has to disclose to the legislature how much was raised, what is needed, and then we appropriate from within that. Same way as we do the Department of Corrections.
We're not taking any money. This bill does not take a penny.
Okay, and so we're not picking on anybody. It's consistency across the board. But I will, and I think you've been asked this, but there are a lot of events. Just got through going to the state tournament down here at the facility, and I'm proud we come to Jackson and play. That's a big trip from Belmont, Mississippi, just come to Jackson. But in that scenario, I'm going to be a little disturbed because I think the chair of appropriation and appropriation committee will tell us if y'all are going to do something that's going to dissuade FFA, 4-H, state championship, rodeo, clown show, any other show they want to put on down there, that we're trying to cause the price to go up.
No, none of that's going to happen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's not the plan of this bill.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I yield. I do.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. I think it's a simple question, but I'm trying to interpret this language on at line 130 to 134, and it requires, I guess, the Commissioner of Agriculture to receive the permission of the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Secretary of State prior to naming. What is it? Is any lease? Is that the name of an event, or is that something more long-term?
The naming rights, is that the section you're referencing?
Yes.
This would say, for instance, if the Commissioner of Agriculture wanted to name the Coliseum, and that he or she could say, I've worked out a proposal with XYZ company to name the Coliseum, and they would have to run it by the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Secretary of State, get their approval. And the deal would be presumably for a good amount of money, just like any other arena, you have naming rights, and that there would be some approval, and those naming rights would go back into the facilities. That's what that's doing.
And so does that any way modify the process where buildings that process comes through the legislature for them to be named?
No, and look, that's one of the things we thought about, but I didn't want to hinder the agricultural commissioner from being able to, if he worked out a deal, let's say in May, and this sponsor said, I want to spend X million dollars to name the Coliseum, the XYZ Corporation Coliseum, I would hate for him to have to wait until, the reason I was kind of going with this other plan was, I'd hate for him to have to wait until January, until we got back in session, to get approval to name it, because it may be that this sponsor wants to name it right away because there's some big event coming to Mississippi. And so this was an attempt to just have some oversight in the naming facility, because as Senator Sparks just said, I think a lot of people would be unhappy if the commissioner just unilaterally, by the way, the only person in the state that would have that authority that I'm aware of is one person, which is almost unimaginable that one person could have the right to name a building on their own, but have them get with those three people, have it approved, and then if they did it, then that's the deal's done. And it's much like, as I mentioned, IHL board or community college board, if they name a facility on their campuses, it's got to get approved by a board, somebody that oversees them.
And so if this passes, what's the length of the lease that could be named?
The law lets you go up to 20 years.
And current law, what is it?
Current law is up to 20 years.
But current law allows the Commissioner of Agriculture to name a lease or building for 20 years without any oversight or?
Yeah, well, and that's what I was explaining at the beginning. I mean, I've got to believe that when the Fair Commission, they had the authority to name any facilities down there, and when we dissolved the Fair Commission back in 2020, I've just got to believe there was just oversight. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't remember it, but it's hard to believe that any one person in the state would be able to name a state building without some kind of commission or board or legislative approval. And in this case, this is all this is trying to do, is just say there's got to be somebody to look over this, because like Senator Sparks said, I think they'd all come screaming to us and saying, what in the world have you named the Coliseum or the facilities down here? I think they would be up in arms about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the committee sub, there was a section in lines 51 through 56 that said escalated funds are to be used for expenses for and related to Dixie National Rodeo and the Mississippi State Fair. But that has been removed in the strike all, and the strike all says on the short title on the back page, page 81, to delete the authority of the department to escalate certain funds. So my question is, we're deleting the authority to escalate funds for anything. So whenever we do appropriations, the time that we do appropriation bills for agencies, are we going to remove the escalation authority of the other agencies as well so that we'll all be on the same page?
I think the title, if you're looking at the title, the strike all took out the language that you were concerned about.
Yes.
The title will conform to whatever the bill is. So that, I'm not worried about the title at this point. If that's your concern, we can.
Well, I just
have
don't
that
see any
modified.
escalation authority. Is the Agriculture Department going to have any escalation authority as other agencies have escalation authority?
Yes, I even just, because I was thinking about it, I just brought a copy of last year's bill, which has got, 9.1 million in general funds, almost 16 million in abilities for the Ag Commissioner to escalate for various things. But so, yeah, we're not going to treat. I don't intend to treat the Ag Commissioner.
But the short title of this strike all says to delete the authority of the department to escalate certain funds. What funds are we talking about?
I think that was part of the original bill that you're talking about.
So that was part of the committee sub?
Right, and the ability, I think the other one that we were concerned about too was the funds that didn't even come through the legislature in years past. Frankly, you nor I, none of us had a chance to see what was in, through all those sponsorship funds. In this case, those sponsorship dollars can be raised for the programs and events that he or she would like to put on that we approve, and then they would be like every other agency.
What if somebody says, I want to donate X amount of dollars to renovation of this specific structure at the fairgrounds? How is that going to be handled?
Well, what would typically happen is if there was no authority, if the Ag Commissioner or Archives or Wildlife or anybody had no idea and somebody wanted to come donate a bunch of money to that program, what that would typically do is go sit in a special fund and account for that. And once we got back in session, say somebody wanted to spend this much money. Now, if they've got an inkling that that's going to happen and they say, hey, somebody wants to put all this money into a building down here, we would probably grant that lickety-split and give them the authority to go ahead and do it. If we all agreed it was a good project and we've given them the authority to escalate those funds and utilize them for those purposes.
I was just concerned because the language that was in the committee sub has been removed about escalation of authority for the Dixie National and the State Fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we're ready, Senator.
A motion is adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the bill.
Now I'll move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carr's voting no. Chisholm. Hill. Seymour. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Anyone present? Berry, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passed by use of morning roll call. We have one more. Senator Brandon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to go to item number 42 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on 42.
I'd like to have the title read of Senate Bill number 2645.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2645, Mississippi Department of Transportation Design Bill Requirement Revisions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to provide INDOT.
We're on a committee substitute, I believe, Senator, right?
It's not a committee sub, Mr. President.
Okay, I have it as a committee sub on mine. I'm sorry. That's fine.
Thank you. The purpose is to provide an extra tool to INDOT to allow the agency to deliver projects sooner and less expensive than what they're able to do now. It mitigates all risk on the front end. Just to kind of cut to the chase here, if you look at line 26, you will see updates on the publication requirements. And then on line 167 really is the meat of the bill, what we're trying to do. It revises the design build requirement to allow for alternative methods of delivery. And so what we're adding into the law here is to allow MDOT to utilize design build, which they can do now on a very limited basis. We have to give them authority to do some of that. We did that actually in Project Poppy, if you'll remember that. And then on line 187, it talks about the progressive design build, and then on line 193, the construction manager, general contractor. It's just a matter of how they are contracting these projects. We feel like it gives MDOT the needed flexibility for greater speed to market. You know, it's everything in economic development when they're looking at our state to locate how fast can we provide the needed infrastructure. So that is what the bill does, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Thank you. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yield for question, Senator?
I do yield.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Senator Branning. Senator Branning, does the design build feature allow for construction management at risk as well?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Does this, if we approve this design build ability, will it include construction management at risk as well?
So my understanding of these alternative methods of delivery, you're able to assess the risk on the front end. So in other words, you bring the designer and the contractor together, and they're able to assess risk and sort of curtail those on the front end, and the cost is built into the overall contract price.
Okay, so they would do a construction management contract. They would do some sort of a design build contract. My question is, will it also include construction management at risk, where the persons who were selected would guarantee the pricing that the client would have to pay, regardless of whatever hiccups they might have incurred along the way?
That's my understanding. And so that's a benefit to being able to use these alternative methods of delivery. An example is Highway 49. You know, the things that were not anticipated. If they had been able to use one of the methods, and I think probably the progressive design build, they would have been able to forecast the risk on the front end, and the price would have been the price, regardless of what it took to get us there. So I think that's a prime example of how we as a state can ensure that our infrastructure dollars are being used more efficiently, and we can forecast what it will cost to get us there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, I was corrected. This actually is a committee sub, so at this moment I'd like to move to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute, I believe, Senator. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
If there are no more questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins.
Yes, I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item 5, Senate Bill 2853, and have the title read.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2853, Mississippi Alcoholic Beverage Corporation create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
I move we adopt the committee sub and let Senator Johnson
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill deals with alcohol beverage control, and we are in the process of putting out bids for a warehouse. We're working on making that transition. It's going to be a couple of years. But what this bill would do is set up a corporation similar to the Lottery Corporation to run ABC. The permitting and law enforcement would stay at DOR, but all operations would be run through the corporation. The idea is that once we get a building set up and new equipment, we'll probably be good for 5, 6, 7 years, but at some point we're going to be replacing equipment, making repairs, and we don't want to get back into the same position that we have been previously in and currently in, where we have issues with the warehouse and not able to meet the needs of the state. So the idea is to set up the corporation to run that. The bill that we have, the committee sub, has a reverse repealer in it because there's some language that we're still working on ironing out. I can tell you what we would like to do with that, and that is to phase in the corporation over the next couple of years so that the transition can be made when the new warehouse is built. This keeps it from being all thrown out there at one time. We can take the time to put a board together. We can hire a president of the corporation and people to run the warehouse and have it ready to go when it's time to move into the warehouse. We also want to make sure that anybody who is bidding on contracts or that we sign contracts with the state knows that all those contracts will be honored as they are signed. Transferring all the contracts will transfer to the corporation and we'll uphold those. There's a couple of other little things that we're trying to iron out details on, such as the flow of money from the operations of the warehouse back to the general fund and what reserves that they would need to keep on hand. And so there's a few details that we're still working out, but we've worked closely with DOR. We're just trying to make sure that what we put together will be we'll make it a smooth transition and be functioning well for the state for many years to come. As y'all know, the House, or you may not know, the House has a different plan in place, so we will also be working with them, and if this moves forward, bring it back in front of you later on this year. That's an explanation of the committee.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry, questions? Have we adopted the committee substitute?
Not yet, no, sir.
Questions? Okay, we're ready on your motion on the committee substitute, sir.
Move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready on the bill, sir.
If there's no questions, I'll move passage of the bill using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure?
Or yesterday's roll call.
It's this morning. No votes. Tate, no. Hill, no. Seymour, no. Parker, no. Branning, no. Blunt, no. Chisholm, no. Frazier, no. Anyone else? Anyone else present? Anyone present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call with the noes noted. One moment. Okay. We'll go to announcements, and we'll start with Senator Parker. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on item number 64, Senate Bill 2689, and item number 42, Senate Bill 2645.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Motion to reconsider item number 116, Senate Bill 2729.
To the chairman.
Yes, sir.
To the Hickman. That's not you. It's our other chairman, Senator Hickman.
Okay. Mr. President, I just want to remind ladies and gentlemen of the Senate that the Mississippi Community Health Centers will be having their legislative reception and award ceremony Wednesday, March 13th, which is tomorrow. That was rescheduled from earlier in the session.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to number 60 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2792, number 64, Senate Bill 2689, and number 113, Senate Bill 2530.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Blunt. I'm sorry, Senator. Is it Senator Branning or Senator Blunt? Senator Blunt, was your light on, sir? Would you recognize Senator Blunt for announcement?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added to as co-author to item number 27, Senate Bill 2631.
2631, Madam. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like unanimous consent to be added as co-author to number 47 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2145, and number 64, which is Senate Bill 2689.
64, Madam Clerk, Madam Secretary. All right, Senator Boyd.
I'd like unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor of item 60, Senate Bill 2792, Senate Bill 2689 on today's calendar, number 64, and then 113 on today's calendar of Senate Bill 2530. Thank you.
2530, Madam. Senator Butler, seeing no objections granted. Senator Butler.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to be added to Senate Bill 2145, number 47, and Senate Bill 2244, number 56, Senate Bill number 2689, number 64, and also, Mr. President, while I'm standing, I would also like to announce that the Joint Committee on Investigating the State Offices will meet at 9 o'clock in the morning in room 204, and we're asking each member to bring their request that was made upon them.
Seeing no objection granted. Senator Robinson,
Introduction, Mr. President.
please proceed.
In the West Gallery, if you will, help me make welcome Stephanie Floyd. She is from Pearl, Mississippi. And in the South Gallery, Tommy Thames from Laurel, Mississippi. Welcome to your capital.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Got one announcement and one adjournment in memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I would ask that the subcommittee chairs on appropriations, I'll see how things go tomorrow, but maybe right before or after lunch, I'd like to meet the subcommittee chairs for about 10 minutes just to talk about the plan for appropriations bills. And then the adjournment in memory is Michael Mayfield, the sitting alderman in the North Ward alderman in Vicksburg, great public servant and a good friend of mine. I would ask that we adjourn in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on number 42 today, Senate Bill 2645. Number 47, Senate Bill 2145. Number 83, Senate Bill 2725. And number 111, Senate Bill 2580.
111, 2580, Madam Clerk. Senators, seeing no objection granted. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask to be co-author of item number 56, Senate Bill 2244, and item number 117, Senate Bill 2557.
Seeing no objection granted. Senator Barnett.
Join in memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we adjourn today, I would like to join in memory of Mr. J.K. Lovett of Heidelberg, Mississippi.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? We'll start in the morning. We'll have about 100 bills left on the calendar when we start early in the morning. I appreciate everybody's hard work tonight, taking time to work through all the legislation you did today. So we'll go to Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Motion is to adjourn until 10 a.m. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.